Chapter 53, Invaders Part 1.
Baharuth Empire capital, Awinter. The city was located at the western side of the empire's territory.
At the center of the city was the Imperial Palace, home to the Blood Emperor, Jerk Niv Rune Firelord El Nix. Spreading out from the Imperial Palace were the Imperial Colleges, the Imperial Magic Academy, and various buildings housing the different government administrative departments.
Unsurprisingly, it was said that the capital was the heart of the empire.
Now, the imperial capital, Awinter, was experiencing a buzz of activity and commotion brought about by years of reformation. Among the annals of imperial history, this was unmistakably the biggest growth spurt. Many new developments were introduced, followed by the heavy influx of materials and talent.
In contrast, the dregs of the old empire were discarded.
With an atmosphere filled with high expectation towards the future, the citizen that dwelled here looked vibrant. The imperial capital, also known as the crystallization of imperial power, contained many things that would surprise many. First among this that would surprise anyone who visited the imperial capital was that almost every road was paved with cobblestones or bricks.
One would not be able to find a similar trend at neighboring countries.
Of course, not all imperial major cities had such a development. But if one were to observe this in the imperial capital, they would understand the underlying strength of the empire, where even the emissaries of the neighboring countries could only let out sounds of amazement.
The central roadway
branched out from the center in an explosive pattern with smaller streets intersecting in between. At the center of the roadway were numerous horse-drawn carriages,
while pedestrians moved along the sides of the road.
Although this was no different from any normal roads, but as the central roadway of the capital, it was different compared to other cities. The difference lay with the designated pedestrian walkways. A fence formed the border between the pedestrian walkway and the main road. Furthermore, there was a difference in height between both to ensure the safety of pedestrians. Magical lights that would glow during the night were installed at both sides of the road at fixed intervals. Knights patrolled the streets regularly to maintain civil order. A road under such conditions could not be found in any other countries, even if one searched high and low for it.
Within the crowds that ply the pedestrian walkway was a man. With a height around 175 centimeters. Age about 20 years old. Blonde, blue eyes, with a tanned yet healthy complexion. Within the empire, the look was not uncommon. Not the pretty type. But it could not be said that his looks was very bad either. Mixed within tens of people, he would not be easily distinguishable among the crowd. Strangely, the man exuded a mysterious air that would attract others. It could be from the clear, refreshing smile from his face or the air of confidence as he walked with his chest sticking out.
The man moved agilely at a speed that would not obstruct other pedestrians. Every time he moved his limbs, his beautiful wrinkleless clothes emitted a faint sound, a sound that was formed from the rubbing of chains. Those who were sensitive enough to notice would know it was the sound of chainmail. A pair of swords hung on both sides of his hips. Their lengths were similar to that of short sword.
The hilt of the sword was completely covered by a grip guard. Although it looked relatively simple, it was not something cheap.
Behind his hips was a metal hammer suited for bashing.
He does not look like an elite. The accessories were there as a precaution. A single glance at the man would tell anyone that he was not an ordinary warrior. Having one or two weapons was completely natural in this world.
After seeing people walking the street often carry weapons, one would understand this. However, having 3 types of weapons that could pierce, slice or bludgeon was not so. Basically, this was prepared for times when various weapons had to be used, when fighting monsters.
The first thing that would come to mind was that this man was an adventurer. However, he was not an adventurer. Adventurers was something of a defensive job. His was a more aggressive one.
Adventurers had their work requested, investigated and given to suitable ranked adventurers by the guild. Basically, the guild would first check if it was a suitable job.
So dangerous jobs, like ones that endangered the lives of citizens or related to crimes, would be rejected.
Jobs that involved the supplying of plants that could be used as narcotics would be firmly rejected by the guild. In addition, jobs that would destroy the balance of ecosystems would be rejected. For example, they would not kill a monster that stood on top of the food chain in a certain forest. This was to prevent monsters venturing outside of the forest after that monster was killed and the ecosystem affected. Of course, if that powerful monster left the forest and encroached on human territory, then it was a different story.
It might be correct to say that adventurers were allies of justice. However, it was not all perfect. There were some who want nothing but money. There were also those that would take jobs that would make people do a double take. There were those that liked to simply kill monsters.
Instead of the adventurers standing in the light, they were the ones looking for the shadows. Groups of adventurer dropouts. They were workers, who were called as such.
And now, the man walking the street was one of them. While walking, the man lifted his head as if he noticed something.
Several people in the surroundings faced the same direction for a brief moment, but immediately looked away uninterested.
Some of them began talking about it with their friends.
Once again from afar, a small cheer could be heard riding the wind.
The shouts craving blood was similar to ones in fights. The end of his gaze, and it was quite a distance away, was the Colosseum. As a worker, even if he did not go, he would see plenty of blood.
And since he had to interest in making money, it was a place he did not often go to. The man moved his gaze after reaching his answer.
However, he did think about the match that was planned for today.
While watching the night surrounding one of the priests of the four great gods, he turned the corner.
He felt the knight's gazes fall onto his waist, but they did not do anything. Well, it was natural. He was not a fool to do anything that would attract their suspicion. The Empire's knights were soldiers, and also held patrolling responsibilities.
In addition, to those who have worked for over a certain period, they were given magic full-body armor with weight reduction magic and a magic sword with increased sharpness, and they were the cornerstone of the Empire's public order. To them, a man with several weapons was a target to be wary of. He felt that as he walked, he drew the gazes of many knights. Sometimes they called out to him, and sometimes they checked his face with a list.
1 or 2 gazes was not to be worried about.
As he passed several shops, he saw the familiar signboard.
On it was written, "The Singing Apple Pavilion."
This was a bar that was said to have started as a shop that bards that made instruments of apple tree wood gathered.
The outside seemed old, but the inside was surprisingly well made. There were no drafts, and the floor was cleanly mopped.
Staying here was quite expensive, but personally it was the store he recommended. And, most importantly, its food was delicious. That was the inn that he and his comrades stayed.
He pushed open the door while looking forward to dinner.
If his favorite pork stew came out, it would be great.
The voice that greeted him was not one of his friends thanking him for his work, nor was it a voice that welcomed him back. "So I'm telling you. I don't know." No, even if you tell me that. I am not her go-between, nor am I family. There is no way I know where she is. Are you not comrades?
Even if you tell me you do not know, there is no way I can that easily retreat. It's my job.
On the first floor of the inn, there was a man and woman arguing in the middle of the bar. The woman was someone he knew well. Her golden hair was cut short.
Her face with her fearsome eyes was without a trace of makeup. And the most attention-grabbing part of her was her ears that extended far beyond that of a normal person. Yes, she was a half-elf.
Elves of the forest tend to be much slimmer than humans, but one glance at her body could tell you that she was extremely slim.
To the point that her feminine charms, her chest or behind, were practically non-existent.
It was like a metal board was slipped in. She wore leather armor. Her short sword hung by her waist. She was the type of woman that you could mistake for a man even up close. She was one of him comrades Imina. The man facing Imina was a complete stranger. The man was bowing to her, but there was no feeling of remorse in his eyes.
In fact, it was mixed with a bad feeling.
But from his actions, he was not brainless.
The man's arms and chests were packed with muscle, and if one stood in front of him they would feel pressured.
However, If the man chose to use violence on a worker, it would be nothing more than a foolish decision. As to why, Imina seemed frail, but she had enough ability to kill a man of the level of the one in front of her. And that's why I'm telling you. What is going on, Imina? Imina was the first one to recognize his voice and faced him. And her expression turned to one of surprise. Imina seemed to have forgotten herself in the conversation and did not notice him entering. This showed how furious she was. Who are you?
The man asked him with a threatening voice. His eyes were sharp, and it seemed that he would hit him at any moment. Of course, to him who had faced terrifying monsters, this was simply something to laugh at. Our leader. Ooh, I see.
Hecaran termite. The rumors are not enough.
The sudden change in the man's expression to a smile caused him, Hecaran, to suppress his emotion of disgust. He did not know why the man came here, but since he came to this inn, there was no way he did not know of Hecaran. The earlier voice and atmosphere was definitely to test just what sort of person Hecaran was. If the man's air had any sort of effect on Hecaran, he intended to continue the conversation with it.
The type of man Hecaran hated. It was true that in the business world, this would be done to get more favorable conditions.
As the same colleague as Hecaran, this was a natural negotiation technique.
However, Hecaran did not like negotiations like that. He liked direct ones without hidden sides. It had no relation to it being troublesome.
How noisy.
This is an inn.
There are other guests, so we should avoid such noisy stuff, right?
There was not a single guest nearby. The figure of the inn workers also could not be found. They were not hiding in any way. As to why, most of the ones staying here were the same as Hecaran.
This level of noise would not affect the taste of their alcohol in any way.
The reason they could not be seen was simply that they were not here. Hecaran looked at the man like he was glaring.
If he was an adventurer, Hecaran would be a rank and his gaze could not be ignored.
For an instant, the man shivered as if there was a magic beast in front of him. No, my apologies. However, I cannot leave yet. While lowering his voice to a certain extent, the man showed his desire to continue.
Being able to do so while bathed in Hecaran's gaze meant that he was involved in a job that needed strength, or violence.
Then what was he?
He was doing a gangster-like job, but Hecaran did not know this man, and he had no memory of his attitude.
He could not believe that he was here to request something of them. The confused Hecaran weakened his gaze, and used the simplest method to find out what he wanted.
What
is it? It was simple.
Directly ask him. Yes.
I would like to meet Mr. Termite's acquaintance, Miss Furt. There was only one person that appeared in Hecaran's mind when he said Furt. Archebe Lilia Furt. One of Hecaran's comrades, and an excellent magic caster. He could not imagine her having a connection to this man.
Hecaran judged after walking the line of life and death with her.
This could be considered a threat to her.
Arch?
What happened with her? Arch, yes. I usually use nothing but the name Furt, and this confused me. Archebe Lilia Furt.
So?
What do you want with her?
Yes, I have some things to talk about with her. It is confidential, so I would like to know when she will return.
How would we know? Hecaran firmly cut off the conversation. This caused the man's eyes to waver.
Now, the conversation's over.
It cannot be helped. I shall wait over here. Leave. Hecaran jutted his chin at the door.
That figure again caused the man to become uncertain.
Honestly, I don't like you. I can't bear having you in my sight.
This is a bar, so I.
True. This is a bar. It is also a place where drunkards get into fights. Hecaran smiled at the man. Don't be so on guard. Even if you get into a fight and are wounded, we have a priest that can use healing magic. We'll heal you for free.
Should he pay a little?
Imina had an evil grin as she spoke out from the side. We'll make it cheap. And that's what's going to happen. If you plan on Threa.
The words coming from the man halted midway, because he saw the dramatic change on Hecarin's face. Hecarin took a step forward, all the way until the distance between their faces was a fist away. Huh? Threats?
Who's making threats?
Is it such a big surprise that bars have fights? What the hell? I give you good advice for living a long and healthy life and you say I'm making threats?
Are you trying to start a fight? Hecarin's current appearance was something only people who had faced death could possess. Confronted with the pressure coming from Hecarin, the man took a step back.
He clicked his tongue for a bit and then reluctantly walked towards the entrance. Although he wanted to hide the fact that he was frightened, one look at his back was all it took to confirm it. As he reached the entrance, the man turned his and shouted at Hecarin and Imina one last time.
Tell that brat from the Furt family. Tell her the deadline is approaching.
Huh?
Hearing the iron in Hecarin's reply, the man quickly scurried away.
As soon as the man disappeared, Hecarin's expression quickly returned to normal. The change was sudden enough that onlookers might have thought that the entire scene had been nothing but an act.
And then, Imina started clapping.
So, what that all about?
I don't know. He only told me as much as he told you.
Damn, I should have listened more before getting rid of him.
Hecarin held his head in defeat.
Just wait and hear it from Arch once she gets back.
But, it isn't good to pry too deeply into things.
Well, even though what you said is correct, you're still the leader.
Do your best.
In that case, I will use my authority as the leader to order you to ask her about it.
It would be much better if a fellow woman like you were to ask her about it, don't you think?
Come on, give me a break, I don't want to ask either.
Imina, who was waving her hands, and Hecarin were making troubled faces.
There were a few rules in common between adventurers and workers, where certain things were simply not done.
It could not be helped for the famous ones, but one of them was investigating or asking about each other's past. Why it should not be done was something that needed not to be asked. The second would be to display excessive desire. This was as there was the possibility that they would not be able to function as a team if one was too greedy.
For example, could one trust a comrade to keep an important secret or go on well-paying jobs if he or she constantly grumbled about money daily? If they said they wanted the opposite sex, could they sleep in the same room?
This did not mean they had to be saints. It simply meant that they had to hide what they had to hide to function well together.
This meant that when the strange man came, there might be friction in the group.
Arch's reliability dropped. This was not a simple problem they could let slide.
To those doing life-threatening jobs, leaving even a sliver of unease was unacceptable.
Even if Hecarin's team was a strange team, allowing a bomb to be held was unacceptable. Hecarin shook his head, while displaying his reluctance on his face. Looks like it can't be helped, then. I'll have to ask when she comes back. I'm counting on you, Tilda.
Hecarin narrowed his eyes at Imina, who was smiling and waving her hand.
Don't think you can get away.
You also need to come talk to her with me, yo. Although Imina clearly wanted to refuse, she gave up as soon as she saw the determination on Hecarin's face. Oh well, it can't be helped.
Hopefully it isn't anything big.
Anyway, where did Arch go?
She is washing the back of that job. The back of the client, right?
That and the history and situation of the target area.
Then since she is not here, she should be with Robert Ike.
Yes.
The two are doing quite a bit.
So, how was it on your side? There is nothing that sticks out, but they seem to be moving several parties.
It seems that if we do nothing we will be left behind. Before that, the difficulty increased. It would be nice if it was not related.
As the two were talking, the sound of the door grating open reverberated within the bar. From the large open door, the shadows of two people could be seen entering the inn.
We're home. We have investigated it. The voices of a man and woman.
The first to enter was a very thin woman, of which the words young girl would suit her. Her age was perhaps about the late teens. Her rich hair was cut at her shoulders, and she had a fine set of features.
Rather than beautiful, she seemed elegant. However, her stiff expression made her resemble a doll. Her hands grasped an iron staff that was around the same height as herself.
The surface of the staff was covered with symbols and runes that could have been words or pictures.
The girl wore a loose robe, and under that, sturdy clothes which offered quite a bit of protection. She was obviously a magic caster. Following the woman was a well-built man. He was fully decked in armor, but not a full-face helm, and on top of it was a surcoat with a holy symbol. A morning star hung from his waist, and a holy symbol matching his surcoat could be found around his neck. His brown hair was trimmed, and his neatly cut beard with his strong face was an invigorating sight.
From his appearance, he seemed to be in his 30s. His conduct also added to the impression that he was the eldest there. The woman in front was Hecarin's companion, Archie Blilia Furt. The man behind was Roberdike Goltron.
Hecarin's team was comprised of 2 men and 2 women. This was why Hecarin's team was called Strange. Worker as well as adventurer parties would be comprised of one single gender.
As adventurers, one would live under the same roof and experience danger together, so falling in love was common. There was a high chance of a team where such relationships occurred separating.
One of the reasons was that one could not be trusted to make calm decisions. For example, a warrior and thief fall in love.
A monster appears and the thief and magician at the back are attacked. At that time, would the warrior be able to calmly ignore the thief and save the magician if the situation called for it?
Adventurers had to trust each other. It was natural. This was as they fought monsters stronger than themselves. If there was unease, and one of the weapons of the adventurers, teamwork, was unusable, those adventurers would lose their lives on the next adventure. So teams were either gender-based or love was forbidden.
There were many cases of a couple causing the team to separate.
Hecarin's team also held that bomb. Ooh, welcome back.
Could this be described as good timing or bad timing?
Hecarin thought while turning around to greet the 2 with a hard voice. What's wrong? Did something happen to the 2 of you?
Roberdike used a tone that did not display any seniority to the 2 of them. One of the reasons was due to personal choice, the other was because of the mutual equality between workers.
There's no problem. Yup.
Arch and Roberdike both watched as the 2 of them waved their hands in denial. Speaking of which, this isn't a good place to talk, how about we go over there?
What Hecarin pointed at was a round table in the center of the shop. Without any objections, the remaining 3 nodded.
While moving there, Hecarin sent gazes to Arch and Roberdike.
The 2 of them probably spent quite a bit of time walking around. Especially in Roberdike's outfit, the least he could do was to prepare drinks. Hecarin thought of that, then noticed something. Before that,
about the drinks, oi, Imina.
Where did the owner go? Out shopping. I'm watching over the place for him.
Is that so?
Then what should we do?
Is it fine for me to casually take out a bottle or 2?
I'm fine with not drinking. I'm also fine, thanks.
Is that so? While the 2 said they were fine, at Hecarin's tone hinting at them to accept, Arch and Roberdike nodded.
While saying yes, they reached the table and sat down. In that case,
then let's start the meeting off, Foresight.
The relaxed expression on every member's face vanished. At the same time, they leaned their weight onto the table, bringing everyone closer together.
Although there weren't any other guests at the moment, this sort of behavior had become an old habit that was hard to break. First, I would like to confirm the content of the commission.
Once he made sure that he had everyone's attention, Hecarin continued. His tone and expression were completely different from before.
As the leader of the team, it was necessary for him to act serious and maintain dignity when the situation called for it.
That was only expected of a leader.
The client this time is Earl Femel.
The contents are to investigate the ruins in the kingdom, the great underground tomb of Nazarick.
Down payment is 1,000 gold pieces, after is 800. The reward increases based on the investigation results.
However, do not expect much. It is predicted that other workers will be joining us on this request. The maximum number of days for investigation is 3. The contents of investigation are the general points of this ruin. The most important is that there will be monsters, but their type is not known. Well, it is a normal ruin investigation. The occasions of abandoned cities or ruins attracting monsters was extremely high.
So there were some who called worker investigations forced reconnaissance. 20% of found items worth in gold is the Earl's, the remainder is the worker team's.
However, the Earl has priority.
This is normal. Our trip there and back along with food is the Earl's responsibility.
That's all.
Now, Arch, Roberdyke.
What did you find out? Firstly, myself. The situation of Earl Femel in the court is not good. There was rumors of him being demoted by the Blood Emperor. However, he himself is not useless, and neither are his children. I believe it to be impossible that he would do anything illegal at this juncture. He is also not strapped for cash. While it is called an investigation of a ruin in the kingdom, Arch-san and myself have been unable to confirm any rumors or history that there would be a ruin there.
It is to the point that while the great underground tomb of Nazarick is called a tomb, we are unable to find out if there is a tomb there at all. Geographically there is only a small village there.
If we get information from that village we may be able to understand something. Impossible. We were requested to keep everything as secret as possible. Witnesses can be ignored, and it is the request of the client to not do anything.
By the way, that area is under direct control of the kingdom. Any poor actions taken will turn the kingdom and Veyself royal family against us. Basically a dirty job as always? Yes.
However, there is a strange problem. Well,
workers in the Empire causing trouble in the kingdom will be a pain, even the Earl might be implicated.
However, we can bring back the stuff that we find. All of them felt troubled. This was a job that would never be done by adventurers.
This job investigating another country's ruin was close to a crime.
Even so, how did this information of the ruin get into the Earl's hands? Even though it is a tomb that we did not learn much about even through our checks.
It's close to the top forest, right?
What if they found it while cutting down trees? That is strange. It is such a small village, I cannot believe that it can cut through such a forest.
While the chance of this being a result of the kingdom doing military matters is not zero, having such a small village there does not bring any advantages.
The four were troubled. Was it fine for them to accept this job?
Since the Adventurers Guild could not act as their shield, investigating the specifics of the job fell to themselves. First was to thoroughly investigate the client's background, then the location of the job. After checking the request contents, then they would finally accept the job. There were many cases of dangerous situations despite these checks though.
They risked their lives in these jobs.
If they did not feel satisfied with their checks, workers would not do their jobs.
If there was even a whiff of danger they could not overcome, they would not accept no matter the terms. I have confirmed the payment, and the down payment was given. Hecaran placed a metal plate on the table. On it were carved various symbols. I've already checked it with the Imperial Bank.
The sum has already been credited to my account, it can be converted into cash any time. Metal plates were a check that the Empire's banks used.
The reason for the fine details was to make forging difficult.
There were demerits of taking time for the paperwork and materials cost, but the advantages were countless. For example, a gold coin was 10 grams.
1,000 would be 10 kilograms.
Since it would be bulky, using this made deals proceed more smoothly. Especially for existences of nobles, merchants, and adventurers who made profitable deals. In other countries, this line of work were taken up by adventurers.
The Adventurers Guild on the Empire received national protection.
I don't think this is a trap, Ma. At least I think they are being serious after receiving the gold deposit plates. Imina stretched out a hand and took one of the gold deposit plates that was placed on the table.
She examined it using the light that filtered in from the outside. The gold deposit plates were imprinted with fine letters. If this is a trap, they would not be paying such a large sum in advance. In recent memories there's no one who held the Earl any grudges.
From Imina, she never heard of anyone trapping others with a 1,000 gold pieces lure. Personally.
Wait a moment, Imina. I am not finished yet. Keep your brain awake for this one.
Yeah, then enlighten me.
Why do you think that this job was requested in a hurry? No clue. I do not know. Why does the job have to be rushed?
I didn't hear emergency situation from those close to the Count. There seems to be no major events or parties within this few days.
It does not look like a job that requires us to bring something out of the ruins.
On the kingdom's side, there seems to be no big development.
Only some outdated information. For this round of work, they only heard the contents of the request this morning. They will depart tomorrow morning. In such a situation, they would be assumed to reject the request if they do not return with answer in between. Emergency request was not something surprising. Workers were used to this type of request. The problem lay with more than one team was hired. How about the other teams? 3 of the teams accepted. 1 declined.
Did we receive any special information from them?
Likely they kept it to themselves, or it could be they don't know anything much as well. Hecaran shrugged as he was idealist. Likely we have competitors. It seems likely. Then it could explain why several workers' team were hired at such a short period.
Working on that assumption, hiring 3 worker teams that were comparable to ours and operating within the territory of the kingdom.
Would we be competing with the kingdom's adventuring team? If it's like this, it would be pointless to gather information in the Empire.
Other things that we should be careful of would be ambushes, set up by rivaling teams.
I do not want to lose my life just before reaching our destination. A trap by adventurers. It would be better if it's the adventurers. At least we could negotiate with them. The terms would not be over the top. If it is workers, it might end up with us killing one another.
What do you think, leader?
Everyone's opinion was collected. The only things left were the assumption and hypothesis. Before we make the decision, let's talk about it since there's a need for it. Hecaran sighed loudly while Imina held her breath.
Arch, there was a strange man asking for you.
Arch responded with a hastily constructed emotionless look. Her eyebrows however started to twitch.
Seeing this, Hecaran realized that this man was someone she knew.
That fella said something at the end. What was it again? Hecaran directed the last question towards Imina. The response he received was an incredulous stare, as if she was asking what was he thinking. But after realizing that Hecaran forgotten about it, Imina responded tiredly.
Remind the little lady from the Furt family that her time is almost up. Ma, it was something like this. Everyone was looking at Arch.
After taking a deep breath, Arch started to speak with a heavy expression. I am in debt. Debt? Hecaran unconsciously shouted in amazement. Needless to say, even Roberdijk and Imina were showing expressions of shock.
That was because that a worker's reward was split evenly as everyone was considered an equal. After thinking about the sum that went into their pockets, it would be impossible for them to be in debt.
How much was it? 400 gold pieces.
After hearing Arch's answer, they looked at each other again.
It was not a small sum.
The amount of gold was not something that someone ordinary person could earn in their lifetime. The wage of an ordinary wage earner would be 3 gold pieces. In other words, the sum was equal to 133 months' worth of salary. Although they were quite the workers' team, it would be impossible for them to earn that amount in a single run. Among the workers, their team was considered among the upper tier.
Using the adventurers' ranking, their ability was comparable to an A-rank adventurers' team. Still, it would be impossible for them to earn such amount of gold in one shot.
How did the debt came about? With those suspicious gazes directed towards her, Archie's face darkened.
On a personal level, she did not want to say anything. But she cannot keep it as a secret anymore. If she were to forcefully end matters here, it would not be surprising if she was kicked out of the team. The resolute Arch opened her mouth.
Because it was an embarrassing matter, my family was one of those nobles' houses that had their nobility taken away by the Blood Emperor. Blood Emperor, Jerkniv Rune Firelord El Nix.
As implied, he was an emperor that died in his hand in blood.
He took the throne after his father, the previous emperor, passed away from reasons unknown. After that, he ended one of the 5 greatest noble family, his mothers, for the suspicion of conducting regicide.
He sent his brothers to the grave one by one. Even the mothers who were involved with those events perished. Of course, they were those who opposed him.
But since before the Blood Emperor took the throne, he had already took control of the knights, and they were not able to pose as a threat towards him. With an overwhelming military advantage, and just like cutting wheat, he took down all the influential noble families. The ones that remained, regardless of whether it was in their hearts, were those who swore their loyalties to the Blood Emperor, completing the centralization of all power.
But the Blood Emperor did not stop here. He did not need incompetent fools, and stripped off the titles of many nobilities.
Instead, he decreed that plebeians who were talented should be given considerable political power and administrative authority. After all this, there were 2 things that surprised many. The nationwide nobility purges were done so skillfully that the national power of the empire were barely affected.
The emperor back then was a boy at his early teens.
Because of this person, it was uncommon for fallen nobles to appear.
But
both of my parents were still living as if they are still nobles. Of course, we don't have that amount of money.
Hence, we borrowed money from unsavory people and got caught up with such a problem.
The
3 looked at one another.
Although they stopped their emotions from showing, still they could still sense the feeling of frustration, anger and disbelief between them. Archie's initial words of introduction when she first met them was, "I am quite confident with my magical abilities, I would like to join your team." A slender child, grasping onto a staff that was taller than her with both her hands.
Speaking about it, they remembered the time when they looked at each other wordlessly. They were that shocked.
After that, when they had a good grasp of Archer's ability, their expression was that of amazement. That was more than 2 years ago, after going through numerous adventures, where one false step could result in death, they obtained a considerable sum of gold.
Yet, Archer's equipment were mostly unchanged. Now, at least they knew the reason for it.
You sure? Do you want us to have a good chat with them?
It's time they listened to the words of God. No, probably it's time that God's fist to manifest in front of them.
It seems that their ear holes were close. Why don't we reopen it for them? Facing her teammates, Arch started to speak after listening to their comments.
Please wait a moment. Since the matter had come to this, let me have the say on this. According to the situation, I would move out together with my sisters.
You have sisters? Seeing Arch's nodding head, the others looked at each other. Although they did not say it out, their hearts told them that it might be better to look over this job.
A worker's job was more profitable when compared to an adventurer's. On the other hand, the danger level was higher.
Although it was originally their intention to investigate any potential safety issues in this job, however, it was not uncommon to have unforeseeable problems arising while in the middle of it. If things go sour, she might die, leaving her 2 sisters.
If he continued talking, he would be intruding into private matters. It was common sense. Is it? Then, we'll end the discussion about Arch's problem here.
We'll leave you to deal with that issue. Now the problem lies in whether we should accept this job.
As the conversation moved towards this point, Hecarim looked at Arch coldly.
Arch. Although I feel bad about this, but you have no say on this matter.
No need to feel bad about it. No problem.
Since I am the one with financial issues, I understand I may not make the right call.
Still, one's judgment could be clouded by money. I am being honest here. It was lucky that I was not kicked out of the team. What are you saying?
It was lucky for us that a magic caster of your caliber joined our group.
These were not words of flattery but the truth. Especially her talent.
Being blessed with that miraculous eye, it saved Hecarim and the rest of the team several times. Arcane magic casters seem to be enveloped in a layers of invisible aura. The aura intensified according to the magic tier that the magic caster was able to invoke.
It would be hard to investigate the aura, and the methods of investigation were rather precious.
Among the many children who were blessed with talent, occasionally, there would be one who would possess the ability to detect magic among them.
Archebe Lilia Furt was someone who possessed such talent.
As far as Hecarim knew, Arch was the only one in the Empire who possessed such a rare talent. How could the Magical Academy let go of such an outstanding student? Really?
For someone who could activate spells that were similar in tier to mine. Who knows, you might reach tier 6 one day. I think that would be unlikely. But it would be great if there is a chance for it.
The depressive atmosphere was slightly lifted.
Hecarim clapped his hands, bringing the others' attention onto him. Then, the decision for this job, do we take it?
Robodike.
I see no problems with it.
Imina.
It seems not bad? It's been a while since our last job. Requests for workers were not that frequent, especially high-paying ones. They have to take low-paying jobs.
They even experienced a time where they did not receive any request for a period of 2 months.
This month alone, they were no proper request.
But there were those unlawful requests that Foresight did not take.
Then.
If you are worried about me, don't bother.
I have other ways of settling it. The three exchanged glances, before Imina laughingly said.
Then again, if you think about it carefully, this job is not so bad, right?
It the truth, we are not doing it for the sake of you. It is as they said. Thank you all. Towards Arch, who bowed her head, the three laughed before speaking.
Then, Arch and I shall convert gold deposit into cash.
The remaining two would head out to purchase the adventuring essentials. The adventuring essentials include things like rope and oil.
Once also could not neglect to be on the lookout for magical items. The task was well suited for the meticulous Robodike and Imina, who possessed the thief job class.
No, it could be said that Hecarim was the only one unsuited for this task.
Then, let us begin our operation, Arch.
Arch, who did not understand question, bent her head sideways. Hecarim, who thought of the problem, started to ask.
The total reward for this job would be 1,800 gold pieces.
Would it be sufficient to repay the loan?
The amount when divided equally among the 4 of them would be 450 gold pieces per person, an amount sufficient to settle all the debts. However, the rule within Foresight was that the amount would be divided into 5 portions instead.
The remaining portion would be used as management fee for the team.
The money would be used for the purchase of potions, magical scrolls, lodging fees and other miscellaneous expenses.
In other words, the individual rewards was 360 pieces of gold. No problem, with the amount exchanged. I could buy some more time. I could lend you the remaining 40 pieces of gold.
Well, I guess you can return it on the next reward. It was natural that none in the party outrank others. They were all treated as equal partners.
I understood the well intentions. It's about time I returned to my parents. At least, I should show them some more moments of filial piety. That is, of course.
The 4 of them looked at each other, laughing as they went about their own business. At one of the areas within Imperial Capital, existed many impressive-looking mansion, a street for the affluent.
The street was completely lined with luxurious mansions. Within the Imperial Capital, the place had the best civil order. Looking at these mansions, one could feel its luxury and history behind it. With a history of tens of years, the owners were not changed at all and were passed down. But due to the present Blood Emperor, the occupants underwent changes.
with many of the houses started to empty out.
Nobles, their mansions were their status symbol.
Although it was a waste of money, if they do not decorate their mansions, they would become the joke of the day of the other nobles. Artworks, jewelry, clothing, mansions and gardens, all these were the tools of war for nobles to use in their own battlefield. Between a poor mansion and luxurious mansion, once invited inside, one would subtly feel the difference in power.
Even those who possessed wealth, but did not decorate their mansion would not be viewed favorably.
For that reason it was the right choice to invest on decorating their mansion, but that was in those cases where they have the power to maintain it.
At one of the mansions within the area, inside the living room, receiving the stoic-faced Arch were both her parents.
Both having the beautiful faces of nobles and wore well-made clothing that befit their status. Ho ho, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Quicker than the two's reply, Arch's gaze was focused on a delicate-looking glass-made art piece that was on the table. The glass was molded into an intricate-looking cup, giving out the air of a luxurious item.
Arch started to frown as she noticed something that was not in the house before.
That is? Oh, that is Artisan John's.
I'm not asking about that. We didn't have that in the house before. Simple, we only bought it this morning.
His casual tone, one that would be used to talk about the weather, shook Arch's body.
How much?
It should be around 25 gold pieces?
Very cheap, right? Arch's shoulder sagged weakly.
Originally she could have paid off a portion of her debt using the deposit.
But now, the debt had risen. Why did you buy it? As nobles, we would the laughing stock if we could not afford something like this.
Facing her father who was giving out a self-satisfying smile, even Arch could not stop herself by looking at him with animosity. We are not nobles anymore.
Her father's expression froze, then reddened.
Lies.
Her father hammered the table. As the table in the living room was thick, it was lucky that the glass cup did not tumble. As long as that shit for brains fool dies, our house would be able to rise again as nobles. The origins of our nobility stemmed generations back within the empire's history. How could we be forgiven if we let our noble legacy end here? This is an investment for that future. If we use this to display our power, we could show that fool that our house have not bowed down. Utter foolishness. This was Archie's thought, as she looked at her father who was breathing heavily with excitement. That fool he was referring to was likely the Blood Emperor. It would be unlikely he paid any attention towards those nobility at Archie's level. Furthermore, if her father insisted on his own agenda, he should not be doing something like this as there were other better alternatives. Stuck in his own world, unable to see the truth, Arch could only shake her head weakly. The both of you, please do not argue any more. The mother talked with a leisurely tone. Both Arch and her father glanced at each other for a moment and decided to call it a truce. Her mother stood up and passed a small bottle to Arch. Arch, I bought a bottle of perfume for you. How much? 5 pieces of gold. Is it? Thank you. As Arch thanked her mother, she took that rather small bottle and kept it in her pockets. From the situation, it was hard for Arch to look at her mother coldly. Because if one looked at it differently, perfume and makeup were considered to be a smarter purchase. If she improved on her appearance, she could attend the nobles' party, fishing out those rich and powerful nobles. If one considered that a woman's happiness derived from marriage, getting pregnant and giving birth, from the point of view of a noble, the choice was rather astute. It was not wrong to buy makeup as a form of investment. However, she should have the idea that one should not spend on perfume considering the financial situation of the house. I've already said it many times. We should cut down on non-essential spending and maintain a minimal lifestyle. That's why, didn't I explain earlier? These were all essential spending. Arch was tired of looking at her father whose face swelled red with anger, not incessantly repeating the same old issue that should have been solved long ago. Arch blamed herself, as she was part of the reason for it. Furthermore, she gave everyone at Foresight trouble. I would not give the household any more money. I will take my sisters and live outside. The father simmered towards that quiet rebuke.
That man could only think to the point that it would be troublesome if no one were able to earn the necessary money to support the family.
Arch mused to herself coldly. Who do you think you owe this to for being able to live to this day? I have already cleared off all my debts to you. Arch's words were rather cold. Till now, she had earned a considerable sum of money, and most of these money came from her adventuring.
Originally, the money should have been used to strengthen herself along with her teammates. Although the usage of the reward that was split evenly among them would go for different purposes.
But as a silent rule, some of it should have been used to strengthen herself.
Looking
at Arch, who did not upgrade her equipment, what would her other teammates thought about it? If the equipment was not upgraded, it would result in one person within the team to be extremely weak.
But everyone at Foresight did not say anything towards Arch.
It was too much for Arch to bear. Arch did not let down her gaze. Receiving such a willful look, her father could not help himself but look away.
Obviously, for someone like Arch who had gone through life and death situations, would not lose to a stupid noble father. After a swift look at her wordless father, Arch left the room.
Milady.
A familiar face anxiously greeted Arch, who walked out from the living room. What is it, James?
The elderly butler who served the family for years. The wrinkled face was displaying a rather anxious look. Arch immediately understood the reason for it. It was a look that came out quite often since the days that her father stopped being a noble.
I feel ashamed for having to bring this matter up with Milady.
Due to Arch's raised hand, the man's sentence was interrupted.
Judging that this was not a topic that should be discussed in the living room, the both of them moved a distance. Arch took out a small pouch and opened it.
The contents shined in different tones, with the majority shining in a silver radiant, followed by copper.
The lowest intensity were golden radiant. You should be able to work out something with this?
Receiving the leather pouch, James's face relaxed slightly after checking the contents.
Wages, and we can pay the merchant. I believe we can make do, Oju-sama.
That's good. Arch released a sigh of relief. Although the situation was like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. At least she could still manage the situation for now. You could not stop father from buying it? There's no helping it. The seller came with a noble acquaintance. Although I did remind the master several times, but... Is it? Both sighed together. I would like to know. If I were to let off everyone who works here...
What's the minimal amount of money I need to prepare? James's eye dilated slightly, and gave a lonely smile. His expression did not change much as he had already resolved himself for this moment.
Understood. Once I calculated the cost, I will deliver the information to you. I'll leave it to you then.
The sound of light footsteps with a quick pace could be heard.
And it was heading towards Arch. Evading was simple, but doing so was unacceptable.
A shadow ran towards Arch.
And it rammed into Arch without slowing.
It had a weight even less than the light Arch.
She could hold her ground, but that was impossible. As it hit her, she moved back, absorbing the impact.
The one that rushed over was a little girl with a height of less than 1 meter.
Her age was around 5 years old. Her eyes were similar to Arch's.
As if dissatisfied about something, the little girl puffed out her little pink cheeks. So hard.
The girl was not pointing out Arch's chest was too flat. Her adventuring outfit were mostly made from leather, increasing its defensive properties, especially at the areas around the chest and stomach were protected by hardened leather. Still, it did not stop the little girl from flying towards her as if she wanted to dent the leather armor. Are you all right? Arch caressed the little girl's face and rubbed her head.
No problem, Oni-sama.
The little girl responded happily. Seeing her sister's expression, Arch could not help herself but to smile. Let's end the discussion here.
The butler gave her a look of gratitude as he did want to intrude in their private moments anymore.
Arch rubbed her sister's head.
Yay, the thing at the corridor.
Arch stopped her sentence.
It was common sense that it was unsightly for noble ladies to run around the corridor. However, as she had told her father earlier, they were not nobles anymore.
Running like that should not be an issue anymore.
During those moments, Arch's hand never stopped. The little girl with the messed up hair laughed and did not show any inkling that she wanted the treatment to stop. Arch looked around, noticing that one person was missing. Kuda?
In the room. Like this. There's something I want to talk about. Let's go together. Her sisters laughed merrily. She would be the one protecting them. As she realized this, Arch took their little hands with her own.
The hands were so small until Arch's considerably slender arms could encompass it easily.
Yet, she could still feel the warmth being transmitted to her. Only Summer's hands are very tough. Arch looked at her other hand.
During her adventuring days, it was cut many times. Those tough hands were no longer the hands of a noble girl. But she did have any lingering regrets towards it, because the arms were the testament towards her existence along with her friends and companions in Foresight.
But I love it the most.
Enveloped the both her sisters' hands, Arch smiled gently.
Thank you.
Chapter 54, Invaders Part 2. Early morning. While the sun still had not rose, there were countless people gathered on the Earl's land. Warriors, magic casters, priests and thieves.
Almost everyone were specialists in their own field.
After the last team, Foresight, arrived, that number was 18. The ones here were the ones gathered by the Earl for work, the workers in the Empire that had confidence in their strength. The worker teams maintained a distance between each other as they sized each other up. When the 4 members of Foresight finally arrived, they were welcomed by the collective stares of the other worker teams.
This scene could almost be considered spectacular in its own way.
In the area between the separated teams, 3 people had gathered in the center, exchanging information.
The 3 were the representative for each team.
As it was early morning and the area was still dark, Hecarim and his company squinted their eyes as they tried to determine who those 3 were. They have already investigated all their competitors within the Empire's capital.
They could roughly guess which were the teams from the looks of it.
Che, that guy is here too.
3 workers.
Imina spat as if she saw something disgusting after confirming the identity of one of the 3 men. Although she expressed it with a soft voice, it was sufficient to drive Hecarim and the others to check their surroundings for signs of hostility. Imina-san.
Got it, Robert. He would be a colleague for this round of work. Still, I do not want to see his face.
I don't like it myself.
Well, if I had to pick between like and hate, I also dislike him.
Oi, you still have to greet him afterwards, so don't think about unpleasant thoughts, or they'll show on your face, okay? Do your best, leader. Hecarim frowned in response to Roberdike's encouragement, as though saying don't poke into other people's businesses, and then walked towards the group of 3. The first person that greeted Hecarim was a worker who wore a suit black full-plate armor. The design of the armor was oddly rounded, almost spherical. Due to the especially large pauldrons, the man wearing the armor appeared more like an upright beetle than a human. On his waist was a 2-handed battle axe.
A man's low deep voice came out from the slits of the metal helmet that completely hid the face.
Just as I had foreseen, thou also came, Hecarim. Yo, Greenham.
I thought the request wasn't too bad, so we came. Hecarim raised his hand as a gesture at the remaining 2 leaders in a casual manner. About your side, Hecarim said, after glancing over to Greenham's team and quickly counting them. There's 5 of you. What happened to the rest?
Resting, recovering from fatigue. Due to our previous work being of similar nature, some of our members had to stay behind to help with the transportation and repair of damaged goods. This man, Greenham, was the leader of Heavy Masher, a worker team comprising of 9 members. Having more members definitely had its advantages, such as having more options available in choosing how to handle each request. In particular, It provided the flexibility of being able to select the best suited members for each different request. On the other hand, it takes a longer period for them to determine their approach, slowing down their overall movement.
Those were the pros and cons of a large team. It wouldn't be unusual at all for a team to just suddenly split into two.
Being able to maintain full control over such a large team of workers demonstrated just how strong Greenham's management and leadership skills were.
Phew, how tiring.
How about supporting us so you can earn enough not to disappoint the comrades you left behind?
Thy suggestion is foolish.
After we finish this job, bonuses will be given based on the leader's performance.
As unfortunate as it is, the best performance will naturally belong to me.
Oi oi, spare me already.
Greenham simply grinned.
Sensing that he had no intention of stopping, Hecaran shrugged and turned towards the other man.
I think it's the first time we've met face to face. Hecaran stretched his hand out. The other man grasped it and shook back.
He had a set of beautiful eyebrows.
That word was suited to describe the youth.
His face was symmetrical, and his mouth curved into a smile.
He equipped himself with a breastplate armor, and on his waist was a sword that originated from the southern city. He moved his eyes and stared directly at Hecaran.
Foresight, I've heard a lot about you. It was a voice that sounded as clear as a bell, which matched very well with his appearance.
Likewise, Tenmu.
The genius swordsman that was undefeated in the arena, there wasn't a single worker who wouldn't recognize who he was. This man's Tenmu was in a sense a team composed purely of himself.
The sword genius who's said to be a match for the kingdom's strongest, Gazif Stranov. It's reassuring to have your squad with us. Thank you. However, I think it's about time for it to be said the other way around.
That man should only be referred to as being able to match up to this Iruya Uzruth.
Oh, you have your way with your words.
Iruya smiled faintly, fully displaying his arrogance. Seeing this smile, the unpleasant feelings concealed inside Hecaran almost surfaced again.
Well then, we'll be relying on you inside the ruins.
Of course.
Leave it to me. It'll be great if there are monsters that can put up a decent fight inside the ruins.
It's completely unknown what kind of monsters might exist inside. Perhaps we'll even run into dragons?
That would be quite scary.
Monsters such as dragons would definitely put up a hell of a fight.
Hecaran was laughing forcefully while having to suppress his other emotions.
Taking only the skills with a sword into account, there were rumors that Iruya could even win against A+ ranked adventurers. Considering this point, there was some basis behind his boasting. Having confidence was a good thing, since it was also important for workers to showcase their abilities.
However, there should be a limit to just how much one can boast.
The world's strongest race, dragons. Masters of the sky, capable of producing powerful breaths, with scales that were near impenetrable, and possessing a physical prowess that was superior by far. As they age, they even became able to use magic. Having a lifespan that humans simply couldn't compare with, the wisdoms that they accumulate would humble even sages. Just like in the tales of the 13 heroes, the last opponent in their adventures was a dragon known as the Dragon God. Even though these existences were only used as an example during conversations, but to still be able to act this arrogantly was rather surprising. No matter how one interpreted it, Iruya's words seemed like a joke. However, he could tell that Iruya was completely serious just from the looks in his eyes.
Just how self-conceited could he be? It was still uncertain what kind of monsters would be in the ruins.
Iruya's sense of judgment would definitely be a hindrance to the overall operation of things.
It's probably best to stay away from him.
It would be convenient if he was to perish by himself, but it would still be troublesome if the overall formation became broken. A faint smile appeared on Hecaran's face as he reached his conclusion, and adjusted his attitude towards Iruya, towards the direction of discard after use.
Over there must be the members of Foresight.
Oh yeah. The look of his eyes when he saw Imina was filled with prejudice and disdain. There were rumors that Iruya hailed from slain theocracy, where humans were considered the most superior race. As an alleged citizen of the theocracy, he had the tendency to treat those with mixed blood as lower-class humans.
His eyes did not hide his disdain for such a woman to stand as his equal.
Oi, don't be so hostile to my comrade, okay?
Of course, we'll be comrades for the same work this time. I'll definitely be cooperative.
Perhaps the powerful wild child Aruya matured, but Hecarim was still afraid that he would run amok. In short, he could feel the mental instability of Aruya.
Hecarim couldn't relax even after giving the warning. That's how unpleasant the atmosphere was. Hecarim decided to be careful of him. Trust me.
Anyway, returning to the previous topic, I don't mind letting someone else take leadership during this trip.
As long as there are no special cases, I'll follow the orders given. If we encounter battle, I don't mind taking the front lines. I'll let you guys witness my blade skills. Understood. Well then, I'll be returning to my team then. If there are any problems, just call me.
Aruya bowed and walked off. Hecarim's face slightly twitched after seeing a number of women following Aruya. However, showing one's emotions here was simply unacceptable. It was not uncommon for situations to suddenly turn unfavorable after one's emotions were exposed. As the leader of a team, this kind of behavior would be unacceptable.
Hecarim suppressed his emotions and removed all facial expressions. Looking away from what he considered as trash, he greeted the final person. Yo, Palpatra.
Yo, Hecarim. Golden hair, blue eyes.
His fair skin denoted a healthy complexion under the sun.
He possessed the common features of a person from the Empire like Hecarim. His features were ordinary with nothing distinguishing.
His age was around the mid-20s. Palpatra was wearing full plate mail. On his back was a spear and a large shield. His equipment were more focused on defense than attack. Hence, he was called the Iron Wall.
Fumu.
However, that guy seems a bit dangerous.
Towards the Parapatra who spoke in a hushed voice.
Hecarim nodded in agreement. That's right.
It doesn't matter if he ends up killing himself, but it'll be bad if we end up getting dragged down with him. Indeed, it's true that guy is really strong, but his overconfidence could endanger the rest of us.
He's like a walking hazard.
Greenham also chipped in with a whispered so troublesome to deal with. After seeing Aruya's attitude, almost none of the workers would think otherwise. Also, just how strong is that guy anyways?
I haven't been to the arena recently. Hecarim does not know as well? I did not see it personally.
I didn't visit the arena nor have I worked with him before. Greenham? Greenham's helmet moved left and right.
I've only heard about it but never witnessed in person.
I might be able to find out more if I ask my comrades.
In the end, how do we define the threshold for strong?
If we use Gazifstranov as the reference point, from what this old man currently know of.
For example, that's right.
Where would we place the 4 knights of the Empire? The knights titled Heavy Explosion, Unmovable, Lightning, and Violent Wind. What about the Grand Republic's Dragon Lords? Come on, let's limit it to just the swordsmen among humans for now.
Then the most of the Grand Council is out.
They are full of demi-humans after all. There are strong ones among them, like Dragon Knights. Then the Devil Lord of the Colosseum is out, the Holy Knight of the Roble Kingdom.
Oh, indeed there was.
The maiden who carries the Holy Sword?
Her skill with the sword was rather terrifying. The conversation became more energized.
While it was natural for workers to gather information on strong enemies, this was something they extremely enjoyed as warriors. The average capability for those from slain theocracy is rather high.
But none of them seemed exceptional.
Even there is, it would be their magic casters who utilizes holy magic. How about the kingdom's A+ ranked female adventurer? The one known as not breast but pecs.
She is indeed strong.
They are some A-class adventurers that will kill you if you casually call them by their nicknames.
If only on skill, it's a bit difficult.
From adventurers and workers, then the Hero Summer, or Dark Lord. Crystal S. Cerebriate, Flaming Red Lotus, Optics, and Brain Unglaeus?
The conversation halted for the first time.
Who's that? Parapatra asked Greenham.
You don't know? He is quite famous in the kingdom though. Hecaran was asked if he knew, but he also shook his head. You really don't?
Greenham was slightly surprised, and dug up his past memories to talk about the man-brain.
When I participated in the fighting competition in the kingdom, he beat me in an instant. He was ridiculously strong. Was that the competition where Gazif Stranov won?
Yes.
Well, Brain lost to Gazif in the end. But it was an amazing fight.
I feel blessed to have been able to seen it. How did he deflect that and how did he attack from there? It was amazing.
Greenham spoke of that man.
If he could fight with the strongest warrior in the surrounding kingdoms, Gazif Stranov on even terms, then his strength was top class. Hearing that there were strong people he did not know, Hecaran felt admiration.
Now, Brain and Iruya, who's stronger? Brain. Greenham instantly replied. I do not know how he currently is, but he is a genius of the sword. I was defeated in 2 swings.
Of course, I am stronger than before, but I do not feel confident. Well, he's better than Iruya.
The sound of flesh hitting something and the screams of a woman could be heard.
All of the workers' gazes gathered at one spot. Several dropped their center of gravity, ready to dive into battle at any time.
There, one of Iruya's comrades, doubtful, had fallen in front of him. As to whether she was hit, imagining it was not difficult.
Hecaran felt displeased, but then panically faced one of his comrades, Imana.
From her face, she was still maintaining her fighting stance. And her blade was at the ready.
She gave off the feeling that if anything more were to occur, she would act.
Panicking, Hecaran gestured at her to hold it in. Personally, Hecaran felt the same as Imana. However, they could not butt into the affairs of other teams. Of course, if they decided to, they could do it. However, there was a need to bear all the consequences. In fact, several other members of the teams made the same faces, but they were not moving.
After making a rude gesture at Iruya's back, she clicked her tongue.
Now, we should end this talk here. Hecaran spoke to the other 2 to change the conversation. Yes, Hecaran has arrived, and the most important things have been decided.
Iruya has left, but who should hold command over all the teams?
Silence accompanied Greenham's words. There were 4 worker teams. While it was a considerable fighting force, if there was no one to command, then it would be impossible to work well. Eve having multiple arms, one could do nothing if not controlled.
And to communicate well with teams with such strong personalities was quite the task. Especially if complaints could not be voiced. If one did not try to take leadership, when done badly the other 3 teams would dislike them. Honestly, wouldn't it be fine to not choose an overall leader?
That is just postponing the problem. It will be dangerous during a battle. What about rotating it once a day? True.
Then, shall we give the right to lead in order of our arrival? What about Iruya's, Tunbu? Iruya abandoned his choice, so he shouldn't mind. Then, first would be our Heavy Masher's turn.
Please do, Greenham.
Got it. Well, within the Empire we should not encounter dangerous monsters, so there is no problem.
The trouble will start when we enter the kingdom. We will be quite close to a forest as well. We should have started from the back. As Hecaran hugged his head, the 2 silently smiled.
Afterwards, their expressions immediately hardened and they faced the finally brightened hall. Most of the surrounding workers were headed there.
At that moment, a butler walked in. He had a ramrod straight posture. It was an attitude that suited one that worked for an earl. As the butler walked to the front of the workers, he bowed. While no one responded, he politely spoke. It is time.
We are grateful to those who have accepted the request of our earl family.
The ones accompanying you from our house are these 2. The destination is the great underground tomb of Nazarick within the kingdom. The period to investigate for is 3 days. The following payment will depend on the information brought back. So, it will be discussed at a later date. If there are no problems, please follow me. I shall guide you to the prepared location. Why do you have information on that tomb?
What information should be prioritized?
There were various questions, but the workers knew from experience what would be answered. If they would be informed, then it would already have been given to them. For that reason, all of them silently followed behind.
The ones at the back, was Hecaran and the rest's foresight?
Imina, who was next to Hecaran, whispered, It would be nice if that piece of shit died.
Imina spat out the hateful words she could not contain about Iruya.
It was quite a suppressed voice, one could not be sure if it was due to her anger or restraint. Hecaran could not read her, and could only pray it was the latter. I have heard from the rumors, but he is a terrible man.
The worst. Everyone from Foresight expressed their unhappiness.
It was natural.
On top of having Imina as their comrade, Iruya's actions were difficult to forgive. Apart from Iruya, everyone on Iruya's team were women. And elves.
If it was just that, then Imina and the other members would not be displeased.
However, there was a reason for Iruya's attitude earlier. All of the female elves were provided the bare minimum wear, but there were parts that were torn and not patched well.
And the ears that should have poked out from their short hair was gone from the middle. That was the proof of a slave.
They, all of Iruya's team members, were elf slaves from the slain theocracy.
The slain theocracy allowed for slavery of other races.
And in the case of elves, their proof of slavery was not a brand, but to have half of their ears cut off.
It was true that the Empire did not allow slavery.
However, there were occasions where this was given a silent nod, such as demi-humans fighting in the Colosseum.
Iruya's elf slaves had that type of relationship with the Empire.
The percentage of humans in the Baharuth Empire, Riastai's kingdom and the slain theocracy was about 100%, with a mindset that was more isolationist than the surrounding countries. So demi-humans, even Imina, found it difficult to live in these countries.
However, only dwarfs were different.
The Azalesia mountain range that ran along the border of the Baharuth Empire and the Riastai's kingdom. There was a dwarf kingdom located within, and since the Empire had trading relationships with them, the rights of the dwarves were secured.
I can understand that the elves are pitiful. However, what we cannot do is save them. Imina did not reply and heaved a sigh.
She could internalize it, but she had to bear it. Accepting the 100% displeased signal, Roberdijk and Arch both stiffened their dissatisfaction.
Since the one who should be the angriest was keeping herself in check, they themselves should not show it. The workers headed towards two large carriages. The horses pulling them were different from the usual. One of the workers who saw them whispered,
Sleipnir. Yes.
The horse pulling the carriage had 8 legs. The race of this horse was known as Sleipnir. They were larger than normal horses, and they were stronger, had more endurance and maneuverability. So they were the best tameable beast that could run on land. Of course, their price was quite high.
With a price equal to that of 10 war horses, even nobles had trouble keeping them.
2 carriages with 2 horses each for a total of 4. Even if one was lost during the adventure, they could only say that this was nice. No, that's not it, Hecaran thought. The ones who could see it thought the same thing. That it was that needed of a job. Please use this carriage. Food supplies are inside.
Roberdijk.
Understood.
At least one person from each team went as a representative, checked the interior and confirmed what the butler said.
The carriages had a large amount of food and a magic item that could dispense water. Considering the time it would take to arrive, it was more than enough. Since they were undergoing a secret mission, this was all the provisions they would receive. However, even taking that into account, this would be fine.
The representatives handling the provisions talked among themselves, checking if anything was amiss.
Hecaran walked over to Greenham. This was as they had something they needed to talk about.
Sorry, Greenham.
What is it?
About the sharing of carriages, can we separate from Tunbu?
Greenham moved his helmet to check on Imina. He then nodded.
Got it. Then we will share a carriage with Tunbu.
Sorry about that. My thanks. Do not fret. In this round of request, we are all comrades.
It would be troublesome if anything happens before we even start investigation and infiltration work.
Then, let's go.
Seeing that the handler conveyed his understanding, Greenham shouted out his orders. Within 4/5 of their journey to the Great Tomb Nazarick, no major issues arise due to the Empire's superb security measures.
Within the Empire's territory, bands of knights would frequently patrol the area. It would be rare to have groups of monsters loitering around. Even bandit attacks were uncommon. Hence, the problem lay with the final 1/5 of their journey, which was after entering the kingdom's territory.
Due to the nature of their job within the kingdom's land, they decided not to use the major roadways but chose to travel on the empty plains. Traveling within no man's land would undoubtedly raise the chances of encountering monsters.
With the current team of workers, they could easily overcome most monsters.
Nonetheless, they could not rest their laurels.
Monsters like basilisk and cockatrice with their petrifying gaze. There was also the fatally poisonous dove, where a simple scratch from it will easily result in fatality. Luckily, they never encountered any such monsters when they entered the kingdom.
Soon, they reached their destination, the great underground tomb of Nazarick. This was likely the blessing of Lady Luck towards Hecaran and the other workers.
The great underground tomb of Nazarick.
The grounds were surrounded by thick stone walls, 6 meters in height.
There were only 2 entrances leading inside. One front and one at the back. A newly built wooden house was seen beside the front entrance. On one hand, the grass growing within the grounds were neatly trimmed, giving the impression that the place was neat and tidy.
On the other hand, there were many large trees as well, creating a rather eerie atmosphere. The tombstones were arranged randomly, like the croquet teeth of an ugly witch.
This contrasted with the tidy landscape of the tomb. Outside observers would feel uneased by it.
Numerous artistically detailed sculptures of angels and goddesses dotted the place.
The sculptures would be evaluated highly for their aesthetics values.
Located at the north, south, east, and west sides of the tomb were 4 small-scale mausoleums. The center of the grounds was occupied by a large luxurious mausoleum. The central mausoleum was surrounded by 8 sculptures of armored knights, measuring more than 10 meters in height.
There were no movements within the grounds.
A magic caster who used the flight spell observed layout for the great underground tomb of Nazarick from the air.
The 18 workers who were involved with this round of request were observing the great tomb of Nazarick, 300 meters away from the back door. As they observed the place, their brows could not help but frown at the information they received. Those who frowned the deepest was the magic casters.
Among the workers, they could be considered as the most knowledgeable.
All of them huddled together, discussing the information. Their question was, why a tomb existed here at such a place? They already found it weird after investigating by books. However, it would be understandable if they wanted to hide the place. But there were no signs of any logging. Nothing exists here other than empty plains. The place was not a convenient spot to build a tomb.
Considering the practical purpose for a tomb, it was weird to build such a luxurious tomb, so far from civilization.
Needless to say, it was highly inconvenient.
If the purpose for the mausoleum was not to serve as the resting spot for the dead but as a monument of someone that had great achievements from the past, it would be understandable.
As this had been done before. Yet, they could not find any matching history nor legends linked to Nazarick.
Furthermore, they could not understand why there were many tombstones occupying the place.
Every team combined the information they collected, but found nothing usable. Or it could also mean that none successfully entered the place. No information about such a remarkable tomb leaked out. The presence of a log house indicates that someone was managing the place. So, the information they obtained was not entirely useless.
Considering that the Royal de Maisons was nearby, it would seem that the place was guarded by the kingdom's soldiers.
But the place does not seem to be on alert. In the end, everything seemed very unnatural.
Their sense of uneasiness was like something that was stuck in the throat, causing them to narrow their brows. In truth, the unnatural landscape made it look like a trap.
If it was a trap, however, there was quite a number of unanswered questions. What was the reason for sending workers into the territory of the kingdom instead of the empires?
The workers burned their brains thinking about everything.
But they could not think of any leads.
Now, what do we do? Hecaran asked the tired-looking arch who just returned. In short, when it's night, 3 teams of workers would act covertly.
The remaining team will pretend to be adventurers. They will try to perform friendly negotiations with those who were within the wooden house. So it seems.
We could be easily detected if we tried to infiltrate during daytime. Although the walls of Nazarick were tall, they could not see any sentries.
It gave the feeling that there would be no problems if they tried to sneak in now.
Still, it's best avoid unexpected situation, plus it would be safer to operate under the cover of darkness. Besides, there was still time until nightfall. If they keep up their observation on the tomb, they might gain some new information. Although there was a limited time frame for them to fulfill the request,
the time would be considered well spent for the intelligent. Wouldn't it be safer to use invisibility to investigate the place? We've considered it,
but there was the possibility of brewing trouble.
Hence, it would be better to check out the place in one go. At least, we could glean something, no matter how trivial it may be.
Although invisibility magic exists, there were many ways of countering it.
The spell was not foolproof.
If the workers decided to approach the place while the effects of that spell and was detected by the tomb's sentries or someone related, the alert level for the place would be increased.
If they were unlucky, it may reach a level where it would be impossible for them to infiltrate the place.
To avoid such a circumstance from developing, they decided it was better for them to act together.
Then, I really wished that they give us some resting time.
Yes, each team would take turns to be on alert.
We'll stick to the arrangements made since departing from the Earl's place. In other words, our team would be the last. That's right. We'll switch after every 2 hours. It will be quite a while before we reach our turn.
As the conversation reached here, Arch turned her head and dropped her shoulders.
Thanks for the hard work.
Roberdike nodded towards Arch.
This is really tiring. We spend so long because that terrible man tried to forcefully push his agenda. We used quite some effort to refute him.
That man does not know the meaning of accommodating others. Oh, Aruya was it? Just call him Mr. Lowest piece of shit.
Towards Imina, who was filled with murderous rage, Hecaran smiled and tried to change the topic. Then, until it is our turn. Let's go back and set up camp.
Agreed. Although it might not rain now, it would be unfortunate for us if we are not prepared.
Imina, when it's your turn to head out.
Don't show such a scary face. Okay then, I am really bursting with anger.
Let's set up camp somewhere further away at least.
If it's the preassigned spot, it should be okay. In truth, the spot was not that suitable.
If they were too close, it may result in an argument. Let's go.
Hey Graham, we are heading back first. Oh.
The 4 of them started walking away.
They waved towards Greenham from Heavy Mashers, the first team to start sentry duties.
The more I think about it, the more puzzling it is, the Earl's request. Everyone turned their heads towards that voice.
They noticed that Arch stopped moving and was looking at the tomb.
The remaining 3, including Hecaran, stopped moving as well as they gazed upon the walls of Nazarick.
Those thick-set walls were not made from stacked stones.
It looked more like it was carved out from a stone basin. It would be impossible to transport a 300-meter-long stone. They could have annealed the stones together. But this was not a technique known to man. Likely it belonged to the stone race, the dwarven craftsmanship. It could also be that of dragons whose intellect surpassed that of humans. There was also the possibility that it belonged to an unknown race.
Just by looking at the outer wall, they could think of many possibilities.
Hecaran in the end could not help himself but laughed, trying to suppress his excitement. It might be that a powerful undead was sealed within. Ah wah. So scary. That's really fake, Hecaran. It's nothing like me at all.
Personally, I find it disgusting. Yeah, sorry. But why this place though?
If it's to say that the tomb magically appear here, then it would make sense.
3 pairs of flipped eyes were directed towards Roberdike, who mumbled to himself.
Don't be ridiculous.
Boring. Totally unbelievable.
I am not saying like that happened. It was just a sudden thought. Roberdike bemoaned with a hurt look. Still, it is kinda exciting. Yep. For what reason this tomb was built? What sort of person was buried here? This really stimulated my intellectual curiosity. Agree. Turning the unknown into the known is a little exciting.
Under the night sky, the 13 workers started their operation.
Their first objective was the walls surrounding Nazarick.
As many of them were wearing armor, their movements would be slowed and the occasional voice would appear, making it hard for them to appear stealthy.
However, these were only common conjectures. To people who could use magical abilities, it was not impossible to solve such a minor issue.
Firstly, they would use silence with a magic that could eliminate the noise at a certain radius, whether it was noise from the armor or their footsteps would not be transmitted.
Next would be invisibility. Once they became invisible, it would be extremely difficult to be detected visually.
As a precaution, a rogue that was enchanted with the spells, invisibility, Fly and Eagle Eye was covering them from the sky.
He was observing the group surrounding, to enable them to arrive at the walls safely. His hands was holding onto an arrow that was laced with paralyzing poison in preparation for any immediate response. Every one of them arrived at walls safely just as they predicted.
In the midst of their inspection, the great underground tomb of Nazarick did not employ any nighttime surveillance network.
Not only were the sentries missing, not even a gravekeeper could be found.
Furthermore, there was not even a shadow that came out from the wooden house.
They were overdoing it by using so much magic for a defenseless tomb. Their action was in fact a request from their employer. It would be troublesome to become a wanted criminal within the kingdom. But there would be more problems after that. Overcoming the wall, inspecting the insides and infiltrating the tomb.
While still under the effects of invisibility, the workers began their next move.
The next step would be infiltrating the tomb. There were 2 ways to approach it: scaling the wall or entering it via the main gate.
There were gaps on the gate like that of a lattice door. Although there were gaps, the width was too narrow for a person to pass through.
The gate was nearly 4 meters in height. It would be difficult to forcibly push it open.
Furthermore, the walls were slippery as if it was carved out from a single stone.
Scaling it would be very difficult. It would take some time even with climbing tools. But the experienced workers already had a plan for it.
A strange rod about 30 centimeters in length suddenly floated in the air before it fell to the ground. It floated in the air as if an invisible person lifted it, and the rod suddenly emitted a faint light after it was bent. This special rod, a fluorescent rod, once bent, the alchemical liquid inside would be mixed, causing it to be fluorescent. Once invoked, the magic invisibility would affect all things possessed at the time of activation. In order to make it visible, the item had to be withdrawn from one's body.
A few of those lights moved left to right. Once it was spent, the rods were disposed of. The alchemical solution was sprinkled on the ground, seeping into the soil. All traces of it was gone.
After a while, 3 pieces of rope dropped from the top of the wall.
Knots were formed at fixed intervals along the rope.
It was the work of the rogue who was in the sky. He landed on top of the wall that surrounded the great underground tomb of Nazarick.
The rope shook easily. If a person was looking at the place closely, he or she would notice the climbing figures of invisible people.
Even magic casters like Arch, who rely more on their magic than muscles, could easily climb it with the strength of their arms.
They do not require further training to strengthen their muscles. The first who arrived at the top began to chant a magic. Then, another 3 pieces of rope dropped down from the wall. The end of the rope was not secured, but it looked as if it was glued to the air. The setup looked fragile at a glance. But none of them were worried about it and slipped down the rope. As the magic effect was lost on the rope, it flopped down towards the ground. Those responsible for it retrieved the ropes.
Although it was weird to see coils of rope floating in midair, there was no helping it.
With this, 13 workers successfully infiltrated the grounds of Nazarick. Their series of actions was the proof of them being veteran of many battles.
All of them acted under the unfavorable condition where they could not see nor hear each other. A detailed plan, each team trusting each other, grasping the opposite's action.
Without these factors, they would not be successful. Of course, for a team to work well, they need to have a good relationship between those who lead and those who will lead.
And they split up. Their first targets would be the small mausoleums at all 4 corners.
There were 3 teams that successfully infiltrated Nazarick. They decided to each investigate a different target.
As the effects of invisibility had expired, they all reappeared.
Then, each team moved towards the mausoleum they were tasked with.
Shrinking their bodies, using the tombstone, trees or statues as cover, they moved quietly through the grave.
Silence was still in effect. Hence, they did not make any noise.
As Heavy Masher's leader, Greenham approached the mausoleum, his eyes widened. Because the temple was more luxurious than what he expected initially.
The mausoleum was humongous, built by stones layered on top of each other.
The surface of the white stone wall was smooth.
Although the building looked like it had quite the history behind it, there were no signs of staining from rains nor any weathering effect from wind and snow.
A thick iron-grilled door sat above 3 layers of marbled stairs.
The doors were so polished that there were no signs of any rust. The black-tinged iron grills were practically shining.
The casual observer would understand how well the building was cared for. In other words, one could deduce that someone was taking care of the tomb.
As Greenham thought about this, he looked at the log house.
His teammate, the thief, headed towards the front, closely examining the first layer of steps. Greenham received the hand signal to fall back due to the effects of the magic, silence, and he slowly retreated, to avoid any potential area of effect traps.
The thief was focused intently on his examination. But he could not help but feel anxious himself. The fleshy human body was nothing but a vessel to hold the soul.
As the vessel began to decay, the soul will be recalled by God. Henceforth, the dead should be immediately buried in their graves, basically within the earth.
But those with privilege like the nobles do things differently.
In the event of an immediate burial, they have no choice but to dig up the grave again in order to confirm that the dead body was decaying. For this, to obtain the proof that the body was decaying, they would leave the dead for a period. Of course, they would not have chosen a spot like their homes.
For such a purpose, they would utilize the cemetery's mausoleum. They would place the body there for a period.
The cleric would then make a decision after observing for signs of decay and whether the soul within had returned to God's side. The area where they placed such bodies would be the communal space within the mausoleum. Several stone platforms would be erected within the vast hall and the bodies would be placed there.
It would be a common sight to see rotting bodies neatly lined into a row.
Anyone seeing such a scene would have been creeped out.
Since this was just a common sense in this world, the scene would have been treated as something natural.
But for nobles who possessed both power and money, things would be different for them. They would not be using communal mausoleums but those which were passed down by their ancestors.
The bodies of these influential people would be placed here until summoned back by God.
It was not surprising that a mausoleum would be a symbol of power.
It would be quite common to find furniture and treasures decorating the interiors of the mausoleum.
In other words, to the grave diggers, the mausoleum was like a treasure vault to them. Hence, it would not be surprising that traps were set up in such a place to deter robbers.
Hence, the more luxurious the mausoleum, the more dangerous it was. Therefore, the thief was investigating the place more carefully than usual.
After finishing his investigation on the stairs, the thief moved towards the iron doors.
At that moment, the sound of their surrounding returned. The effect of silence had reached its end. The timing was perfect.
The thief stealthily approached the main door.
He placed something like a listening device to the door, checking for sounds inside the door.
After a few seconds, the thief turned towards Greenham and the others, shaking his head.
The meaning was there's nothing here. Every member of Heavy Masher was showing a suspicious expression. The thief was shaking his head from left to right. The thief himself tilted his head in puzzlement as if the situation itself was strange. It was extremely weird that such a luxurious mausoleum had hardly anything. It was also a mystery as to why the place was not locked up as well.
If the thief could not detect anything else, next would be the vanguard's turn. Greenham proceeded to the front while the thief started to oil the door.
The other warrior with his shield stood forward. In a single breath, Greenham pressed down on the door knob and the door opened slowly.
As the door was oiled beforehand, or possibility due to the place being well maintained.
The thick-set doors swung open easily.
The warrior who was on the sides earlier now stood between the entrance and Greenham.
His shield was raised to counter any possible traps or sudden attacks.
There was nothing like traps shooting arrows at them as the iron doors fully opened. Only complete darkness appeared in front of Heavy Mashers.
Continuous light.
The arcane magic caster used a spell to light up the ends of the warrior's mace.
The magical illumination could be adjusted to a certain degree.
The insides of the mausoleum began to brighten up.
With the invocation of the spell, the warrior's weapon began to glow as well. From both source of light, one could easily mistaken that the room belonged to that of royalty.
In the middle of the room was a white stone coffin, similar to those placed in the temple altar.
The coffin was 2.5 meters tall, decorated with detailed but conserved figures. At all four corners of the room were white statues of knights carrying both sword and shield.
Does anyone here recognize the emblem?
No idea on that.
On the wall was a flag with a strange emblem threaded with golden threads. Although they were at a foreign country, the magic caster and the thief who committed the details of many noble families into their memories did not recognize it.
It would be safer to assume that it did not originate from the kingdom.
Could it be a noble predating the foundation of the kingdom?
You mean 200 years ago?
200 years ago, the demon gods laid waste to many countries. Around here, there were few countries with a history of more than 200 years. The kingdom, Holy Kingdom, theocracy and the empire was established within the 200 years history. Saying that, to be maintained without a trace damage over time.
What sort of material was used to build this place?
Probably due to the effects of preservation magic.
Everyone had their own questions.
The thief entered the room carefully, searching every inch of the place.
The remaining people placed a thick metal rod between the doors. Even with the trapping mechanism, the door will not close off entirely.
To prevent the lights from spilling outside, they only closed one side of the door. As the thief examined the interior, Greenham and the others kept their vigilance towards their surroundings. As they have no choice but to rely on magical light, although it may expose them to any observers. As there were no sign of movement outside, the thief moved directly below the flag, examining it.
Bracing himself, he reached out a hand towards the flag.
After touching it, he quickly withdrew his hand.
This probably worth something. It was weaved with metal threads.
Huh? Okay.
What?
Could such a flag exist?
Astonishment voices leaked from many people. And in a hurry every one of them approached the flag and touched it. The cold texture was exactly that of metal. Hey. You never heard of this? Me too.
What's with this mausoleum?
Which high nobility does it belong to? No, probably not high nobility. Maybe it belonged to the royal family. What sort of delicate alloy was used to make this flag? What would be the price of such a flag? Unable to imagine it, everyone in Heavy Masher could not say a word. Should we take it back?
After hearing the question from the thief, it was Greenham who was first to recover from shocked.
The thing looks rather bulky. No doubt it is heavy too. Let's recover it later.
Any suggestions?
Understood. After confirming that there were no other opinions, the thief nodded. This is the result of the search. There are no traps nor hidden doors. Then, I'll be troubling you. Greenham nodded towards the magic caster.
His teammate evoked a spell as if understanding his intentions.
Detect magic. I don't sense the presence of any magical items.
Along with the words from the magic caster whom used a spell to detect the flow of magic earlier, a sense of disappointment started to spread around the confines of the mausoleum.
That was obvious because the most valuable type of treasure was not present.
The price of magical items were astronomical. Just a simple enchanted sword would fetch a decent price. Even a full plate armor enchanted with a simple weight-reducing spell would be considered as a precious treasure. Then, the next would be that fella over there.
Their attention was focused on the stone coffin located in the middle of the room.
The thief took some time examining it before confirming that there were no traps. Greenham and the warrior nodded at each other before working on the lid of the stone coffin.
As the coffin was rather huge, they thought the cover would be quite heavy. However, it was surprisingly light to them. The two almost lost their balance as they put in an excess amount of force.
The cover for the stone coffin was removed.
The contents reflected the light, causing a dazzling radiance filled out.
Gold and silver, mixed with a myriad of precious stones with different colors. They were also various decorative pieces that were radiating brightly mixed within the haphazardly piled gold coins. As he had an epiphany after looking at the flag, Greenham's face underneath the armor began to smile.
He silently looked at the thief who had something on his hands, a dazzling golden necklace. Needless to say, it was also a remarkable work of art.
Not because that it was a golden necklace, but the golden chain itself contained intricately carved figurines. The price is estimated to be around 100 gold pieces. Considering the location, it could go as high as 150 gold pieces. Various expressions were formed after hearing the thief's appraisal.
Some started to whistle while others began to grin.
But they share one common feature: every pair of eyes were reflecting their inner joy and the flames of their desires.
This too might be a hidden mountain of treasure. This is really great.
I am so happy that I feel like I am soaring through the sky.
Really, it would be a waste just to leave the treasure here. Then let us spend it wisely.
As he said this, the magic caster took out a large ruby ring from the pile and he placed a kiss on the stone.
So big.
The cleric sticked out a hand and grabbed a handful of coins.
Some of the coins slipped through his finger, dropping back into the pile. The crisp sound of metal as the coins rubbed on each other was heard. Never saw this type of gold coin before. Which age and country does it belong to? The thief, who used a knife to scratch the surface of the count, sounded amazed. This really is quite the gold coin. Its weight alone was twice of those coin we use. Coupled with its artistic values, the price will bound to go up.
Really, this is, ho ho ho.
It started with a chuckle. Then, everyone started to laugh as if they could not help themselves.
Although they had this amount to be shared amongst them, each person would still attain a considerable sum of money. Everyone was thinking of the ways to best utilize the money. Of course, there were the matters regarding proper ownership and also the part where the treasure was discovered within the territory of the kingdom.
However, a worker was different from an adventurer. They would not question the act of stealing treasures. You lot can thank God later. Just take whatever we can grab. We have to meet up with the others. Our share will decrease if we are late.
Ooh. A loud cheer sounded out in response to Greenham's word, filled with excitement and heated passion towards the newly discovered treasure.
Chapter 55, Invaders Part 3. The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. In the center was a large mausoleum.
Surrounding it were 8 to 10-meter-tall armored warrior sculptures. At the feet of those warriors that seemed to be able to move at any moment.
Hecarim was hiding there and focusing on monitoring one of the corners of the mausoleum.
After a while, he noticed the figures of 5 people running while hiding their bodies from the mausoleum.
He confirmed that there was nothing strange with their running, and did not see anything in the surroundings.
Since there were no problems, he breathed a sigh of relief as those figures reached him. As Heavy Masha approached, Hecarim's surroundings suddenly silenced. This was as they had entered the range of the spell's silence. Greenham, who was at the front, ran towards Hecarim, whose body was peeking out from the statue's feet.
And since silence was erased, sound returned to the surroundings.
"Oh, Greenham.
You're late.
My bad.
It seems we are the last." At Hecarim's words, Greenham made an apologetic gesture. "Well, you seem fine, so there's no problem. We're not there yet, but how shall we proceed inside the mausoleum?" Hecarim bent his body as if leading Greenham and started walking.
Since they were the first to arrive, a certain level of investigation had been done.
"How was your side?"
Greenham spoke from behind.
There was an obvious excitement. Basically it was the same as Hecarim's situation. Hecarim smiled, and recalled the mountain of treasure in his possession. He then turned around and showed the same excitement as Greenham. There was quite a bit. "How exciting. You too. It was a good choice coming here."
"Agreed."
"How many mountains of treasure are there? I have to thank the Great One that was buried here. If we found this much, there might not be much inside." "No, I believe that there is much more inside."
"Ho ho.
"Then how much do you think we can find this time, wanna bet?" "It'll be great. On top of finding more treasure, I'll getting more from you."
"Great." The two spoke in low voices, however, they showed wide grins to each other.
Stealing treasures from someone's grave. Naturally this was a crime, but while adventurers would mind, workers had neither a horn nor claw of guilt. If they did, then they would not be a worker. What is that?"
At the foot of one of the giant statues, something like a stone monument was placed.
Since it was dark, it could not be seen clearly, but one could make out faint symbols engraved on it.
"That is? That?"
Hecarim strained his eyes, and grasped what Greenham was asking about. It was the same thing he himself had questions about.
Hecarim, without slowing down, informed Greenham of the results of the inspection as they headed towards the entrance of the mausoleum. Originally, they wondered if it was fine to easily give away information that they even had to use magic to gather, but this time they had a large team, comrades to work with.
There was the chance of hiding information leading to a non-profitable situation.
And the contents of the symbols was something even Hecarim and Iruya's teams were unable to grasp.
The hope that Greenham might know appeared in his head. "That stone monument thing has symbols written on it. What does it say?"
An unknown language, and Arch had to use magic to understand it. It was Taros Ver 2.10.
What is that? Words that relate to this tomb?
Everyone in Heavy Masha could hear Hecarim's voice. However, since no one said anything, the chance of no one knowing anything was high. Erasing his faint hope with a "well, this is how it is," Hecarim replied to Greenham's question.
"This is Arch's speculation. The numbers might have some meaning. It might be a riddle inside the tomb. Well, it would be best to keep it in mind." "True. I shall do that." Leaving the front of the statue, they climbed 10 flights of stairs, made from a white stone, and the entrance to the mausoleum spread out before them.
A chilly atmosphere flowed out from inside.
"It smells of death." "Ah. True." Hecarim agreed with Greenham's whisper.
The smell of tombs was mixed with a frost.
It was a smell that workers often met. It was also similar to the smell of undead. Inside was a large hall. On the left and right were countless stone platforms, and beyond there were stairs heading down. The door in front was currently wide open. "This way." Hecarim led Greenham's group down the stairs. Right after the stairs was a large hall.
It was made as if to trap intruders, and in the middle of it were Hecarim's comrades, Foresight, and Tunbu.
However, one team was missing.
Now, what to do?
It seems they are not coming. The rendezvous time is past. The team that was to inspect the log house did not arrive. That was proof that something happened. At least there was someone in the log house. If they were to take safety measures, then retreating would be best. There was still enough time given to them. There was no need to forcefully advance. However, one thought stole their attention. That was the sparkling of the treasure they obtained on their way here. That countless shimmers could not leave their heads. They did not think that a battle had occurred at the log house. They were only having tea and talking with humans. They were simply late.
And so, Hecarim agreed with his baseless thoughts. Even if we wait, nothing will come about, so let us enter and split up. However, if we find stairs, we are not to descend today.
How about it? No problem. Same here.
I have investigated a bit inside, and as we open the door, there will be a cross-shaped intersection 20 meters in. Shall we split up and investigate?
No problem. Understood. Then shall we go? Hecarim's suggestion was immediately accepted. This was as everyone had the same thoughts, and were taken in by the same greed. And so they took their first step. The first step into the great underground tomb of Nazarick. The first step into despair. Let us rewind time just a bit.
The group of workers led by Parapatra, Ironwall, was moving along the outer walls of Nazarick, heading towards the log cabin. As the group approached the cabin, they noticed other than its size, the design of the cabin was rather normal. Now that they were standing in front of the building, they could finally appreciate its size.
It would rather troublesome to transport so much timber just to construct it. The craftsmanship was detailed.
As there was no light filtering out of the building, the group was unsure how many occupants there were. The front gate and the back gate had the same design. However, both gates were wide open, raising the question as to its intended purpose. Palpatra withdrew a magical item from his back, the chameleon mask, a mask that allowed him to disguise his face.
After putting it on, his looks changed.
Although he wanted to act friendly, he had no intentions of revealing his face to those people from the kingdom. Moreover, once the others' team started a ruckus, he did not want to be the sole scapegoat.
I'm going. Waving towards his teammates, Palpatra started his approach towards the cabin. All this while, he did not drop his level of alertness, but sniffing for traps along the way would raise suspicion. He managed to arrive safely at the front of the cabin. Not using a lot of strength, he knocked on the door several times clearly before speaking.
Excuse me.
We are lost, is anyone here? He spoke in a mild friendly tone that he had worked hard to create. He waited a while, still there was no answer.
He decided to try and shout one more time.
As he prepared to knock, the door swung open. Welcome, guests.
Palpatra and his group dropped their mouths wide open. This was as, at the open doorway, was standing a beautiful woman in maid clothes.
There were various types of beauty, but the words that suited her was a beauty like the sun. She had healthy brown skin, and a bright expression that constantly changed. She would be in her 20s.
If he had met her in the estate of a great noble, then there would be nothing strange, but he expected either a brawny or melancholic man to come out, so he was surprised. However, the woman in front of him, her clothes and appearance, did not match the log house within the great underground tomb of Nazarick.
What is the matters?
No, I did not expect to meet such a beauty.
Wow. You are good at praisings. Palpatra's caution slightly dropped due to the laughing woman. Now, please come in. Well, pardon me. All your comrades as well.
Should someone been inside, he had the role of stalling the inhabitants to prevent them from finding out about the investigation of the other teams.
Palpatra had no qualms about entering. However, everyone could not enter. It was natural. Only Palpatra had a magic item that could change his face.
He could not let her memorize the face of his comrades.
It would be simple to kill her though.
It was a dangerous thought, but it cruelly flashed for an instant in his head, but Palpetra immediately dismissed it.
This was as the client had asked to not make a commotion. Well, if it comes down to it, then I have no choice but to kill her. No, they are quite boorish people. I will not be here for long, and so it will be fine if only I am present. Is that so's? And I would like to monopolize a beauty such as yourself. You have a good mouths. No, it is the truth. They both laughed. Then, pleases. The room was a log house as expected.
However, the ceiling in the room was made quite large, and it betrayed the expectation that there would be many rooms inside.
Since it was quite large, it felt as if he had become a dwarf, or perhaps it was due to him trying to shrink away from the restless feeling he had. Now please take a seats. My apologies for imposing. Palpetra sat down on the chair that was pointed to.
Since he was wearing full plate mail, he had quite the weight, causing the chair to squeak under the stress.
The maid sat in front of Palpetra. Do you want anything to drink? No thank you. While one might think that there was nothing to worry about, he rejected due to the chance of something being inside. This was something of a bad habit caused by doing dangerous jobs as a worker.
Now, I did not expect to meet such a beauty as yourself in such a place. Well, I am currently alone, but not always, you knows? Is that so? You do seem to be wearing maid's clothes. May I please be able to meet your master?
My masters.
Seeing the maid suddenly cut herself off, Palpetra wondered if he had done something bad.
He should be doing nothing suspicious so far. I believe it to be impossible.
My master is a busy person after all. The maid's sudden change of tone caused Palpetra's sense of caution to strengthen.
However, he had came here with minimal information. If he had to stop here, then it could not be helped. Is that so?
Then is your master a noble of the kingdom?
It seems he is in charge of this place.
A noble?
No, he is not. The maid's eyes narrowed slowly. Palpetra felt chills for an instant. The one sitting in front of him was a simple maid. Her arms were thin, so was her neck.
They were weak to the point that Palpetra could easily steal her life should he choose to attack.
However, why? Palpetra felt that there was a giant beast sitting in front of him.
Then what is he doing?
He is the ruler of this tomb.
Ruler?
Palpetra froze as he could not immediately understand the meaning of what was said.
Yes.
The ruler. The ruler of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, Eins Allgaun Summer. That is the name of my master. The woman's laughing figure was extremely beautiful.
However, below that layer of skin had thorns underneath.
The maid smiled at the dumbfounded Palpetra.
I have said that he is busy, but I believe that he is busy wondering how the current intruders are faring.
The sound of a falling chair was heard. This was as Palpetra suddenly stood up. Palpetra then ran to the door. He then opened it vigorously.
His comrades raised voices of surprise at the figure of Palpetra stumbling out of the door.
This is bad. It's a trap. Someone was about to cut in, but Palpetra shouted.
Immediately send a message.
Tell them to retreat. Palpetra shouted while moving away from the log house.
His eyes faced the door and he intended to immediately react should the maid leave.
It's impossible. It's being blocked.
Palpetra's eyes widened from his comrade Magic Caster's words, and he immediately fell into deep thought.
He had only one thought. To throw them to their deaths, or try to do the minimum. The other teams would have entered the center of the mausoleum by now. Should they head towards their lodging away from the gate, or should they pass by the large tomb?
If they cut through, then it should be fine to put in some effort at the mausoleum in their path.
He had no intention on risking their lives for the other teams, but the minimum should at least be done. Workers were not like adventurers and would become shields for or support others.
There were cases where nobles would become patrons for dirty jobs, but they could not fully trust them even for work.
What workers trusted the most were other rival workers. They did steal each other's jobs, and sometimes killed each other.
However, repaying debts of gratitude was something workers placed great importance on. So, workers who repaid their debts with revenge were hated, and it could not be helped if they were killed in their sleep.
Palpetra glared at the log house.
It was possible to tie that woman up and get her to spit out information. However, the time it would take to do so was extremely wasteful.
Head to the mausoleum.
Run.
Thinking for a bit, Palpetra came to a conclusion and ran to the main gate. The other members followed behind him.
They were probably thinking a lot of things, but immediately obeying the leader's orders was the hallmark of a good team.
Running across the tomb, they raced up the steps of the large mausoleum in the center.
After checking no one was around, he peeked out from the open door.
He did not feel any presences from the dim steps that lead underground. Retreat. We've been found out. He shouted in a loud voice.
Palpetra's voice echoed, and became a strange sound. Palpetra cleared his ears, but there was no reply.
Palpetra.
There are several women coming from behind?
His comrade at the entrance shouted to them. The earlier maid appeared in Palpetra's head. He felt fear like he was facing a giant beast. However, he had the confidence to run away. A battle will occur. Cast protective magic. Then let's go. He did what needed to be done. Palpetra slowly readied his weapons.
Palpetra and company descended the mausoleum steps, where there were women wearing maid clothes.
They numbered 4.
All were extremely beautiful, causing the strange atmosphere to thicken.
We meet agains. Commencing disposal. Stop.
Shizu. Our orders from Ein's Summer are to capture several alive.
Although he added if possible at the end. Understood. Meet Dango.
Entema, you as well.
We cannot eat these ready and delicious meat, Dango. Lupu is the same, right? I am fine with deep-fried potatoes. I like meats, but the same as En-chan is. Mixing liquids. I assume blending them together. No, that is bads.
I thought that it would taste the same as milk since the color was the same. Give me back my expectations is. Well, since I touched it I bared with it and finished all those.
Actually, that had very high calories. About 15 meals worth.
Serious is. Hitting her gauntlets together, one of the maids rang out her inner thoughts. Shall we stop there?
We have not greeted our guests yet.
Yes.
The voices of 3 people beautifully harmonized. The maid wearing gauntlets, probably their representative, was satisfied with the other 3 and faced Palpetra.
Now, welcome. I, Boku. My apologies, I, Watashi, am the representative of the maids working directly under the land steward Sabas, who works for Ein's Summer, Yuri Alpha.
I believe this will be a short meeting, but my introductions.
The woman, Yuri smiled kindly.
It was a smile that would entrance you, and make you fall in love.
He was raptured by her for an instant, but he immediately focused himself and steadied his eyes.
Ein's Summer has said the following. I shall give you who have not dirtied Nazarick a chance to return alive. If you can leave here, we shall not attack you any further. The brand of the strong. A tone of a superior looking down on the superiority that filled every crevice of the words.
This made Palpetra and the rest extremely unhappy, to the point that they wanted to let them undergo a painful experience. However, the appearances and their insides all screamed at the workers that the maids were strong.
So, Palpetra and the rest only glared. Everyone's opponents will be. Yuri hit her gauntlets together.
A shaking followed the high-pitched clanging sound. Nazarick older guards, come out. The ground slowly cracked, and the figures of 8 skeletons appeared.
Skeletons themselves were not much of an enemy. Palpetra's group could take on several at a time.
Even if several hundred attacked, they would not feel fear and destroy them. From that thought, the 8 skeletons that appeared from the ground would not be considered enemies.
However, the skeletons in front of them were different.
Palpetra's comrades all gulped, and unconsciously took one step back. They were equipped in a sturdy breastplate that some country would use, a kite shield that had a pattern on it, and various other types of weapons in the other hand. Their back was holding a composite longbow.
The weapons and shield they held, and the armor they wore, all had the glimmer of magic. They all have magic items. Impossible.
Really? So we cannot underestimate them.
His comrades whispered.
There was no way skeletons equipped with magic items would definitely not be normal skeletons.
Especially since magic weapons with special effects would be expensive. Even Palpetra's group had barely one per person. And 8 of them. This was something ordinary wealth could not accomplish.
Or did the master of the tomb create them?
I believe this much is enough for your numbers. Please feel relieved that we shall not personally move. If you can defeat these undead and leave, it shall be your victory. It is an honor having such undead as our opponents. However, Palpetra thought, not matter how many, it would not be easy to make countless numbers of such undead.
From this much, and the announcement that they would not be attacked if they left, there was only one answer. Is this the strongest Nazarick has to offer? Even if this amount is enough to stop us? Palpetra's question caused Yuri's eyes to swim slightly. Bullseye.
Looking at Yuri, Palpetra decided so. Telling invaders that they would not be attacked if they left was extremely weird.
However, it would be understandable if they had no way to attack should the skeletons be broken. Since they were also attacking the teams inside, they should barely have enough. It was unclear how many seemingly strong maids there were, but since the head maid was here, and only this many was brought, there should not be many in total.
4 maids, and 8 skeletons with magic equipment.
It was about there.
Assembling your military power at the exit. It was an extremely smart move. It was one of the necessities.
On top of defeating all of these skeletons, we can destroy them, right? For the teams behind them, they should defeat what was probably Nazarick's strongest forces, the Nazarick Older Guards.
It was such a thought. Even if the other teams came out, it would be up to fate if they could defeat the current foes in their tired state. Then it would be best if the non-exhausted Palpetra group destroyed them.
Of course, it was the first time they had met such undead as the Nazarick Older Guards, so it was unclear how strong they were. However, they should not be that strong as to be absolutely undefeatable.
And these numbers? If they were too strong, then 8 would be unneeded.
If there were more, would it be possible for Nazarick to have the financial capacity to equip them all with magic items?
How foolish.
If this was all, no, at least even more than half, then this was understandable. Everyone, do you think this is all?
Well, it is difficult to think that there are more undead with such equipment. Well, it would not be weird for more to be inside Nazarick. Shall we defeat them and open a path? Yuri was surprised by Palpetra and the rest since they had made their resolutions. That response was probably not expected. Well, there is that method of breaking through. We shall cheer you on, so please do your best.
Yuri and the other maids was expressing looks of pity as they repeatedly cheered them on.
They could not help themselves but to feel unease as the situation headed towards an unexpected direction. How could this have happened? Those were their thoughts. No, this isn't right.
I never thought that something like this could occur. Cocytus Summer was shocked as well. If things proceed as it has, we won't get the chance to display some positive results.
Yuri and the others were looking at the fight as a warhammer was swung downwards. Oh no, this is bad. The warrior is gonna dies.
As Lupus Regina uttered those words, the warriors receive a crushing blow towards his chest and fell. The sound of metal being dented and something heavy falling was heard.
In this midst of the fierce fight, it was still clearly audible.
Cleric San, if you do not use your healing magic, the warrior will die.
No point. Their battle formation has already crumbled. Towards Yuri, who looked worried, Shizu could only shake her head as she answered.
The two Nazarick old guarders that was held back by the warrior earlier were free. One headed towards the cleric while the other was going towards the rear guard, who was facing to himself, but now another one just joined the fight.
The cleric had no time to cast his magic.
He expanded all his efforts to fend off attacks coming from 3 different directions.
The thief does not have sufficient attacking power. Doesn't he have anything up his sleeve?
The thief who was covering the arcane magic caster had to deal with another enemy joining in the fight, increasing the number of his opponents to 2. Equipped with hardened armor, preventing any easy targeting of its critical points, the Nazarick old guarder was facing off with the thief who was only armed with light weaponry. As such, the thief lacked any ability to turn his situation around and had to rely on his nimble movements to dodge all the incoming attacks. However, a big difference existed between a human who could grow tired and an undead who could not grow tired during a fight.
He looks as if he is going to cry. Should I wave to him?
Wouldn't that be fine?
Okay.
Lupus Regina smiled mischievously as she waved towards Palpatra.
Direct hit.
Isn't this because of Lupus's distraction?
Mayu, are you trying to blame me? Hang in there.
Well, I want them to give it their all.
Towards Yuri's opinion, all the maids nodded in agreement.
Since the beginning of the fight with Parapatra's workers, it was a massacre for the Nazarick old guarders.
The workers could only put up a futile resistance. Yuri and the others who were watching from the sides felt they were pitiful. Before the fight started, where did that confidence came from? The maids initially laughed at their bravado.
But the fight was too one-sided to the point that the maids started cheering the workers on. What can I say after the fight reached such a stages? Does the spellcaster have any trump cards? Wasn't he trying to chant a summoning magic?
3rd tier? If that was their trump card, it would be very weak. But using the summons as a meat shield is not a bad move. Trues.
If we loosen up on the attack, they may have a chance to reform their formations. But, using flight magic was a stinky move. I don't know whether he is gonna run away or cast his magic from the air. He would be the ideal target for ranged attackers.
The arcane magic caster received a fatal blow and fell to the ground.
If his remaining ally was free, he could at least be treated with healing magic or a healing potion before going back into the fray.
The actual situation did not allow such a luxury.
In the end, the thief could only do his best to stop the magic caster from being dealt the final blow. Still, why would they thought that the amount of guards would be just this? Somehow, Yuri was able to figure out their line of thinking.
Although the following example was not appropriate for the situation, but it was the best to describe it.
A close friend was telling you that he would be bringing a member of the opposite sex that you were interested in.
You happily prepared the refreshments. But when they arrived, the number of guests was actually 8. How would you feel about it?
Would you think of the additional 5,992 members waiting for you, or would you be shocked by such a revelation? Could they still think in the presence of beauties that stood at the pinnacle?
Most likely, they were shocked to the point that their minds became blank. No, it might be that their way of reasoning was towards a direction that was beneficial to them.
This was not that they were stupid, but was aimed to give them courage and dispel thoughts of despair that befell them. This may be the result of a mental trigger during a human's fight for survival.
Regardless, it's all hopeless. Yes, their chances were insignificant.
As a measure, let's stand guard here until the other thieves return.
Everyone else was looking at Entama with a stupefied expression. How is it possible that they could return? Brought it on themselves. Impossible. A painful wail and the sound of something dropping.
The 4 maids turned towards its source and spoke with a sense of disappointment.
The thief is down. Looks like victory was decided. So it seems. Probably we should have made them beg for mercy earlier.
What was with their level of self-confidence?
I thought they had something up their sleeve.
Typical. The pungent smell from the thief's spray of blood drifted towards the maids.
It looks tasty. The words were uttered without a trace of movement from the facial muscles. Instead, a strange sound was emitted from the lower chin. Hold that thought. It was Yuri who noticed it.
They received a direct order from Ainz to recover all the corpses.
There was no need to ask for the reason for such an action.
Furthermore, it was inappropriate to deliver a partially eaten corpse.
Fresh meat.
We can ask Ainz Summer afterwards, bear with it for now. Wasn't the experiment designed to test whether we could handle those who seek to escape?
It seems so's.
Cocytus Summer originally intended to pursue them to their ends.
A frontal assault. They lacked the capability to discern the strength of their opponents. Now, let's send those who still had a breath to the interrogation room. As for the deceased, let's report to Ainz Summer.
In this night, the workers of Iron Wall, led by Palpatra, disappeared.
Chapter 56, Invaders Part 4.
While the teams each chose a route at the crossroads, Iruya Uzruth chose what he thought to be the most direct path to the interior. There were multiple stone doors and countless turns, but he was walking the most suitable route.
There was nothing, and it was extremely boring. There were no traps or monsters. Was this path a miss? Thinking that, Iruya clicked his tongue.
Idiot!
Hurry up!
Iruya fiercely ordered the elf slave, who stopped 10 meters in front. The elf slave shivered for a second and slowly walked forward.
Since she entered this tomb, she was not allowed to stop and only could walk forward. This was, of course, an extremely dangerous action.
She was fortunately continuing without harm, but if she encountered a trap, the chance of losing her life was high.
Having that elf slave investigate and walk was something like bringing a canary into a coal mine. It was not like she did not have the ability.
Iruya's team was comprised of Iruya himself and 3 elf slaves. They were elves with ranger, priest and druid abilities. Even with the ranger skill, using the investigation skill like this was an extremely wasteful order.
However, he had a reason for this. He was simply tired of the elf walking in front. Those who would hear it would be surprised.
This was not due to moral reasons, but a financial one. Deals with the slave shops in the slain theocracy were not cheap. The price jumped up depending on the elf's appearance and skills they had. In most cases, female elves had prices that would cause one's eyes to pop out of their head, and was something that a normal person could never reach.
Even an elf without skills would have the same price as a magic item with a special effect. Even Iruya could not easily spend such money.
However, Tumbu's rewards were monopolized by Iruya, and so if things went well, he earned quite a bit. That was why he felt that it was fine if one of the ones he was bored of died.
I should get one with a better chest next time.
Iruya thought as he walked, the elf trembling and walking in front.
It will be fun to get her to scream when I squeeze her chest hard.
Since this request was working with other teams, he was not able to sleep with the elves at all for several days. While sleeping with them would not cause any complaints, it would create some unhappiness.
Iruya had at least a grasp of the common sense of workers and knew how that would be non-beneficial.
So his stored-up lust dominated his thoughts.
Next, should I hope for a woman like that?
Who Iruya imagined was someone from Foresight.
The half-elf that was glaring at him unhappily. She was an extremely unpleasant woman.
There was a woman that could be called a girl who was next to her, but Iruya felt that it could not be helped that she viewed him with unhappy eyes. However, it could not be permitted that an animal that was below humans could look at them with such eyes. Just remembering it caused Iruya's face to show flames of rage.
Following it, the 2 elves walking next to him trembled in fear. They feared that anger would be directed at them.
This was as Iruya was the type of man to beat them in this dungeon with no qualms whatsoever.
In addition, they felt sad that another existence like them would increase. By increase, it meant that one of them might die. I want to hit her unhappy face until she stops resisting. It was an impossible request.
Before elf slaves reached their owners, their hearts were completely broken by various methods.
There was no way that elf slaves could resist.
Due to him imagining himself hitting Imina's face several times, he momentarily did not notice that the elf walking in front had stopped. "Why, are you stopping?"
Walk.
"Hi, I can hear a sound." "A sound?" As the elf mustered the courage and then shrank away, Iruya focused all of his senses on his ears.
The surroundings were silent, and he could only hear nothing. I can't hear it. However, the hearing of elves was much better than humans.
Even if Iruya could not hear, the possibility of elves hearing it was high.
He asked the two next to him to confirm. "What about you guys?" "Why, yes, I can hear something. It is the sound of metal hitting metal." "How, I see." There was no way metallic sounds could be naturally made. Then someone was making it.
Basically, it might be the first fight he could get into ever since he entered this tomb.
As he thought that, he felt excited at the prospects. "Let's go to the origin of the sound." "Why, yes." He made the elf go in front, towards the sound.
Following after her, Iruya could slowly hear it.
It was truly the sound of metal.
The sound of something hard smashing fiercely into another hard object.
And the sounds of something slicing through something. It was the sound of a fight. A different team?
Iruya sighed as if his previous sense of enjoyment had water poured over it.
"Well, it's fine. If they are, then I'll fight and say it was reinforcements."
Gradually approaching the designation, Iruya felt a sense of discomfort.
This was weird for a fight. It was as if...
Iruya's doubts were cleared after he turned the corner.
It was quite a large room. The height to the ceiling was more than 6 meters.
The width was enough such that several tens of people could run around with no problem.
Inside were 10 lizardmen, with sturdy armor.
There was one with a large tower shield, with armor that seemed to have blood vessels inscribed on it, and one more person. Iruya found something about that man that interested him.
He was probably a warrior. He had a medium build, and did not leave a strong impression.
On top of his well-made clothes, was a chain shirt that reflected a dull light.
Since his hair was cut roughly, its length was not consistent. So it spread out in all directions.
His red eyes were sharp. However, since he was surprised, they were rounded slightly.
His appearance did not make a strong impression.
At most it was young and with rare red eyes. However, what attracted Iruya was the sword on his waist, and the balance of his body. The lizardman fought the Black Knight, stopped, and while panting looked at Iruya's group with a strange expression.
The man was watching their fight from a distance. The answer to Iruya's question. It was a mock battle. The lizardmen were fighting the Black Knight, and the man standing a distance away was their instructor. Then it was not strange to mistake this for a battle. Invaders, even up to here? The man suspiciously stared at Iruya's group and folded his arms. It was a posture as if he had entered a temple. Among this group the strongest would be the Black Knight and this man. Iruya looked away from the lizardmen. The lizardmen were weaker than Iruya, and he did not like any races apart from humans. Receiving the man's dead-on gaze, Iruya placed his sword on his shoulder.
"Here. Since no one came out to welcome me, I came all this way in. I did not hear about anyone coming though."
The man thought and then made a deep sigh. "While this is the first floor, there is no way that you could come here unharmed. You were led here.
Anyway, my current orders are to train the lizardmen here.
Even if you leave now, I won't mind you, you know? Please don't say something so sad. I haven't fought anyone since I came, and it's boring. It took a while."
"I'm Iruya Ozruth. You are?"
Brain Angleus."
The man's serene attitude did not contain any feelings of shock at the mention of one of the Empire's most renowned swordsmen, Iruya.
The response was as if the man had never heard of him.
For this, Iruya scowled in anger.
Then again, for someone that dwelled in such a place, it would be unsurprising that he had never heard of him.
Iruya decided to forgive the man, Brain, for his ignorance.
But...
Brain? Iruya felt like he heard of the name before.
He tried to pull the particulars from the shelves of his memory. Then, he remembered immediately. That tasteless man, Greenham, mentioned the name of someone allegedly stronger than him.
Iruya eavesdropped on that particular conversation, using the magic of his elven slave.
He could only seethe in anger after hearing an unfamiliar name that received better praise than he did.
He then released his anger on the elven slave that used the magic earlier.
Ah, I know. You lost to that Gazif. You know, that was a long time ago.
Brain seemed to be gazing somewhere far off, his expression neutral. In other words, he realized that he could not win no matter what he did. Iruya made such a conclusion after looking at Brain's expression. A dog that retreated with its tail tucked between its legs, Iruya mocked.
In the end, his expression reflected his thoughts. You are the clueless one.
As he told Iruya, the emotion that was reflected in Brain's eye was that of pity.
I was like you once, a person drowning in his talent.
After I experienced the bitter taste of defeat, I pursued strength. I longed for strength that would not lose to anyone. The one goal in front of me was the defeat of Gazif. At this point, Brain let out a heavy sigh.
Only thing is, people like you and me could only reach the peak of humanity.
The pinnacle of power is on a totally different peak. True strength was unlike that at all.
Brain shook his head left and right tiredly.
I cannot even touch my master, Shiltia-sama. Kokaitis-sama could only feel shock after looking at the martial art that I created, my quick flash.
To him, it was so slow that he thought I was not serious.
I've heard that Aura-sama's fighting strength was more powerful than that of Shiltia-sama.
Furthermore, the master of the Great Tomb of Nazarick was a figure that is revered by all the Floor Guardians. Ainz-sama has the power to freeze an entire lake. The lizard man, who was standing to the back, could only make sounds of agreement. That is the strength of the truly powerful, a realm where us as humans could not even touch.
The ones I mentioned are the embodiment of the pinnacle of power. As for you, power? The strongest?
Laughable. We are just like kids brandishing sticks.
Genius? Talent?
Those were just human words.
In front of Ainz-sama and all the Floor Guardians, we could not even make them pause in their tracks.
Just end things here. It's better to end your life here now.
At least you can die with the thoughts that you remain the strongest, die without knowing the true meaning of despair. Ha 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 ha.
Iruya's laughter exploded.
Initially, he thought that Brain with a serious look had something to say.
In the end, all he heard was just a joke.
Ha 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 ha, ha.
Iruya was out of breath after laughing for so long. He spoke as he recovered his breath.
Don't make me laugh.
You lost because you were talentless. I'm different from you.
As proof, I shall defeat the master of this tomb, this Ainz fella, with this sword. Iruya drew out his sword slowly.
It was not an ordinary sword. It is a top-grade weapon known as God's Blade.
Iruya decided to use the reward for this round of request to enchant his blade. Even without the effects of magic, the blade was exceptionally sharp, boosting Iruya's confidence.
The weapon itself originated from a city to the south. Using this, he could even defeat that Ainz whom Brain mentioned.
Iruya strongly believed that
freezing an entirely lake and what not, by common sense it is something impossible. Maybe it was just a small pond. Your words were unnecessary. I can understand why you refuse to believe such a thing.
But Ainz-sama can freeze an entire lake within his sight.
It is a fact. All of them possess the power to distort the balance of this world.
I would say the level of their strength is like that of the gods.
The voice came from the lizardman behind Brain.
The ones talking were the lizardman with a large eye-catching arm and one with black scales. In response, Iruya angrily retorted.
Silence, lizards. I have nothing to hear from your brainless fools.
As the lizardman watched silently in shock, Iruya laughed.
Lizard trash should not talk to humans. Such a strong feeling from born in him.
Really, a god, aren't they idiots? The great underground tomb of Nazarick is an existence that if they catch a monster that then asked them to destroy a country, they would easily do so.
And Ein's Summer is the one who stands at the top of this place. That is why it is not strange for him to be a god. And you who want to defeat him, are you serious?
Of course.
If you had my sword talent, it would be something I could do.
Really, a god, he would laugh even if it was so.
If he had to face a dragon, he would think that it was very strong, but still. There are no gods.
Gods. Iruya started laughing.
In response, Brain deeply sighed.
What is with that baseless confidence, a fool? Was I this foolish when I challenged Shiltir Summer? It is like a tasteless mirror.
When he was about to continue, and opened his mouth, his crimson eyes suddenly opened wide.
It was the surprise of a person being spoken to by his superiors.
Kugane Summer. Brain bowed to the air.
Iruya laughed at his somewhat ridiculous posture, while the lizardmen straightened their backs in panic.
Receiving the order from Kugane, Brain finally looked at Iruya with the eyes of someone who recognized his enemy. I shall now cut down your arrogance. Or so I have been ordered. I see, feel free to do so if you can.
Now, as a handicap everyone can come at once, you know?
Brain was quite strong. The Black Knight was about his level. Quite a bit weaker would be the Black Lizard Man with a scimitar made of ice.
Then the Lizard Man with a single large arm.
It would be difficult, but Iruya had no intention of losing.
He was the owner of Tenrin, Imperial Cold, not sure what this means, not losing even once. You guys stay behind and watch. Currently, you guys can't beat him, and Kugane Summer ordered me to show him how I fight.
Death Knight, please protect the lizardmen. If anything happens to them, it will be terrible.
Ordering the lizardman, and making a request of the Death Knight, Brain then unsheathed the sword by his waist.
The moment Iruya saw that sword, he felt as if his soul was about to be drawn in. It was beautifully made. The crests on the sword were glistening, and the other parts were a deep black.
Iruya compared it secretly to his sword, and felt extremely jealous.
He felt that it was a much better weapon than what he had. How much would it be worth?
How strong was the magic, the special abilities it had, and how much were those in cash? About several tens of thousands, he thought.
It's a good sword. I will take it after I kill you.
Feel free to do so if you can, was it? Iruya clicked his tongue after hearing Brain imitate his earlier words.
Then, I shall do so.
Iruya and Brain dashed out.
The blow that contained their body weights caused sparks to scatter. One would attack and the other would defend.
And then the attacker would defend, and the defender would attack. There was no way such a game-like fighting style would happen in reality.
Attack and attack and attack. It was a fight for victory. The two swords collided. As the sound of metal rang, they would read the other's moves and aims, and then responded to gain an advantage. The sword that followed the blade would run, and then be immediately pulled back and thrust out again and again. As a result, chances to deal effective damage were created. The fight of Iruya and Brain was such a thing. At the same time as the swords hit, they would exchange feints, and move to try to pierce the cracks in the other's defense. Then the swords would clash again. The sounds of clashing swords continued without pause. No, since they were so fierce, it was like one long drawn-out metallic ringing. The advantageous one was Iruya. It was true that Brain made some good movements. However, his moves were one step behind, and he took time to make decisions. Such things were fatal to a fight of this level. From the several tens of crossing of swords, Iruya slashed at Brain's body. However, his blows were repelled by the chain shirt and he could not wound Brain. He could only hurt Brain with blunt blows without much damage. So Iruya aimed for Brain's face and hands or wherever skin showed, but the guard there was tough, so he had to focus on his chest and arms. Several times. When Brain was hit by Iruya's sword, he retreated with fast steps. While it was a good chance Iruya did not chase after him. This was as he felt the difference in strength between him and Brain. This is nothing much.
Iruya spoke with vigor.
It was a short round, but since they crossed swords, he had a firm grasp of the strength of the man named Brain. He was quite strong, but his level was behind quite a few people. He understood it as such. You really can do it. Brain honestly praised him.
However, despite receiving such praise, Iruya did not feel happy.
This was as he was praised by weaklings to the point that he was tired of it. What he preferred was feeling the envy and admiration of the weak instead.
Calling you stronger than me, the eyes of that man really are rotting. Iruya laughed at the fact that Greenham, who was not there, lacked eyes.
My sword skills have dropped quite a bit. Since I got this body, I suddenly lost it. Compared to last time, about half. Iruya made a strange face. This was as he could not understand the meaning of Brain's words. The strange words of "got this body." However, he was immediately made to understand it.
So, shall I fight you with something humans lack?
Brain slightly shifted, and then stepped in. What? A violent wind. Such words befitted Brain's advance. His movements were far superior to earlier. It was a speed like he was freed from the yoke of humanity.
Iruya then somehow brought his sword up to defend against Brain's flash-like swing which followed his advance. Sword met sword, and a high-pitched sound could be heard. The sword was screaming. From the force of the impact, the blade was cut into as sparks flew. Goo! Iruya gritted his teeth, and matched his timing with Brain's slash and swung. Once again, sparks scattered, accompanied by a ringing metallic sound. Once again, Brain retreated with fast footsteps. Iruya also did not chase after him. However, the reason for this was completely different from earlier.
His hand was shivering to the point that he could barely grip his sword. If he got hit once more, it would drop from his hand.
Iruya was shocked. In front of such an oppressive strength, he could only think that Brain had overcame humanity. If the one he were facing had a figure like a giant with huge protruding muscles, he could understand the speed and strength. However,
Brain had a medium build.
It clearly defied common sense no matter how much he trained.
Brain made a cynical smile at Iruya's shocked face. I lost my skill, but gained bodily strength.
Just so. Dirty.
What did you do?
Dirty. I simply fought seriously though. Don't lie. Does such a body exist?
You used magic, didn't you? There would be no problem if magic was used. On the contrary, not using something you had would be the problem. Brain tilted his head in wonder at Iruya's complete change. To Iruya, Brain's improvement in strength was cheating.
All warriors existed to lose to Iruya, but now, Brain had surpassed Iruya.
That could not be forgiven. You guys. What are you doing? Use magic. There is no way one person has that strength. Someone definitely cast magic on you.
Oi.
Wasn't it one-on-one? Brain then recalled something.
Well, power I gained from Shaltia Summer is still power.
What? So you are cheating. You cheating bastard. Hurry up you slaves and use magic.
Panicking at the commands of Iruya, their master, the elves began to cast magic.
Raise in strength, temporary increase in the magic in the sword, the hardening of skin, sharpened senses. While countless enhancements were being cast, Brain looked on in silence.
After the several enhancements were cast on him, Iruya's face once again burst out in a smile.
Are you an idiot? You really are overconfident. Even though you have been doing nothing but making pathetic attacks.
Enormous power coursed through Iruya's body.
Once he had become stronger from magic, he had never experienced defeat until now.
No matter how strong the enemy. Iruya brought down another slash, a strike faster than previous attack.
With this, he was confident that he could fight against Brain. No, he was more than a match for Brain. Shaltia, you said. Your master.
Yes.
She is the most beautiful person in the world. I see. Then I shall meet her with you head Then I will rape her.
Fufu ha 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 ha.
He exploded into laughter. Brain laughed as if it were from the bottom of his heart.
Behind him, the lizardman made smirks and sad smiles.
What is wrong?
Towards Iruya, who only laughed at others but was never laughed at, Brain's mocking laugh could not be tolerated. Iruya was puzzled by Brain's laughter after hearing him say that he would violate his master.
No, it really is, for ha 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 ha. You piece of shit. Brain's laughter continued for a while.
Iruya stared at him angrily without any intention of attacking. If he attacked now and killed Brain in a single blow, it would not leave any room for regrets. Only by killing Brain after putting him through a grueling defense would erase Iruya's sense of unhappiness. Not long after, Brain stopped laughing as if he stopped breathing.
No, you are one really top-class jester.
Ho, even I was not as pathetic as that. Still, to my beloved master, the radiant black rose, shall tear summer's insult.
I will not allow it. Brain's eyes began to glow with a red tinge that was darker than blood.
He opened his mouth, revealing sharp canines.
The change in appearance, a terrifying non-human look.
Iruya during his adventures, had seen this before.
Vampire.
Correct.
Brain replied crisply and returned the sword to its sheath. Ching, a sound was heard. Vampire.
Iruya finally understood the source of Brain's power that transcended humanity.
He tried to suppress the rising sense of doubt. Vampires were strong monsters. Iruya could defeat them in a one-on-one fight. But that was against an undead that had no knowledge of the sword. Against an opponent that had the physical advantages and abilities of a vampire along with martial arts techniques plus magical equipment, what would be the outcome? No, he could not lose.
Iruya shook his head lightly, dispelling the sense of unease. Yes.
I can't lose. How foolish. Do you think any doubts will disappear if you shout? You truly are like the past me. Brain made a smile like that of beast hungry for blood.
Don't look down on me. Boost.
Boost 2. Normally in the event of magic enhancement, only the strongest effects would remain. But martial arts had different effects and could stack.
The strengthening by 2 martial arts raised Iruya's physical abilities to its limits. The current Iruya now had the strength equivalent to a mini-giant.
If it were normal martial arts, Brain could identify it. A martial art that strengthens the body for a limited time. Then you are ready. Then, I shall meet you with my strongest power. Brain slowly dropped his waist. It was the preparation to draw his sword. Iruya laughed as he saw that. Of course that was a fight that all warriors who were confident with their swords would seek.
The best strategy was to wait for their opponents to enter their range of their sword and hit them with a quick slash. But, to Iruya, it was a senseless move. Iruya activated his martial art. Fang. Along the path where the blade was swung, a razor wind was released. It flew at breakneck speed towards Brain, leaving a bright hot trail, slashing into Brain's chest, as he did not move to avoid. The slashing power from the razor wind created by the martial art, Fang.
It had the ability to destroy the flesh of its target.
Normally the martial art did not have such a property.
But the current Iruya was unimaginable. Even the sharpness from a weak strike would easily break the chainmail in 2.
But the one who had his eyes widened and was in shock was actually Iruya.
What?
The chainmail that was thought to be broken in half was unscathed. Although it was possible for the chainmail to entirely block the strike, it should not be able to completely negate the impact from the blow.
Yet, Brain's stance did not change and was still smiling lightly.
He should have thought of the vampire's special ability, which was weapon resistance. God's blade should have been able to pierce Brain, but the razor wind that was released by Fang penetrating power was not there. The damage done by wind properties of the attack would be healed within seconds. In the end, his Fang was far from causing any fatal wounds.
Shit. It was a move that was his killing attack.
Iruya was frustrated that his killer move was not able to finish his opponent in a single blow. Sorry.
But I have no need to avoid this.
Iruya's fiery rage surged forth in response to Brain's provoking words. On the opposite spectrum, his own brain was calmly formulating a counter.
Even a vampire could not resist the strike from God's blade. It would be over if he could plunge the blade through the heart. But Brain's was in a defensive stance.
It would allow Brain to strike first if Iruya entered his range.
What should I do? Iruya released another fang. He aimed for one thing. The attack scored a direct hit on Brain's eyes.
Iruya then dashed towards Brain, who was blinded. Even vampires with their superhuman level of perception relied on sight the most.
If their sight was crippled, it would be hard for them to dodge. Even so, who knew?
The man known as Brain Ungleus developed this martial art in order to win against Gazifstranov, whom he lost to previously. The martial arts was known as Realm. After becoming a vampire, with the boost on his physical stats, his martial arts strengthened into God's Realm.
It could perceive every single movement within a 6-meter radius.
During the activation of the martial art, where 1,000 arrows were shot towards the user, it would be possible to deflect any arrows that was about to score a hit and allow him to survive through the situation. The martial art would easily allow him to cleave a faraway grain of wheat in half easily.
In short, it was the epitome of the sensory realm.
Brain, who was blinded, was aimed at by Iruya's with his martial art. The martial art increased the speed of the flash beyond the realm of what humans could achieve.
Still.
Slow.
Brain's cold words.
Before those words reached Iruya's ears, Brain already activated one of his martial arts.
That was Godspeed Level 2. Twice as fast than Iruya's martial arts, no, by several times, the blade was unsheathed from the hip.
What Iruya saw was a flash of light. As for the lizardmen, they did not comprehend what happened at all. With a speed beyond mere common sense, the slash passed through Iruya's body twice.
A flash of white.
Slightly afterwards, Iruya's sword hand moved.
And the sound of something heavy hitting the floor was caused by his cut-off hand. The sword he held broke at the guard due to the impact of the drop. No, it was different.
No, it did not break, it was cut off by Brain's martial art.
Did you see it? This is my fastest sword. Brain then sadly whispered. By the way, this is the normal speed of Cocytus Summer when he is not serious. Pasha pasha, a large amount of liquid dropped on the floor. Iruya was looking at his missing right hand, that was spilling out blood with every single beat of his heart, with a stunned look.
Higher, higher, higher. As if finally comprehended his current condition, Iruya let out sounds as if he was convulsing. The pain that was oozing out from the stumps of his hand brought out a sense of utter confusion from Iruya. My Aram.
Heal me. Hurry up.
Iruya screamed at the elves with the tone that would shatter a bell, but the elves did not budge at all, instead their pupils were displaying a look of utmost delight.
It was a dark happiness formed from that scene of torture.
Ha, look at your eyes.
Brain grabbed Iruya, who had lost his desire to fight, by his hair and stared straight into him with his crimson eyes.
He then grabbed Iruya by the neck, who was like a puppet with its strings cut, and applied pressure to his throat. After confirming that Iruya lost consciousness within seconds, Brain ordered the lizardman to bring out the healing potion that was sitting at a corner of the room. These items were originally intended to heal the lizardman, but he should not let Iruya die here, as that was part of Cocytus's order. Now, Brain faced the elves, who were silently staring at Iruya.
The elves did not move.
However, inside their tired and dirty eyes was the color of happiness. Ah, you guys, you might die after this? Capture the intruders, no matter dead or alive, however, capture them alive if possible.
That was the orders he received from Cocytus. The elves were also intruders.
Whether they would have hope was known only by God, Ainz.
The elves said nothing in response to Brain. Brain peered into the eyes of the elves, and then spat out a sigh. Those were the eyes of those who had accepted.
While Brain had worked with bandits, it was something he saw in the captured women after several days.
Boring eyes. His orders did not specify that he had to kill the elves. And Cocytus should be watching the current scene. Then Brain did not have to do anything about these elves. Sheathing the katana, he faced the lizardman.
Now, you guys had a long enough rest. Shall we begin the training?
Chapter 57, Invaders Part 5. Push them back.
Greenham's voice reverberated inside the room, which was filled with the smell of mold and death.
The square room was about 25 meters in length. The ceiling was 5 meters from the ground. The room was lit by magical lights made by a magic caster and the torch that fell on the ground, and formed the shadows of people. They were the members of Greenham's Heavy Masher, and were pushed to the corner of the room.
And they were surrounded by low-ranked undead like zombies and skeletons that looked as if they had just climbed out of the grave.
Their numbers were too large to count.
The stream of death was blocked by Greenham and 2 shield-wielding warriors directly, and prevented them from reaching the rearguard. Greenham's full-plate mail was hit against the flailing arms of the zombies.
While they could bring out more power than normal humans as corpses, they could not leave a mark on steel armor.
Their rotten and weak arms broke, and the filth that was sprayed onto the full-plate mail gave off a retching stench.
The skeletons were the same. The rusted weapons could not pierce the full-plate mail.
Of course, coincidences did exist.
Depending on the situation, an attack could land. The reason why that was ignored was due to the help of protective magic. Greenham swung the axe in his hand, but the hole from the single body lost was immediately filled.
And so they were pressed to such a distance that they seemed to be crushed.
Shit. There are too many.
The warrior with the shield next to Greenham let out a cry of exhaustion.
Since he had a shield that covered his whole body, he was not harmed, but the shield was covered in dirty liquid.
He destroyed the heads of zombies and skeletons, but they lost to the pressure and slowly moved back. Really, where did this many enemies come from?
The warrior's question was natural.
Greenham's team had searched several rooms after splitting off from the other teams at the crossroads. Unfortunately, there wasn't as much treasure as the mausoleum, but after finding a sizable chunk of valuables lying around, they slowly searched further. When they entered this room to have a look, the door suddenly opened and the undead started to pour in.
A zombie or a skeleton by itself wasn't a difficult opponent, but their numbers were the real problem. Even if they fell or got trampled, they wouldn't die, but the undead would reach the rear flank.
Of course, the rear flank wouldn't be taken out that easily either, but against this many, it was difficult to say. With a little bit of bad luck, the front would collapse immediately.
Greenham thought this, and decided to use the force he had been conserving. We'll finish this in an instant. I leave it to you.
The rear guard, which had only been slinging stones so far, started to move.
For Greenham's Heavy Masher, undead like these were not really a threat.
But because they weren't a real threat, he tried to conserve their strength by keeping the rear guard in reserve. If the rear guard attacked as well, the undead wouldn't be a problem. My lord, the god of earth,
please repel the evil ones. The cleric holding a holy symbol shouted while exuding divine power.
The air filled with negative aura was cleared away and filled with freshness as if a cool breeze had just passed by.
A wave of divine power, stronger than usual, swept out from the cleric.
The cleric's undead purification skill activated. As soon as the ability activated, the undead around the cleric turned to ashes. Exorcising the undead usually just made them flee, but if there was an absolute difference in strength, it obliterated the undead instead. However, it was extremely difficult to obliterate large numbers of undead because it required a matching amount of strength.
About 40 undead were purified, going to show how excellent Greenham's cleric was. Fly. Fireball.
A fireball flew from the arcane magic caster and exploded amidst the undead horde. A pillar of flame sprouted for a moment and burned away the undead's false life within the effect radius. Not over yet.
Fireball.
My lord, the god of earth,
Please repel the evil ones.
The area of effect attack struck again and the number of undead fell drastically.
Let's go.
All right. The warrior abandoned his shield, grabbed two maces and jumped into the undead horde along with Greenham.
It would have been easy to leave everything to the magic casters, but the reason Greenham rushed in was so that they would conserve as much mana as possible.
Especially for the cleric, who could only repel the undead a certain number of times per day. Because it was a job that was especially potent against undead, he would be their hidden card while they were in the tomb. Greenham swung his axe at the group of zombies. Rather than blood, thick liquid came out from the cut. It would have spurted if they had hearts, oozing weakly. From the cuts came a disgusting stench, but it was nothing they couldn't handle.
Rather, their noses were already numb. Therefore, the smell did not pose a problem to them.
Along with the warriors, they attacked, and attacked.
They did not think of defense even for a moment.
It was the kind of a charge they could do thanks to their sturdy armor supported by magic, not to mention that the undead were weak. At times, an undead managed to strike Greenham's head, but the armor absorbed all the shock and there was no strain on his neck.
Even when he was struck on his chest or stomach, he barely felt it. Greenham and the warrior swung their weapons around, destroying the undead non-stop.
The undead that attempted to attack from the rear were repelled by the thief and cleric. The floor of the room were covered with corpses and brain fragments.
There were no signs of movement from them. Following Greenham, the other members gave out a breath of relief. The thought of losing never crossed their mind. The rear guard were mostly observing from the back. Facing off with such a number of undead caused them to develop mental fatigue. Good, close the door and get some rest.
Wouldn't it be better we use another room?
It stinks here. That's right. We don't even know how they infiltrated this room.
Really, we didn't even see any undead on the way in. Not even a trace of them.
Where did they spill out from? True enough. Greenham agreed that they had a point. There were 3 exits leading to this room. The one that Greenham and his group passed through and another 2.
The undead poured in from all 3 doors.
That's right, even through the door that Greenham passed through.
Furthermore, there was no way that they could relax in this deplorable room.
He would at least like to wipe away the viscous fluid that contaminated his armor. He could at least take some rest as he wiped it.
Now, let's move.
Greenham closed his mouth in middle of a sentence. The rogue who'd been talking so much just now raised a finger to his lips and was focusing on listening.
When Greenham listened, he could hear an irregular clacking sound, like something tapping the floor.
All the members directed their attention towards the source of the sound. It came from one of the doors. Probably an enemy.
Right?
Yay, and there's only one. Everyone slowly raised their weapon.
The warrior standing in the front received his shield and hid half his body behind it. The magic caster readied his glowing staff to launch an attack at any moment towards the direction sound was coming from. The cleric readied his holy icon and the rogue aimed his bow.
Clack, clack. The sound gradually became louder and the opponent showed itself.
Old, but luxurious robes covered the limbs, which were as thin as if they were just skin and bone, and it held a staff in one hand.
This was the source of the sound.
With only a thin layer of decomposing skin, the face had a look of fiendish wisdom and negative aura surrounded the body like a fog.
It was an undead magic caster. Its name was Lich. The magic caster who identified the monster first shouted. That was right.
The name of the monster that appeared, Lich.
A monster that spawns when the corpse of an evil magic caster gained unholy life.
Unlike the undead they faced so far, the Lich retained their intelligence. Greenham's comrades immediately changed formation when they heard Lich. No one stood in a single file and they kept their distance from each other in case of an area of effect magic.
A Lich was considered a strong enemy.
Even A-class adventurers would have to put in quite the effort.
If it were A+ class adventurers, they stood a better chance of winning. As for Greenham's group, if they ignored their fatigue, it was an opponent that they could defeat. Luckily for them, the group consisted of members that were strong against the undead.
Plus, if the opponent was extremely far away, it would have been dangerous, but the distance between them was advantageous.
You must be the master of this tomb. Greenham had come to that conclusion. Liches were rulers.
Sometimes they ruled over an undead horde and occasionally traded with living beings. There was a famous lich that ruled over an abandoned castle.
If it was a lich, then it wasn't strange to think it would be the master of the tomb. We've got the right address, one lucky. Although killing the owner of this tomb wasn't the request. Let's show him the power of Heavy Masher. Kneel before the blessing of God. All his comrades shouted together. It was to shake off the fear of facing against a strong opponent like a lich. Defense magic.
Greenham tried to shout orders to his comrades filled with resolve, but was surrounded with a feeling of dread. The source of this dread was the powerful opponent standing before them, the lich.
What's he doing?
Is he planning for a sneak attack?
The lich showed no sign of movement against Greenham's team. It did not raise its staff, nor did it chant any spell, but simply watched them.
Greenham's companions could not hide their surprise at this.
Their expectations of an immediate battle had been shattered. But they also hesitated to strike first. The undead harbored hatred for all living beings. But certain sentient undead were capable of suppressing their hatred to negotiate.
If the living were to offer negotiation, it would usually end up as a bad trade, but if the undead made the first offer, there had been instances of people obtaining ancient items that had been made with now forgotten knowledge. Considering that the lich was a strong enemy, it would be a better outcome if they could cease any hostility through negotiation, even if the group had to come out on the losing end. Considering all these factors, it would have been foolish to attack first, since it would destroy any chance of negotiation. A hard battle without an established escape route carried huge risks.
Greenham's companions looked at each other as if they had all arrived at the same conclusion. It was the leader's job to talk as the representative.
We would like to negotiate.
The lich turned its grotesque face to Greenham and raised its bony finger to its lips. Meaning, be quiet.
It was not an action fitting a lich, but nobody was brave enough, nobody was stupid enough to say something like that to such a strong opponent. Greenham closed his mouth obediently. In the hallway filled with silence, he doubted his ears when he heard a sound again. Greenham doubted his ears.
The clacking noise he heard not too long ago, the noise of something knocking on the floor. And several of them. Greenham's team looked at each other. They could not believe their ears.
And who are you?
Everybody descended into panic. Who was it?
Who said that Elder Lich was the master of this tomb?
What the hell is this? How does this make any sense?
Oi, how are we supposed to win against this?
Even God's blessing has its limits. Liches slowly entered the room. 6 of them.
Including the one in the room from the beginning, there were 7. There were that many of the Lich, an undead spellcaster of the strongest class.
They had enough firepower to wipe out even a small city. As long as they were of the same type of monster, they had similar methods of attack.
In other words, if one had a way of neutralizing their attacks, it was theoretically possible to defeat all of them. However, none of them possessed the method to do so, nor was it possible to possess such methods.
Then they would have to fight with existences that could topple a small city directly.
In this hopeless situation, Greenham and his comrades lost all will to fight.
Then, let's begin.
Following the voice of the lich that did not show even a hint of wanting to negotiate, 7 staves rose slowly. At the same time, Greenham's shout echoed.
Retreat.
As if waiting for that command, all of them ran with all their strength in the opposite direction from the liches.
Of course they had no time to think about what would be beyond the tunnel. They only sought to improve their chances of survival against the onslaught of liches.
They ran through an open corridor.
The rogue ran at the front, then Greenham, then the magic caster, then the cleric and finally the warrior. This was not a result of planning. It was pure coincidence. They ran straight. The door led to a path. They ran without hesitation.
A corner.
Normally they would be wary of a monster around the corner, but considering the footsteps that came from behind them, there was no time to carefully look around before going. They left everything up to luck and just ran.
They were doors of stone along the sides of the path, but they did not have the courage to plunge in. Due to someone with metal armor running, a clanging metallic sound rang through the path.
They could cast silence, but then they would need to pause.
Since there were liches chasing after them from behind, they did not have enough breathing room to do so.
They ran and ran and ran, to the point that they had no idea where they were running to.
Fortunately they had not encountered a single monster, and were saved by the fact that there were no traps along their path.
"Are they still chasing us?" Greenham asked while still running. The reply came from the warrior at the back.
"Yay.
They're running, too."
"Damn it.
"Stop running after us. Just use flight magic." "If they use flying magic, then they can just attack while following us, you idiot. Let's lock ourselves in some room and negotiate."
The magic caster shouted while gasping for air. He was the least physically fit out of all the members and looked as if he was about to collapse. Greenham decided this was not the way to go.
They couldn't last any longer. Undead monsters like liches felt no such thing as fatigue.
At this rate, they would eventually catch up and slaughter the exhausted workers.
How are there so many liches? It was something that defied common sense.
Could strong undead such as liches coexist with undead of similar strength? Is the master of this tomb something even stronger than an elder lich? That was the only explanation he could think of. But did such undead exist?
Greenham had no answer.
"Damn it.
This goddamn tomb." The warrior at the rear shouted while breathing hard.
As if waiting for that moment, the floor began to glow in shapes.
It was big enough to surround all of Greenham's group.
"Arg!" Someone's voice rang out with what sounded like a scream.
He felt as if he were floating for an instant.
Greenham's vision was nothing but pitch darkness.
There was something crunching underneath his boots and he felt a slowly sinking sensation, as though he was being sucked into a swamp. A black world where only silence ruled.
Greenham, as if swallowed by it, asked in a small voice.
"Is there someone here?"
"Over here, Greenham." The voice of one of the comrades, the rogue, rang out.
He didn't sound too far away. Probably about the same distance they were keeping when they were running.
"Is there anybody else?"
There was no reply. It was the expected answer.
Since there was no light, they could imagine that the magic caster was not there. And so the cleric and warrior behind him had a high chance of being separated as well.
He should consider it lucky that at least the rogue was with him. "It seems there's only us." "So it seems." He looked around with taking a step forward.
The deep darkness was everywhere and invoked the fear that he wouldn't be able to tell where he himself ended and where the darkness started.
There was no sign of movement anywhere. "Should we turn on the light?" "Sure thing." He wondered if their movement would break this silence, or activate a trap, and other negative thoughts creeped in. However, human eyes could not see in the dark and they needed some kind of light source. "Hold on a moment." With the rogue's voice, some kind of moving noise came from the darkness and there was a light. The sight of the rogue holding a glowing stick was the first thing in view. And countless shining objects which reflected the light. It reminded him of the treasures in the mausoleum. But that wasn't the case. Greenham barely suppressed his screams and the rogue looked as if he was about to have a seizure. The light brought up countless reflections. Insects filled the entire room and the identity of the reflections were cockroaches. The room was filled with cockroaches of various size ranging from ones the size of pinky finger to ones which were over a meter long. Furthermore, they were stacked on top of each other in countless layers. The crushing sensation and noise by his feet had been the cockroaches. Considering they came up to his waist, he didn't want to imagine how many there were. The room was so wide, the light did not reach to the walls.
Considering the effective area of the glowing stick was 15 meters wide, he could roughly comprehend how wide the interior was. When he looked up towards the ceiling, he could see a humongous swarm of cockroaches reflecting the light back at him.
What is this place? The rogue murmured in groaning tone. Greenham could understand what he felt like. He felt if he spoke, they would all start moving at once. Just what is going on? Was it a floor trap?
While looking around in fear, Greenham remembered the last moment before they were teleported into the pitch darkness. He thought about the glowing magic circle and asked the rogue.
It's probably not the case. Wasn't it something else? A teleportation-type magic trap? Impossible.
No, teleportation magic was possible.
Such as the third-rank dimension move. There were others, like...
There is 5th or 6th tier magic that could teleport a group of people at once, right? Yay. I think so.
To think they could use that kind of magic.
A being that could use 5th tier magic at the very least. It was unheard of.
But Greenham could make sense of it.
If there was someone as strong as that, then it made sense he would be able to rule over multiple elder liches at once.
Even able to give them the command of fighting Greenham and company.
Greenham realized the true extent of danger lurking within this tomb, and a chilling sensation filled his body. At the same time, hatred for the Earl who had made this request started boiling deep inside him. Of course, the people who had taken on this work were Greenham and the other workers, and they had put their lives as a betting chip despite all the risks.
They couldn't say anything about it. But the Earl must have had some information about the tomb.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered such significant sum of money to gather the workers.
What sort of power that the owner of the tomb holds, to be able to rule over such monsters? Let's escape from here quickly from this.
Hell.
Greenham had a horrible feel about this room. Thankfully, the thief did not notice it. The roaches remained dormant. From the twitching of their antennae, they were not dead, only stationary. The unknown reason for this phenomenon caused Greenham's heart to beat faster.
No, you cannot escape.
The voice of a third person sounded.
Who's there? Greenham and the rogue looked around everywhere, but there was no sign of movement anywhere.
I apologize.
This one is Kyuhuku, the one entrusted with this territory from Iron Summer.
Pleased to meet your acquaintance. In the direction where the voice was coming from, they witnessed a strange scene.
Pushing away the swarm of cockroaches, something was trying to climb up.
It was not at a range that could be reached with a close combat weapon.
The rogue quietly readied his bow, and Greenham tried to take out his sling and stones, but decided otherwise.
He would rush across the swarm of cockroaches coming up to his waist, and cut the opponent immediately.
The one that appeared after pushing through all the cockroaches was another cockroach. This cockroach was about 30 centimeters tall and stood on 2 legs.
It wore a bright red cape decorated with luxurious golden threads around the edge, and a cute little golden crown on its head.
Grasped in its front leg was a scepter with a pure white gem embedded at the end. The strangest thing of them all was, despite the fact it stood on 2 legs, its head was facing Greenham and the rogue.
If an ordinary insect stood upright, its head would point towards the sky. But the strange being in front of them wasn't like that at all.
Other than this, there was not much difference when comparing with the other cockroaches. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was already strange enough. Greenham and the rogue exchanged a glance and decided that Greenham would be in charge of the negotiation. After confirming that the rogue had knocked an arrow and had it pointing downwards, he talked to Kyuhuku.
Who are you? It seems you did not hear me the first time. Would you like me to introduce myself once more? No, that's not the problem.
Greenham realized this was not the kind of thing to talk nor ask about.
I'll be honest. Do you want to trade?
Oh ho, you want to trade? Since I am feeling very grateful towards the both of you, there is no reason why I can't listen to your proposal. The mysterious words, feeling grateful, made him uneasy about what exactly made it feel grateful, but it wasn't something they could afford to ask under such disadvantageous circumstance.
What we want is for you to let us go unharmed from this place.
Of course, that would be something you wish for, but even if you do leave this room, you are currently on the second floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick.
I must advise you that it would be extremely difficult to return above ground. Second floor.
Hearing those words, Greenham's eyes widened.
So the door underneath the mausoleum on the surface leads to the first floor?
Is that unusual? No, I just wanted to confirm it. Haha, since you were teleported from the first floor, I can understand your confusion.
Looking at Kyuhyuku, who was nodding at the structure layout, Greenham felt a chill running down his spine, as if an icicle was stabbing him in the back.
It was fear arising from realizing his earlier theory was correct. In other words, something had somehow used teleportation magic as a trap.
What kind of magic would it be, and what kind of magical abilities would it require? He was not a magic caster, but he fully realized the implications. Of course, you could tell us the way out of the tomb as well.
No, we won't ask that much.
Just let us leave this room. We'll give you whatever you want. Is that so?
Kyuhyuku nodded and appeared as if he was concentrated on thinking.
Some time passed in absolute silence.
Then Kyuhyuku nodded as if he understood and started talking.
This one already has everything one could wish for in its hand. I doubt you would be able to provide what I desire.
Kyuhyuku stopped Greenham, who was about to talk, by raising its front leg and continued. But you seem to be confused as to why I was thanking you earlier, so I wish to provide you with an explanation.
You see, my subjects are getting tired of cannibalism. To you, who will be the food that will serve as the solution, I give my thanks once again. What? The moment the rogue understood what was being said, he shot the arrow.
The arrow cut across the air but was wrapped around by Kyuhyuku's red cape and fell on the ground.
The room started to tremble.
Countless sounds started coming from every direction and crescendoed.
A tidal wave erupted. It was a swell of a black sea. It is unfortunate that there are only two of you, but now it is time to have you for dinner. The gigantic tidal wave swallowed Greenham and the rogue. It was truly as if they were being swept away by currents.
While being rolled around in the black whirlpool, Greenham slapped at the cockroaches that had managed to crawl into the openings in his armor.
There was no weapon that would work well against a horde of such small insects. It was faster to use hands than anything else.
Because of that, they had already abandoned their weapons, which had long since disappeared. He tried his best to struggle and wave around wildly, but due to countless cockroaches holding onto him, he could barely move.
It was a movement that resembling someone drowning. The only sound Greenham could hear was that of countless cockroaches crawling about. The rogue had already been swept away and his voice was nowhere to be heard. No, it was only natural that Greenham could not hear his voice.
The rogue couldn't speak with all the cockroaches that had crawled into his mouth, throat and stomach.
Greenham felt painful stinging sensations from everywhere on the body.
It was the pain from cockroaches that had slipped inside his armor, slowly eating away at him. Shto! Greenham tried to shout but was immediately choked by the countless cockroaches flooding his mouth and clogging his throat. He tried to throw up with all his might, but cockroaches kept crawling in from the tiny opening of his mouth.
Then they scrabbled around in the mouth.
As if one had crawled inside his ear, the rustling sound was persistent and loud enough to give him chills. Countless cockroaches crawled and ate away at his face. He felt pain on his eyelids, but he didn't dare to open his eyes.
It was obvious what would happen if he ever opened his eyes. Greenham understood what would happen to him.
At this rate, he would be eaten alive by these ravenous cockroaches.
I don't want this. He screamed in desperation and the cockroaches poured into his mouth once again. They crawled, trying to move into his throat. Then something mushy, a sensation of something tumbling down into the stomach.
Then the disgusting sensation of cockroaches squirming inside his stomach made him want to throw up.
Greenham resisted with all his strength. It would have been better if he died in the hands of the Lich. Dying in such a manner was pitiful.
In the end, even his thoughts were swallowed in a black vortex.
His eyes opened. What came into his vision was a strange ceiling. It was made with stone and had white glowing objects embedded in it.
He tried to look around to understand how he got there, but realized his head wouldn't move at all.
No, it was not just his head, but he couldn't move his entire body.
It was as if something was tied around his wrists, ankles, waist, and chest. This incomprehensible situation filled him with fear and he wanted to scream, but something was stuck in his mouth, so he could not speak nor close his mouth fully.
When he desperately tried to look around by straining his eyes, a voice spoke.
"Oh my, you're awake now?"
It was a guttural voice. It was difficult to tell whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman. The one that appeared in his unmoving sight was a disgusting monster.
It had the body of a human, but the head of a deformed octopus. The 6 long, squirming tentacles attached to its head extended all the way down to its thighs.
The skin color was milky white, like the waxy flesh of someone who had drowned.
On the bloated, corpse-like body was clothing made with black leather which barely covered anything. The cloth wrapped tightly around its body, like butcher's twine tying up a piece of meat, and it could be described as nothing but grotesque. If a beauty had worn it, it would have been attractive, but on a monster like this was nauseating. On each hand were 4 webbed fingers. It had long fingernails, with strange and bizarre nail art on them. This strange heteromorphic being turned its pupil-less milky blue eyes on him. Foo, did you sleep well? HFF, 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 HFF.
Fear and panic.
Gripped by those 2 emotions, he could only let out a harsh breathing noise. The monster touched his cheek softly like a mother trying to calm a scared child.
But the cold and mushy feelings of the hand sent chills all over his body.
It would have made perfect sense if the pungent smell of blood or rotten flesh had wafted over, but the creature smelled like aromatic flowers.
This only amplified his fear.
My, to think it'd shrink this much.
There's no need to be scared. The monster's gaze was towards his lower body.
From the sensation of air on his skin, he realized that he was naked.
Mind if I ask your name? It tapped its slender finger on its cheek, and tilted its head while asking.
The pose would have looked good if it was a beauty, but a monster that looked like a drowned corpse with an octopus for a head only evoked disgust and fear.
The monster smiled at him, who could only move his eyes.
The tentacles covered its mouth and its expression barely changed. Despite that, he knew it was smiling because its bead-like eyes had narrowed. Foo, you don't want to speak, right?
How cute.
Don't be so shy.
The monster's fingertips slid across his chest as if it was writing something, but all he could feel was fear that felt as if his heart was being ripped out.
Oni-san will tell you her name first. It was a seductive and sweet tone of voice that sounded as if heart marks would pop out of them. I'm the Great Tomb of Nazarik's special information gatherer, Neuronist. They also call me the Interrogator. The long tentacles squirmed apart and revealed a circular mouth at their base of the tentacle. Amidst rows of razor-sharp teeth, a tube that resembled a tongue came out. It truly looked like a red straw.
I'll suck you dry with this in a bit.
What did it mean by sucked dry? He tried to move his panic-stricken body, but it was tightly clamped down. Now.
You were captured by us. That was right.
His last memory was of Greenham and the rogue disappearing from right in front of him. Then he blacked out and woke up to his current predicament. You should know where you are, right?
Neuronist laughed before continuing. This is the Great Tomb of Nazarik.
The place where the last of the 41 supreme beings, Ein Summer, resides.
It is the most holy of places.
Hainu Sawa?
Yes, Ein Summer.
Neuronist understood him perfectly despite his inability to speak properly and slid her hand across his skin.
One of the 41 supreme beings. He ruled over the other supreme beings in the past, and he is very, very cool.
If you look at him once, you'll want to swear loyalty with all your heart, too. If Ein Summer ever calls me over to his bed, I don't mind offering my first time to him. She fidgeted, No, jiggled as if she was embarrassed. Hey, do you want to hear something?
Like a timid girl playing with her finger, she traced letters across his naked body.
There was this one time Ein Summer was staring at my body.
It was the stare of a male selecting a target for his hunt. Then he turned his face away as if he was embarrassed. It made my chest tighten and sent chills down my back.
It stopped suddenly and brought its face closer as if trying to look deep into his eyes. He tried with all his might to get away from the grotesque face, but he couldn't move his body at all. Even though that brat Shaltir is aiming for Ein Summer's attention, I, who has more experience, am still more attractive. Don't you think so? Wevs e Finkmas who, yes, I think so, too. What would happen if he dared to disagree?
That fear forced him to grunt his muffled agreement. Neuronist clasped her hands and looked up happily into the air.
It looked like a zealot praying up into the sky.
Foo, you're a good boy.
Or are you telling the facts as they are? But why isn't Ein Summer calling for me? Ah, Ein Summer.
Even your abstinence is amazing.
The way her body twitched in delight called to mind the writhing movements of a giant, squirming maggot. Ha, it makes my body feel electrified. Ara, I'm sorry.
I've been talking only about myself. Don't mind me. Neuronist ignored his thoughts and continued.
Now, should I tell you about your fate? Do you know what a choir is?
He blinked at the unexpected question. Looking at his surprised expression, Neuronist assumed he did not know what a choir was and explained. A choir is a group of people that sings hymns praising God's love and glory. I want you to become one of them, along with all your little friends.
If that was all, then it wasn't much.
He wasn't very confident in his singing, but he was not tone deaf either.
But was this monster really talking about something like singing?
He could not hide his unease that rose like the tide and eyed Neuronist. That's right, a choir.
Even fools like you that haven't sworn loyalty to Ein Summer can dedicate their voices to sing his praises.
The goal is a chorus. Ah, how electrifying. It's Neuronist's gospel music dedicated to Ein Summer.
A cloudy color spread in its revolting eyes. Was that because it was excited by its thoughts?
Its fingers wiggled like worms.
Phew, now I'll introduce you to the ones who will support you in your chorus.
As if they had been waiting in a corner, several figures came into view. He stopped breathing the moment he saw them. It was obvious that they were evil creatures. Black leather aprons that clung tightly to their figures.
Their skin was ghastly pale, almost transparent, and purple veins were visible as if their blood was purple. They wore tight black leather masks with no visible openings, which made him curious how they could see or breathe.
Their arms were long as well.
They were about 2 meters in height, but their arms were long enough to reach their knees. Each of them had a belt on their waist, with numerous tools hanging off them.
There were 4 of them in total. They're torturers. They're going to help me help you sing a beautiful song. A dangerous premonition.
He finally realized what it meant by singing and struggled to escape.
However, he still could not move. It's no use, Tilda. It's not going to break from someone of your strength. They'll cast healing magic over and over, so you can get plenty of opportunity to practice.
Neuronist said this as though she were extending the hand of mercy to him, but she did so in the most evil of tones. Thnd do moose. Don't do this.
Why do you say that?
Do you want us to stop? Neuronist asked softly to the man who had tears rolling down from his eyes.
Then the 6 tentacles squirmed. Listen well.
Because he remained, we, who were created by the 41 supreme beings, were allowed to exist.
Our very existence is to serve him.
Do you think we'll show even a shred of mercy to some filthy thieves that tracked mud into the holy place where such an exalted being lives? Do you really think that? Auf Leru GWPPH.
I'm really sorry.
He, that's right.
Regret is a valuable thing. Neuronist picked up a thin rod from somewhere.
At the end of the rod were spikes that were roughly 5 millimeters long.
Let's start with this.
Neuronist kindly explained every little detail to the man who didn't understand anything about the tool. My creator used to suffer from a little problem called kidney stones.
To pay respects to that, we'll start with this. Since it became so small, I don't think we'll have much problem putting it in.
THND du Moose. Neuronist took its face closer to the man who was screaming out in realization of what would happen to him.
We're going to spend a long time together. You shouldn't start crying, because this is only the beginning. Chapter 58, Invaders Part 6.
At the feet of Foresight, which had just repelled 4 ghouls,
there was a magic circle. The next moment, they were swallowed by an unavoidable pale white light, and the scene around them changed. What? Hecaran let out a gasp of surprise, and frantically looked at the surroundings.
While understanding the current situation was important, the safety of his comrades was of far greater importance. Looking around, he confirmed the presence of his comrades. Imina, Arch Roberdike. While preserving the formation, then stepped on the magic circle, the members of Foresight were gathered without a single person missing. Confirming each other's safety, faster than they heaved sighs of relief, the 4 looked around at the surroundings immediately. This place was a wide corridor, dimly lit and with a high ceiling.
Even a giant could walk freely through here.
The flickering flames of faraway torches provided unsteady illumination, and in their light the long shadows seemed to dance. Ahead of them was some kind of cross-hatched portcullis, and from the square gaps in its surface, rays of white, magical light shone through. Behind them, the path stretched into darkness, and along the way, several doors opening into the corridor could be seen, lit up by torches. With everyone remaining quiet, only the crackling of the torches could be heard.
It did not seem like they were in any danger of being attacked immediately.
Even if it was such, his gaze looked at the surroundings with caution. Although I don't know where this place is, it has a completely different atmosphere to what we have seen up until now.
The style of this place was completely different to the tomb they had just left. In fact, signs of civilization could be seen here.
The members of Foresight surveyed their surroundings, and whilst they were trying to grasp where this place was, only Arch's attitude was different from the rest.
This place is.
Keenly perceiving the meaning behind the words, Hecaran asked Arch.
Do you know? I know of a similar place. The Empire's Grand Arena. Ah. Indeed, you are right. Roberdike grunted in agreement.
Although Hecaran and Imina did not say anything, they also shared Roberdike's opinion.
Monsters or beasts fought in the Colosseum. If one was a worker, it was not a rare job.
In order to entertain those who were not satisfied with normal bouts, it was common to hire workers. Yes, at times workers fought fellow workers.
Long ago, the members of Foresight had fought monsters in the Colosseum.
The scene from that time, the route from the waiting room to the arena, the road in between, certainly suited their current location.
Then behind that should be the arena. Roberdike pointed towards the portcullis. That should be the case. Then being teleported to this place means that. Is that what it is? Give me a fight to watch was probably the intention here.
Although, they had no idea who or what might be waiting for them.
It's dangerous. I have not heard of teleportation traps.
Either an existence that can use unknown magic is here, or one that knows advanced magical skills.
No matter which, having any as our enemy in this tomb is dangerous. Even those that did not have much knowledge of magic skills, the high level of the magic of teleportation was well known. Using one as a trap made one imagine the caster having extreme proficiency in magic.
If not, teleporting them with magic that even Arch did not know, they would have no idea of the caster's true strength.
Basically, having either an enemy was an extremely dangerous thing.
However, to those people who dragged mud in, people who would treat them warmly was extremely few.
No, it would not be strange to say there were none. The moment they stepped into the great underground tomb of Nazarick, the lives of Hecaran and the rest were half decided.
At best, the traps in the tomb were not placed by those currently living here. If those traps were placed long ago, there was a chance of leaving alive.
It might be a relic from 500 years ago. Ah, there were more advanced magic techniques in the past.
Are you referring to the beings that dominated the continent and whose country shattered almost immediately, of which only the capital remains today?
The 8 Greed Kings. They are considered to be the ones who spread the existence of magic further through this world.
If this is a relic of that era, then perhaps.
The members of Foresight looked at each other and sighed. Staying here would bring no good. They had to get a result.
Shall we investigate?
We have no other choice. I think we are blocked in thought. There is only one path. Shall we pray that the owner gives freedom to the victors? Hecarin's words decided their objective.
Hecarin was at the front, followed by Roberdijk, Imina, and Arch.
When they got close to the portcullis, it rose upward with impressive speed, as though it had been waiting for them all this time.
The first thing they saw as they entered the arena were rows upon rows of audience seats around the arena.
It was a coliseum.
A length of 188 meters, breadth of 156 meters and a height of 48 meters.
It was not inferior to the Empire's Colosseum. No, this place might have been better constructed. Various locations had continual light cast, and the white light lit up the surroundings. And so they looked at the surroundings as if it were noon.
Seeing the seats, the members of Foresight were surprised and were at a loss for words. This was because sitting there were innumerable clay figures, the dolls known as golems. Golems were inorganic creatures created through magical means, who would obediently carry out their master's commands once they received them. Without the need for food or sleep, and never suffering from fatigue or even the ravages of time, they were treasured as guardians and laborers. Furthermore, because their production took considerable time, effort and cost, even the weakest ones would cost a considerable amount of gold coins.
Even Hecarin and the others, who were paid well, would find it hard to purchase a golem. Such was their price.
And standing there in the Colosseum, were countless of them. To Hecarin, it spoke of how wealthy the person who owned this arena was, as well as how lonely he felt. They looked briefly at each other's faces before silently walking towards the center of the arena. Outside? Reacting to Imina's voice, all that could be seen when looking at the sky was darkness. Because the light from the surroundings was too strong, it outshone the light from the stars, but even so, there was no doubt that above the arena was a vast expanse of open night sky.
Were we transported outside? Then, we could use flight magic to escape.
Tau. A figure jumped from the balcony of the VIP box. The figure somersaulted in midair as it descended from a height that seemed roughly equivalent to a 6-story building, making people wonder if it might have wings as it gracefully landed upon the ground. There was no magic at work here, only pure physical ability.
Even the rogue Imina had her breath taken away by the perfection of the movement.
The figure who had absorbed the impact with a mere flexing of its knees smiled brightly. Before them stood a young dark elf girl. The long ears which emerged from amongst the golden strands of his hair twitched slightly, giving rise to a glorious impression like that of the sun. She was fully dressed in a suit of tight-fitting, light leather armor, made from jet black and deep crimson dragon scales, over which she wore a white vest embroidered with golden threads.
A coat of arms was sewn onto the breast of the jacket.
Seeing her heterochromic eyes, Imina let out a gasp of surprise.
Ah! The challengers have arrived.
The arena trembled and shuddered in time with the girl's bright and cheerful voice. Looking around, it seemed that the golems which had remained motionless so far were stomping on the ground to make noise.
The challengers are 4 reckless fools, who have invaded the great tomb of Nazarick.
And, facing them is the master of the great tomb of Nazarick, the supreme king of death, Ainz. Ul.
Gown Summer.
The portcullis on the opposite side of the arena rose upwards at the same time as the dark elf's voice rang out. From the darkness of the path beyond, a being stepped into the light.
In a word, it would be skeletal. A crimson radiance flickered within the eye sockets of the white skull. It wore a shining black expensive full-plate mail, with gold and purple symbols. A drawn sword was held in its right hand. The stomps gradually turned into claps. It was a reception befitting the arrival of a king.
Amidst the thunderous continuous applause of the golems, the skeleton slowly walked in.
The weapons in its hands and its armor was enough to tell what would happen. "I'm so sorry," Arch muttered. "We ended up like this because of me." What would follow was probably going to be the most grueling battle Foresight would ever have faced. In all likelihood, one or more of them might die.
Arch probably felt that they had been plunged into such a dire circumstance was because of herself.
Without her debt, perhaps they might not have accepted this task to go investigate a tomb they so obviously did not know enough about.
Basically everyone might die due to Arch.
Don't mind it.
Yes.
Taking on this work was a group decision. This isn't your fault.
That's
how it is.
Hecaran and Roberdike smiled as they spoke, and Imina patted Arch's head.
Now, I think it's impossible, but let's talk.
The skeleton in question, Ainz, waved his hand before them.
The movement looked as if he was wiping something. The sounds disappeared. In an instant, the golem's movement stopped, and once more they were subjected to the almost deafening silence. Hecaran faced Ainz and spoke in a serious tone. "Firstly, I would like to apologize. Ainz ul Gaun. Ainz ul Gaun Dono."
Ainz stopped, hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, and moved his chin as if to order him to continue.
"We wish to apologize for entering your tomb without permission.
If you can find it in your heart to forgive us, we will gladly offer the appropriate compensation to atone for our transgressions."
Time passed in silence. Then Ainz sighed.
Of course, as one of the undead, Ainz had no need to breathe.
But he did so in order to get his message across.
To those who step foot into Nazarick without permission, there has never been a case where we allowed them to return without harm.
Even if you had misunderstood, or did not know, it does not matter. Pay for your foolishness with your life.
With that, Ainz brought down his sword, and made a fighting stance.
What if we had permission? Ainz froze.
Apparently, that had gotten through to him. Hecaran was surprised that a single sentence could have had such a great effect, but of course he did not let it show on his face. Just when all seemed lost, a ray of hope had shone through the darkness. Clearly, he had to seize it.
Nonsense.
It was a still, small voice, almost on the verge of fading away.
What if we had permission?
How stupid. No, the possibility exists.
Then why, here? Was he shaking? Ainz shook his head continuously as his flew into his sea of thoughts. Hecaran thought furiously as well. What would have the highest possibility of coming out of this alive?
Who gave you this permission?
Don't you know him? Him? He didn't leave his name, but he was a pretty big monster. Big? That is. Hecaran desperately thought on where the safety lines to evade danger were hiding.
It was a question that only a person paralyzed by indecision would ask, because only by asking could a person know what was true or false.
Tell me what you saw. He was very, very, very big. Very, very.
As Ainz descended into another round of introspection, Hecaran reflected that they had avoided danger yet again, and breathed an internal sigh of relief. Did he say anything?
He said to give his regards to Ainz in the great tomb of Nazarick.
Ainz? His fidgeting suddenly stopped.
Hecaran noticed, and an oh crap expression spread across his face.
He said, to give his regards to Ainz. Yes. Kuahahaha.
Ainz laughed when he heard Hecaran's answer. This was not a happy laugh. It was a laugh that could be best described as volcanic.
Fool.
I am a fool. Being tricked by these idiots, I am the biggest one.
Ainz's movement stopped, and he turned to look at Hecaran. The crimson fires blazing in his eye sockets turned dark, consumed by the black which surrounded them and reducing his pupils to points of red light. Hecaran and the others took a step back, as though Ainz's mere line of sight was exerting physical pressure on them.
Within that glare was the purest rage.
The earlier absolute being, the one who placed himself above others, came down to the same level as Hecaran after being enraged. There was the phrase pouring water on an ignanik, Igunoniku. Ignanik was a magic beast that lived on dry savannas, and was a quadruped with long and fluffy fur. It had horns on its head, and it was about the same length as a cow.
It was known that its meat was delicious. While it was a magic beast, it had a warm personality and did not like fighting, and so it was often hunted for its meat. However, there was a reason why such a magic beast was not domesticated. That was as it mentally exploded when exposed to water.
It was to the point that it would ferociously attack a magic beast many times its size. In addition, the wet hair would harden to become harder than iron. And with a will of steel, it would charge with its horns and try to impale its enemy.
Such was its fighting method. Pouring water on an ignanik.
It meant to infuriate an originally calm person, basically an example of a foolish action. There were no words that were more suitable for Hecaran's situation. You try our ass. You dare.
You dare to tread your filthy ye.
Your filthy boots into the Nazarick that we, my friends and I, created. So intense was his fury that Ainz was struck speechless.
His shoulder blades moved as though he were breathing, and he continued. And you?
You dare use the name of me, of my friends.
You dare use it to trick me. You shits.
Do you think that can ever be forgiven?
Ainz was shouting in a furious tone. It would not have been a surprise if his anger had gone on forever.
However, his rancor suddenly vanished, and he returned to his usual calm. It was a sudden change, as though the emotion had simply been switched off. The abrupt change was enough to make Hecaran and his team, who were facing off against Ainz, think that something was amiss.
So strong emotions are still suppressed. Ainz spoke as if it were of another person.
To Hecaran's group who could not understand the content of his words, Ainz spoke to them in a tone as if he had a light smile on. Since I gained this body, pain and emotion have been suppressed if it surpasses a certain threshold. For example, can you fight if you lose your right hand? Being attacked by an intense pain, there is the possibility of being unable to take any action to fight.
However, I am different. Even if I lose my right hand, I can fight with no problem. Since I feel no pain below a certain level. The pain of losing an arm, or even being hit is suppressed. Even emotion. When swallowed by intense anger, I immediately regain my calm.
But, as a result, a weak anger is maintained.
Ainz had a behavior that suggested that the talk was over.
Then he strongly gripped the sword he held, and spread his feet, a battle stance. Aura.
Yes, Ainz Summer.
The girl who was watching quietly until now opened her mouth.
In her gaze of Hecaran was hostility.
Basically the girl would attack as well, and so Hecaran prepared himself to face her as well.
Now retreat as agreed. Only handle the cleanup. Understood.
Aura moved behind him, with only Ainz facing them.
Let's get started.
As Hecaran stared down the sword and shield-equipped Ainz, Hecaran's first thought was that his opponent was not a warrior or a swordsman. If pressed, he would say that he was like a monster, the kind who would use their excellent physical abilities to overwhelm their opponent. Both his posture and stance looked like those of an amateur, but he radiated a heavy pressure, appearing larger than life.
For a being like this, the deadliest move they could make might be to simply attack. Not coming? Then, allow me. Ainz rushed over as he replied. He followed it up with a grand slash downwards from above.
The attack had openings all over it, but it had great destructive power.
In the hands of a mighty being with incredible physical ability, it was a sword strike that could kill anything it hit. Taking it would be very dangerous. Hecaran came to this conclusion in an instant, as he sensed the high-speed blade descending on him.
A hard block would turn this into a contest of power, and he knew that he would be overwhelmed if he pitted his strength against Ainz.
That being the case, there was only one option.
Ainz's sword struck down into the ground, the lingering echo and vibration of steel against steel fading into the air.
parry the blow and guide it away from his body. No matter how much power it had, if the blow was guided away it would not be a problem.
And after doing so, the posture of the body crumbled.
The armor he wore was probably of an amazing quality. It was possible that Hecarim's sword could not penetrate it. Then he would aim for the head.
He released a martial art.
Double slash.
The two swords inscribed gleaming arcs in the air as they scissored toward Ainz's head.
Hecarim's weapons were short, so it had to be thrust into his opponent's chest. However, that was if his opponent's chest could swing a sword.
On the contrary, if an opponent with weapons of normal length fought in Hecarim's range, the difficulty to block it skyrocketed.
The twin swords fed toward his opponent's head. An average person would have taken it forlorn.
A first-rate opponent might have only been scratched. Then, what about an elite opponent? HNH.
As Ainz made a strange cry, he made a large jump. He raised his left hand to the sword that aimed for his head and shielded it.
With a metallic sound, Ainz clicked his tongue but was unharmed.
This showed that his gauntlet, and thus his full-plate mail, were of the highest quality.
Magic arrow.
Lesser dexterity.
As the shield blocked the two strikes, Arch's spell sent a white bolt streaking towards Ainz. At the same time, while the sound of clashing metal still rang in the air, Roberdijk cast a spell to augment agility. Child's play.
Ainz did not look at it.
Completely ignoring the ball of light, he charged towards Hecarim. While the ball of light seemed to be stopped by a wall before it hit Ainz, and while Arch made a shocked expression, Ainz attacked.
The aim of his sword was Hecarim's chest. He thrust his sword out in a flash, and where it would have hit, Hecarim moved his body.
A ripping sound could be heard from his chest and the chains from his chain shirt danced in the air.
An instant of carelessness. No, since Ainz's attack was too fast, his dodge was late, and became careless for an instant. If he did not have the support of Roberdijk's magic, it might have been impossible, or a coincidence.
Hecarim
endured having his armor ripped off, preserved his posture, and activated his martial art again.
Double slash. Oh. Ainz bent his body in an undignified manner, and tried to move back to take some distance.
As if I would let you escape.
As Ainz moved to escape, Hecarim stepped in.
And from right next to Hecarim's face, something flew towards Ainz. That was an arrow.
The arrow Imina released flew towards Ainz. Chi. A high-speed arrow came from behind Hecarim's back, hidden by his body.
Naturally, a normal person would not have been able to avoid it.
However, against Ainz with his superhuman reflexes, it was still not enough.
Flash. Lesser strength.
A brilliant flare of light burst in front of Ainz. Whether he resisted it or not, the spell would blind him for a moment, but it seemed pointless against Ainz.
All it did was annoy him.
Interfering busybodies. Ainz clicked his non-existent tongue at Hecarim, who had closed the gap thanks to his augmented strength and dexterity.
Reinforce armor. Anti-evil protection. Arch and Roberdijk's support spells had solidified Hecarim's defense.
Having evaded Hecarim's attack and deflected his swords, Ainz was about to riposte once more when another arrow flew into his face.
Shit.
Another bother. He blocked the arrow with his gauntlet, but when he stopped his movements, Hecarim ran into attack again. Arch and Roberdijk cast magic to gradually make Hecarim stronger.
Ainz was strong.
His physical abilities were completely untouchable by human beings. Combined with his resistance to magic and the enchanted sword and shield he bore, he was everything a warrior wanted to be.
However, he had weaknesses.
That was while he had an amazing physique, he had no skill.
Basically a wild beast. All attacks were wide swings, and did not think of his next attack. In addition, he did not use feints and only attacked head-on like a fool. It was true that all of his attacks were one-hit kills that all warriors would admire, and was of another level compared to humans. To be fair, he had been hard-pressed to hold his ground.
If he had misread the angle of the falling sword and missed his parry, his swords would have been ruined and he would probably have suffered a fatal wound. A small mistake in estimating the speed of the black sword would have resulted in him being sliced neatly in half. The fact that all his coin tosses had come up heads was nothing short of luck. Yet, there was an even more important reason beyond this. That reason was teamwork. It was precisely because they were all working together, and were intimately aware of what each of the others was thinking, that they could move and act like a single organism. Basically, as long as the existence known as Foresight existed, it would never face defeat.
A faint smile lifted the corner of Hecarim's mouth. His sword had begun to reach him.
Currently Ainz was without harm.
However, on that top-class armor, his swords had scratched it. In this manner, if he did not panic, it would be possible to give Ainz a fatal blow.
With this conviction in his heart, he swung his twin swords. Ainz
moved to avoid the flash of light, and deflected the sword straight towards his head with his gauntlet. The arrow flying in was interdicted by the black sword.
Arch and Roberdike made use of this opening to enhance Hecarim even further.
Shit!
With a roar, Ainz swung his sword in a large arc.
Of course, with a speed that humans could never reach.
Hecarim avoided it, but his attack stopped for an instant, and he ran back to take distance. After considering whether or not to press the attack, Hecarim decided to back down and calm his frenzied breathing. The undead Ainz would not get tired no matter how long or how hard he fought, but a human like Hecarim and the others would become exhausted. Dragging the battle out was a bad idea.
He had to rest whenever he got the chance. What is wrong? Ainz took distance and whispered.
Why, won't these guys die? Huh?
Ainz's words made it seem as if their death was certain.
It was true that Ainz's fighting abilities were high.
However, having it being said as if it were natural would make anyone angry.
Cocytus. The VIP seats responded to his words. There, like aura, but with a completely different shape, dropped down.
It was a mass of platinum. It reflected the countless number of lights from the surroundings, and sparkled.
Its 2.5-meter-tall gigantic body made one think of a bipedal bug. It was like if a demon had mixed a praying mantis and ant. The hard platinum exoskeleton released a frost into the air, and seemed like diamond dust that sparkled in the air. Cocytus tried to kneel, but was stopped by Ainz. An existence that seemed to be much stronger than Ainz.
At its appearance, the members of Foresight shuddered. Ainz alone was this strong, and when the numbers increased, they could not win.
Answer me, Cocytus.
Why are these people still alive?
However, ignoring Foresight, Ainz spoke to the strange being that appeared, Cocytus.
I should have the strength to rival a level 33 warrior.
From that, it should be reasonable that I should be able to easily kill all of them, Cocytus.
But I have not. Not even one. Why, Cocytus?
Was your estimation of their level wrong? Even though since we are confirming my pure physical abilities, I am not wearing most of my equipment, why is this so?
Their abilities have not left the realm of my predictions. Then why? Why can I not kill them? That is the difference in experience.
Ainz Summer's abilities should be easily able to kill them.
However, that is if you can use all of it.
Since you cannot utilize all of it, you are unable to easily kill them.
Because I cannot use all of my strength?
Correct.
I see, since there is no skill called experience.
I see, then there are no contradictions in my plan for growth.
While the data exists, there is no experience. Another way to put it is that I can pile up experience.
I see, experience, huh? He nodded several times, and seemed satisfied. Ainz then once again faced Foresight. Feeling the change in atmosphere, Hecarim had a bad feeling.
His senses that traversed the line between life and death were panicking. That it was dangerous. I shall remove my armor. Ainz seemed to be speaking to himself.
In response, Foresight went, what is this guy saying? But just that.
Full plate mail was something that took a lot of time to remove. Even if someone helped him, it would take 3 minutes.
If he did it alone, even more. But was there a merit for a warrior to remove the armor that protected their bodies? Not able to believe that someone would remove their armor while their opponents had their swords drawn, the members of Foresight looked at Ainz in surprise. No, it would be fine to say that they were being made a fool of. The reason why they did not attack was as the instant Hecaran made even the tiniest movement with his arms, Cocytus would replicate it.
That was a restraint.
If you move, I move.
Being shown such an intention, they could not move. So Ainz began to remove his armor.
While silently watching such a foolish scene, the objective of their actions was decided in silence.
If you can laugh when an enemy in front of you removes his armor, then do so. However, the scene that happened in front of them overturned this motion. Ainz casually waved his hand.
At that moment, a black vapor rose from the armor. Faster than Hecaran was surprised, Ainz's armor completely disappeared.
Yes, it was as if his armor was made of solidified vapor.
His whole body was exposed.
His black long pants were well made, and silver thread was used to sew symbols on his waist. His top half was naked. His head and arms were pure bone.
His ribs had some fallen flesh, but it was hanging thinly on.
Below that, his spine was visible from his stomach. Where his ribs ended, inside, far below his heart, was a pulsating reddish-black ball.
Every time he moved, the golden symbol on his necklace swung in the air.
W. What is going on? Lies. It was made of magic.
That isn't a magic armor with special properties? Ignoring Hecaran and the rest who were making noise, Ainz discarded his sword.
The discarded sword fell to the ground and let out a dim glow.
Seeing that, once again, Hecaran and the rest had their mouths agape. Discarding one's arms was the universal sign of giving up the fight. However, Ainz's attitude did not betray even the slightest hint of capitulation. And so Hecaran did not understand what Ainz did and was confused.
However, they could not be left simply wondering about his actions. So, he braced himself and asked, "What are you going to do?" He slowly spread his arms.
It was an action that resembled an angel reaching out to the faithful, or a mother welcoming her child into her embrace, a loving acceptance of what lay before him.
You don't get it? Then let me put it in terms you might be able to understand. Ainz laughed. I'll play with you, so give me your best shot, humans. The mood had changed. He had forsaken his weapon and his shield. That should have meant he had been weakened. But Hecaran had the feeling that the Ainz before him now was more powerful than before.
Indeed, it seemed as though his body had physically grown in size before their eyes, so oppressive was his presence.
A being that grew stronger when abandoning the sword. When you thought about it, only two answers remained. One would be that he was one of those warrior monks who honed their bodies into living weapons.
But if that were the case, his fighting style from earlier, the way he evaded attacks, didn't seem polished enough for him to be one of their number.
Then, the alternative.
A spellcaster?
That was it. This was the question at hand.
The being before them, Ainz Ulgaun, was he a magic caster?
It was understandable that they had not considered that earlier.
Who could have imagined that any magic caster could have fought on even terms with Hecaran, the party's strongest and most skilled fighter? Magic casters, especially arcane magic casters, had weaker bodies than warriors.
After all, if one had time to train one's body, one could easily spend that time on learning magic.
As such, magic casters who could fight on par with warriors were non-existent.
That was simple common sense.
A being who could turn that wisdom on its head, who could have imagined such a being would be standing in front of them? As such, Archie's voice carried the hope that it was untrue, and the desire that her hypothesis would be rejected. Because if it were true, that would mean that Ainz was far more confident in his skills as a magic caster than he was as a warrior.
What that meant, nobody needed to say out loud. Even casting a few spells could greatly improve battle performance.
As Hecaran had been demonstrating, several enhancement spells made a dramatic difference.
However, Ainz's confidence was not that thin.
He was far better than Arch, he had an absolute confidence.
However, Arch had a reason to refute it. Did you finally realize it? How foolish you lot are.
Well, it's only natural to expect this level of intelligence from you miserable vermin, who track your filth into our Nazarick.
That's impossible. I can't sense any magical power from your body. Ainz tilted his head and wondered. And stumbling on something, he shrugged his shoulders. You can measure a magic caster's magic power, huh?
Yes.
And from you, I can. Then, Arch's face changed color.
Hecarim and the rest did not understand why Arch stopped, and made strange expressions. At that moment, the only one to understand was the enemy, Ainz.
Feel nothing, right?
Despite myself saying that I am a magic caster? Yes. It was so. Arch could not feel the slightest bit of magic power from Ainz.
However, if Ainz could use priest-type spells, then it was not wrong.
But, if that was the case, Ainz's spellcaster abilities would be completely unknown. That is so. Ainz raised both hands to Arch, then Hecarim and the rest. The hand that was previously covered by a gauntlet was one that fitted an undead of only bone.
On each of his 10 fingers was a ring. From one look, one could tell that magic was imbued inside. Once I remove this ring, you will understand.
I also lent it to my subordinates.
Saying that, Ainz removed a ring on his right hand. And then...
Yoog.
It was the sound of vomiting.
Sticky fluid spilled onto the floor of the arena, and a sour, rancid stench wafted up around Foresight.
What did you do?
Imina glared at Ainz, from where she had rushed over to assist Arch.
Ainz seemed a little uncomfortable, but still answered in a displeased tone.
What do you mean? What did I do to that girl?
There's a limit to how rude you can be, throwing up when you see someone's face. Everyone, run. Arch was shouting, and tears were leaking from the corner of her eyes.
This guy is a mon, Uoja.
Unable to endure it, Arch threw up again. In that moment, Hecarim understood why she had vomited. Ainz had done nothing to her.
Rather, she had been unable to withstand the combination of terror and stress caused by seeing the enormous magical power surrounding Ainz, and so she had thrown up.
And that meant... We can't beat him. His strength is on a totally different level. Even the word monster can't describe him.
Arch began wailing as the tears rolled down her cheeks. You finally realized.
Ainz laughed. But, you can't run. No way, no way, no way.
Imina tightly hugged Arch to her chest.
The girl was violently shaking her head, as though she had gone mad. Calm down.
Robodike. Got it.
Lion's heart. Under the influence of Robodike's magic, Arch managed to recover from the panic which had gripped her.
Like a newborn deer, she rose unsteadily on shaky legs, using her staff as a crutch.
Everyone, we have to flee now. That's not a being humans can beat.
Understood, Arch. Yeah, I get it. Yes.
That is truly a monster. The alertness level of the 3 of them had gone through the roof.
They stared at Ainz with nerves wound even tighter than before. Theirs was an expression that understood that even an instant's loss of watchfulness would spell their deaths.
It looks like they won't let us run. The moment we show them our backs, we die. We need to buy time or we won't make it. Not coming?
Of course, Hecarim wouldn't be baited by Ainz.
The enemy's fighting power vastly exceeded that of any being which had ever existed. It was not a movement for victory, but was one to buy time for escape. That meant they could only count on one thing.
When Ainz began casting a spell, a magic caster was most vulnerable when reciting an incantation.
Ainz's strength as a warrior was undeniable, but that was why they had to bet on that.
If he used a silent spell, then the game was up, but even so, that was a tiny possibility which existed for them.
As though drawing a bow taut, Hecarim gathered his strength within himself. Then I will go. Ainz slowly moved his hands. Now. The arrow called Hecarim launched from its bow. His current dash was probably the fastest he had ever done. All his steps seemed to cause the ground to shout beneath him. In an instant.
Ignoring the sword that seemed to teleport straight in front of his eyes, Ainz cast one spell.
Less than / greater than.
The sword that was several centimeters in front of Ainz cut thin air.
And Hecarim exploded from the inside.
His flesh and blood splattered on the ground of the Colosseum.
What happened? Roberdijk, Imina and Arch could not understand. They could not understand that after he lost his target Ainz, he did not kill his momentum and instead flew to the ground and tumbled. Even the fact that he was not moving. Even the pink flesh that dropped to the ground soon after. Even the fact that his body had rotated from the impact and his headless body was visible.
Yes, they could not understand how, without a sound, the team leader that they depended on, Hecarim, had died. Hecarim?
Imina whispered. Roberdijk finally calmed down. Ainz should have been in front of Hecarim. And where did he disappear to? He turned his head in a panic to capture Ainz's figure, and became speechless. Ainz was behind everyone.
Right behind Arch.
He slowly raised his hand, and in it was a metallic glint.
Faster than Roberdijk could shout, the knife in Ainz's hand plunged into Arch's shoulder. A
sudden burst of pain. Arch screamed. Why happened? Why am I in pain?
Arch could not comprehend this, panicked, and her body bent. She ran
towards the frozen Roberdijk. A new pain was born when she ran, but Arch endured.
As expected, I don't feel a shred of guilt. Is this a result of me losing any sense of familiarity with humans? Or is my humanity disappearing?
However, that girl ran for help after facing despair.
So this either means that she has the ability to be able to ignore me, or that I am treated as a third wheel, that I am looking down on her and creating this painful situation she has to endure? Ainz did not chase after Arch, but instead ran his finger across the knife, and mumbled to himself. He did not understand his own words, and it was not anything Ainz thought was important.
Ainz moved his gaze from the knife.
He looked at Roberdijk, who was using healing magic to heal Arch.
Well, fine.
Anyway, exterminating you people takes priority. Ainz let the knife go and it dispersed into fog, like the armor from earlier.
What did you do?
Roberdijk asked with a trembling voice. Using teleportation magic, he moved behind Arch. While Roberdijk and the rest were confused, he prepared a knife.
Roberdijk understood that much.
Since he understood that Ainz was a monster that could use even 6th rank magic.
Then how did he kill Hecarim? Did he kill Hecarim at the same time as he used teleportation magic? There was not enough time for that.
Is it strange? It is not anything worth mentioning though.
Ainz made the method clear. With a reply that crushed the hearts of those still alive. I first used the 10th rank magic time stop. Then I used the 8th rank magic explode on that man. Ainz pointed at the fallen Hecarim.
Then I used the 3rd rank magic dimensional move to get behind, then used the 7th rank magic create greater item to make the knife.
It's nothing much. Ainz continued. A silence froze the air.
That was as a physical fear assaulted Roberdijk and the rest. In their midst, frantically, Imina gathered her courage to ask.
You stopped time?
You, using 10th rank magic? Yes.
One needs anti-time measures, you know? When you reach level 70 you have to have them. The chattering of teeth could be heard. It was not just Imina, but Arch and Roberdijk as well. Lies. They would feel bliss if they could yell that.
It might feel better to refute the words of this monster, know this existence that stood in the realm of gods, cover their ears and kneel.
They understood that he was strong.
Especially Arch.
However, they did not comprehend to what extent. 10th rank magic.
A rank even gods could not reach.
Its existence was nothing more than an empty theory. It was said that the 8 Greed Kings used it, but since their existences was not confirmed, it was nothing more, until now. And that was used to stop time. The world was a joke. An existence that could stop time. The flow of time that people could neither rule nor control. What should one do when their opponent could command it? It would be simpler to cut down a large forest with a single sword. Eins ul Gaun. That was an existence that humans could never defeat.
Arch. Run. The reason why Roberdijk turned was to tell his comrades, who were still intending to fight.
Look at the sky. This is probably outside. There is a chance you can escape if you fly away. Even if it's just you, run. I will buy you 1 min, no 10 seconds. He gripped his mace with both hands. When his shoulder was tapped. Ah!
Roberdijk's body stopped moving.
This was as he knew who tapped his shoulder even without looking.
The existence that should have been in front of him, Eins ul Gaun.
The existence that was like a god who could control time. He had disappeared from his sight.
A frost flowed out from the hand on his shoulder and Roberdijk became an ice sculpture.
His body did not even have the freedom to feel that.
Although it's impossible? Roberdijk heard a kind voice, one without any hostility.
The mace dropped powerlessly from his grip, and onto the ground. You want to ask what I did right? While everyone had froze and did not move, Eins heartily revealed the answer. I simply chantlessly cast time stop. It's nothing much, right?
However, I think it is impossible to buy 10 seconds.
Now, Eins whispered. He looked at the 3 who were losing fighting spirit. Yes. I have thought of something good. I should give someone a chance to escape. If you are running, just run. However, there will be something chasing after them. If they cannot lose it, well, it will be quite pitiful.
Aura, raise the exit.
Understood. Eins pointed in the direction where Roberdijk and the rest entered from.
Aura jumped up, activated a light on her shoes, and disappeared.
Now, Aura teleported and opened the door. Feel free to go.
Feel free to abandon your comrades.
Now who's running? Eins's hand faced them. The expression on his face was an evil one. It was a face that held extreme interest in who would run away. He probably wanted to see them fall out.
It was true that different from adventurers, worker teams were tied together for monetary reasons.
However, foresight was different.
Arch, go.
Yes, go.
Imina smiled.
While we only have each other, you have sisters, right? Then abandon us. That is what you have to do. This is my fault.
Seeing that Eins had no intention to immediately attack, Roberdijk walked over to Arch.
He then took out a small leather sack from his bosom. It will be fine.
We will chase after you after defeating this monster called Eins.
I agree. Then you treat us.
Imina also took out a small sack and passed it to Arch.
What meaning does this have? Eins, who was standing by the side, did not understand, but Arch did.
Roberdijk walked over to Hecarin's corpse, took out a similar sack, and threw it to Arch. If you let me say something, but I promise to first kill that piece of dirt. While it was being decided that Arch would escape, Eins pouted in dissatisfaction. It was an unhappiness at it being decided without arguing, and beautifully. In contrast to Eins, the 3 cast fleeting glances at him.
No, only Arch was staring at him.
Imina smiled at Arch. That clear smile caused Cocytus, who was watching from the side, to shake his head several times.
Now, go. Use the money in the inn in any way you'd like. Mine as well. Goat it. Alve going ahead, crying. Of course, the 3 of them did not believe it.
Defeating an existence they could not fathom, like Eins, there was not even a sliver of such thoughts. Knowing that this was the final farewell, Arch could no longer form words, but was instead making noises.
She began to cast magic. There are monsters in the air, so you will be caught even if you fly. Fly.
Ignoring Eins's warning, Arch activated her magic.
After looking at her comrades one last time, she silently fly away.
I see.
It's faster than running, and one won't tire. Ainz seemed to have forgotten this.
However, it was decided without any discord. I thought that you would have showed me disgusting actions suitable for dirt like you. She has the highest chance of escaping after all. Yes. Since we are outside and she can use flight magic, she can run the fastest.
Outside ha. Ainz looked at the sky of floating stars, and sneered. The two felt a sense of foreboding at it. Shall I tell you something, G? Ainz summer.
What is it, Cocytus? Ainz felt some displeasure at the interrupting Cocytus, but he asked politely.
If you kill them now, I believe their screams can reach her.
Oh. Cocytus, you think of some terrifying things sometimes. However, the maneuverability of flight magic is quite high.
So unfortunately it will be difficult.
But I thank you for the good idea, Cocytus.
Thank you.
Well, she might hear it if they cry loudly. Now, shall I kill you pieces of dirt?
Have you prepared yourself for leaving this world?
Roberdike raised his mace and moved closer to Ainz.
Ainz smiled lightly at the man charging towards him. Imana took in a long breath.
Ah. While releasing a shout like a weight had been lifted, Imana pulled back her bow. And, released.
While Roberdike was right next to him, she would not endanger his life. At this distance, she would hit 100 out of 100 times.
However, the arrow bounced off the front of Ainz, as if there was a wall.
Useless actions. However, shall I play for a bit?
Triplet magic, greater magic accumulation. 3 magic circles floated in front of Ainz. You. With a loud manly cry that did not suit him, Roberdike slammed his mace down onto Ainz's face.
It was a hit with all of his power that ignored everything else.
It was a hit based on his belief that Ainz would not evade.
However, that was easily repelled. Feeling an intense pain in his wrist, Roberdike dropped his mace. Ainz did not even look at him. It was an attitude that said that he had no such worth.
Triplet maximize magic arrow. Ainz filled one of the magic circles in the air with magic. Middle cure wounds. Roberdike cast healing magic on Ainz.
This was as undead received the opposite effect of healing magic, and would be instead wounded. However, like the magic arch used, it seemed to hit a wall and did not have an effect.
Triplet maximize magic arrow. Ignoring the attacks of the two, Ainz filled another magic circle with magic.
When arrows were about to hit Ainz's face, it was repelled as expected.
Seeing that, Imana threw away her bow.
She decided that projectiles would have no effect.
Triplet maximize magic arrow.
Magic weapon.
Pulling out the short sword from her waist, Imana had magic cast on her by Roberdike.
It was at this time where Ainz finally filled in the last magic circle.
And he simply released it.
While she was surprised, she knew it somewhere deep down.
Imana made a lonely face as Ainz pointed his finger at her.
Roberdike tried to get in between them, but Ainz's magic was far faster.
Good work, Triplet maximize magic arrow and release.
Ah, an angel. 90 from the magic circles, and 30 from Ainz. 120 bullets of light.
The rush of the bullets drew a pair of angel wings.
However, it was not such a merciful thing.
Hitting. Her head, chest, stomach, arms, legs, face, nether region.
120 bullets of light. That was the amount of magic hitting Imana. Like fishing chasing after food, the bullets slammed into Imana's body. It was not even at the level of her losing consciousness. While in the midst of pain like being hit by sticks, she did not make a sound. Even when her bones broke or her innards imploded, she did not raise even a moan of pain. It was just an instant. There was no one where Imana was. Behind it was a thin but widely spread layer of meat.
Her armor was bent, and the things she wore was mixed in with her blood and flesh. Imana. Dirtying the place my comrades and I built, it is an extravagant death for filthy thieves. Roberdijk stared at Ines, who spoke in a bored manner, with a glare full of anger. They were 70 centimeters away and Roberdijk glared into Ines's empty eye sockets with hatred. While receiving a gaze that would make most humans want to leave, Ines did not feel such emotions.
No, it would be better to say that he had no emotional constructs. Roberdijk curled his hand into a fist, and punched. He had one aim.
The pulsating orb located at the end of Ines's spine.
He believed that was his weak point.
His fist hit in a way that it seemed to be pulled in, when a loud metallic cracking sound could be heard.
Receiving a powerful impact, Roberdijk's fist was repelled. The recoil was astounding, and from it, Roberdijk's gauntlet was completely broken and fell to the ground.
He stumbled backwards from Ines, and Roberdijk made a surprised face and looked at his fist.
While his gauntlet completely shattered, his hand beneath did not have a scratch. It was a strange situation.
However, if he thought about the existence known as Ines, Roberdijk felt that such a result was fitting. Be grateful.
You just touched the highest class of magic item.
The world item that becomes stronger when I wield it, the world item that has my name engraved on it.
In the last war, half of the players died to this.
Shiltir. Ines calmly turned away from Roberdijk, and spoke to the VIP room.
His attitude was as if it was telling Roberdijk that he could not harm him. Well, it was true. No matter how they attacked, it was futile. Ines understood that and acted as such.
Roberdijk had no methods of harming the monster Ines. And so, he had to think calmly.
In the worst case, he had to buy time for Arch to escape.
While retreating, Roberdijk's brain was working furiously, but a girl jumped down from the VIP lounge in the same fashion as Aura and Cocytus.
It was a human girl with a shimmering silver beauty.
Even though Roberdijk was controlled by anger, she had a beauty capable of stealing his eyes. With a sigh, Shiltir moved her gaze and looked straight on at Roberdijk. She had beautiful crimson eyes.
It felt that they had gripped Roberdijk's heart. Moving, even breathing, felt difficult underneath her pressure.
Underneath the girl's gaze, Roberdijk could not move. Shiltir.
Capture the woman from earlier. Understood, Ines Summer.
The girl, Shiltir smiled. However, seeing that shining smile from the side, Roberdijk sent cold shivers down his spine.
He directly felt that she was a monster wearing a beauty's skin.
Why are you not looking here directly?
Because.
Shiltir was displaying a rather shy expression.
Ines looked upon his own body and shook his head.
It's just bones?
Ines Summer is special. Really, please don't make me say those things again. It is rather embarrassing. With both her hands holding her face, Shiltir was fidgeting around with a Kyakia expression.
Shiltir.
You really do not change at all, do behave a bit more seriously.
Oh well, go and catch it, but since she could still be of use, you are strictly prohibited from breaking your prey.
Understood. I will catch her without damaging her. Do enjoy the hunt. Yes, I intend to do that.
Shiltir bowed deeply towards Ines before strolling away. Every single step she took was akin to shortening of Arch's life. Roberdijk understood this, yet he did not make a move. Shiltir walked past without taking a single look towards them. Although the distance separating her and her prey could be covered just by running, it still looked rather far off. After Shiltir's footsteps faded into the distance, Ines began to speak with Roberdijk.
Now then, why don't we make a deal? What sort of deal?
If you cooperate with me, I promise that I will not kill this girl, Arch.
How do I
cooperate?
The suggestion itself may not be an actual cooperation.
But Roberdijk understood that it was a good chance for him to preserve the life of his comrade.
Now, my subordinate, who is currently in pursuit, belongs to the cleric class. However, the god that she believes in is completely different from yours. In short, I am not familiar with the 4 gods whom you worship.
Hence, I would like to find out from the users of cleric magic, whether they attain their power from their gods.
What are you trying to say?
Have you met the existence that you call God personally?
God is by our side. Such an answer.
This means that you have never met him in person?
No. When I used my magic, I could feel the presence of an immeasurable existence. That is God.
Then again, who were the ones that decide who God is? God himself?
Or was it the people that used such power themselves? Robert Icke recalled the contents of discussion from the various debates on the subject of the divine. To Eins's question, there were no clear conclusion from it.
That was why till now, the priests continued to debate about the matter.
If it was really like that, then part of the divine debate had their conclusion drawn out for them.
Eins continued to speak as if trying to stop Robert Icke, who opened his mouth. Ma, treating those beings that dwell within a higher existence, let's assume they are the gods you speak of. Are they something that is totally colorless? Or do they exist like a concentrated mass of power? The droplets of power dripping from them cause the changes? Well, this is a world where magical laws exist.
It would not be a joking matter should God exist.
My apologies.
I am not talking about any of those things. The power of the gods that you believe in.
I don't think we could simply learn something like that. How about some human experimentation? The words coming out from Eins's mouth were very dangerous. Human experimentation?
That's right. What happens if I change a part of your memory? Substituting one of the gods that you're worshipped with another. What would the outcome be like? Utter madness.
That was the honest thought that came into Robert Icke's mind.
No, his opponent was an undead. His level of thinking had reached a different realm of possibility.
Eins moved one step backwards, looking at Robert Icke with a bemused air.
His gaze was akin to a researcher observing his test subject. Robert Icke wanted to vomit at the thought of it.
If you are willing to cooperate with me, as a reward, I shall guarantee the safety of that girl, Arch. Is there any evidence that I could trust your words?
That would be impossible, isn't it? Looks like you are not the trusting type.
Ma, since you are unwilling to cooperate, I could force you into participating in my experiment.
Even that girl would be a useful experiment subject. Don't you have a single shred of mercy inside you?
Your joke ends here. Do you think I would be merciful to those who dirtied Nazarick with their filthy mud prints? Robert Icke looked towards the sky, the glistening star-filled sky.
Then towards the ground, where the bodies of his friends lay upon the grounds of the arena. Robert Icke let out a deep sigh. Numerous considerations came into his mind. He considered each and every one of them before making a final decision. One more condition. Please let me bury my dead friend's body. No choice.
Be thankful then, lesser beings that dared to thread their filthy mud-stained shoes into Nazarick and besmirched the names of my friends, to receive an act of mercy from me.
I shall not use their bodies. Death itself was an absolute existence. Resurrecting the dead was something in the realm of the impossible.
At least let the souls of my comrades rest in peace, and let Arch be spared from death, the cleric, Robert Icke prayed.
Chapter 59, Invaders Part 7. Arch panted heavily. Every time the grass swayed from the wind, her whole body would tremble. Like a small animal, she fearfully looked in every direction. The surroundings were a forest, and there were many places without light.
The spreading canopies of the nearby trees blocked out the light from the sky, and there was almost none on the surface. Although this environment would normally be difficult for a human being to navigate, in lieu of illumination, Arch used the dark vision spell, which made her surroundings seem as bright as day. However, even if she looked around, her surroundings were filled with undergrowth that could fit a man. Behind that was a giant tree with a width one could easily hide behind. Along with the waving branches, there were countless places she needed to pay attention to. As an arcane magic caster, if Arch were confronted by a monster which attacked her, she could not get rid of it by herself.
Normally, she would have her colleagues to help her, but the ones who would help her, who would provide cover for her, or heal her, were all absent.
which meant that all she could do was watch out for signs that an enemy was approaching, keep her distance, and flee. She was on edge because she was keenly aware of this fact, and it sapped her mental strength even more than normal.
Her original plan was to make it to the outside, which meant she would escape by flying. But once she flew above the trees, she saw a gigantic flying creature in the sky which seemed to be searching for something, so she abandoned that plan.
After she confirmed the presence of the giant bat, she could not find it in herself to try and turn it into a contest of speed. That was because even though invisibility could fool visual senses, it could not deceive the special sensory organs of a bat. After confirming her surroundings were safe, Arch once more flew up at a snail's pace. She was proceeding as slowly as possible with fly because she wanted to observe her surroundings. If she went at full speed, she would not be able to react quickly enough even if she were on alert and spotted a threat, and that would mean she would be leaping into the mouth of any monsters which pursued her.
In order to avoid this, she deliberately lowered her speed.
Finally, Arch felt the layer of magic energy surrounding her growing thin.
Her flight spell was about to run out. She slowly descended to the ground. The question now was, what should she do? Casting flight again would not be a problem. She could feel that she had enough mana for it.
However, dark vision was also a crucial spell. If she met monsters, then she needed invisibility. She also had to reserve enough mana for defensive spells in case of combat. The third-tier spell Flight was one of the highest-ranked spells Arch knew how to use,
which also meant that it was one of the most draining spells she had. If possible, she wanted to avoid using it. Since entering the tomb and being teleported here, she had used quite a bit of magic power. She could not use Fly multiple times with what she had left. However, using magic to directly pass through this forest was a waste. And losing Fly would mean losing her sense of direction. Since it was a forest, even if she tried to move straight ahead, she would lose her destination. This was as she had to avoid trees and cross fallen logs.
In addition of not having an obvious goal, it was extremely difficult to be aware of where she was walking. She climbed to the treetops while the fly magic was still active, and got a grasp of her current location.
It was fortunate that there was a large tree next to the Colosseum. She oriented herself based on that. However, now that her magic was gone, the difficulty skyrocketed. She did not have the time to climb a tree to grasp the situation. Where can I rest? Arch mumbled to herself.
If she restored her mana through sleep, she could use Fly more often, and movement under the sun would be safer.
This was particularly true for the forest, where the monsters tended to come up at night.
It might be better for her to curl up somewhere and wait for day to break, rather than force herself to carry on in the dark forest.
But Arch had no idea where the safe places were. If Imina were here, she would probably know. However, her reliable companions were not with her.
Imina, Roberdijk. Arch curled up beside a huge tree, and thought of her comrades.
Liars. Even though this much time had passed, the two did not show signs of following her. There was no sign of something happening at the Colosseum. There was no sign of the two trying to contact her. She was led to only one answer. Their death. No, that was something she had known from the beginning. There was no way they could beat the ridiculous entity known as Ainz. Even so, was she a fool for holding on to the faint hope of seeing them again? Arch sat on the ground and leaned her back on the great tree. Arch closed her eyes. She knew it was dangerous, but she still wanted to close her eyes. As the memory of the three of them came to mind, she squeezed her eyelids shut. The icy cool sensation of the wood against her head was very comfortable. It was only after she had rested for a while that she realized just how tired she had been. Her stress turned into emotional exhaustion, and it rose without stopping. Ha! She let her head rest against the tree. And then she opened her eyes wide. Dark vision painted the world of night in fresh, bright colors, but she had no explanation for what she saw in her field of vision. Someone was watching Arch. It was like nothing Arch had ever seen before, and her eyes seemed transfixed on the sight of the beautiful girl.
She was dressed in a velvet soft ball gown dyed in the darkest shade of black, a garment that seemed thoroughly unsuited for her present environment.
Her skin was as pale as wax.
A single hand stroked her long, platinum hair, which seemed about to brush across Arch's face.
Though she was a noble daughter, Arch had never seen a girl this beautiful before.
If she were to show up at a formal dance, men would flock to her like moths to a flame, purely on the virtue of her beauty. Her crimson pupils radiated an irresistible charm that seemed to draw Arch's soul into them.
But Arch immediately returned to her senses.
There was no way someone like that would be in a place like this. Especially not someone with both feet on the tree trunk, standing parallel to the ground in utter defiance of gravity. It was obvious that this was a pursuer sent by Ainz. Still, it was not completely impossible that she might have been a resident in the forest for a long time.
Are you done playing tag?
Her fleeting hopes had been utterly dashed.
A pursuer. Arch leapt away to open up a gap, targeting the girl with her staff.
The girl seemed disinterested in Arch, and neatly walked down the tree trunk and onto the floor.
It won't be fun if you don't run. If I defeat you here, I can flee more safely. Even as she said this, Arch smiled bitterly in her heart.
There was no way she could beat any pursuer sent by Ainz, a being who existed outside the bounds of common sense.
Knowing this, the reason why she said so was to gauge the other party's reaction. Then, by all means, although I can only play with you for a while. Her attitude said that she completely understood the difference in power between the two of them.
Basically to her, a fight with Arch was in the realm of a game.
Fly. Arch cast her spell, and began to flee. There was none of the leisurely, slow flight she had demonstrated on the ground.
In one swift movement she was aloft, covering her face with her arms as she broke through the forest canopy and soared into the air.
Under the night sky, Arch looked around once more. She was on guard for the bat-like monster she had seen earlier. However, it seemed that it was nowhere around.
And so, all that was left was to escape. Yes, yes, keep it up, keep it up. The beautiful voice called out to Arch, who was desperate to flee. Her heart lurched.
Casting desperate glances around, Arch tried to see where it was coming from. It was from in front and above her.
When had she, the girl from just now, was there?
Lightning.
Bluish-white lightning leapt from her staff's head and cleaved through the night.
This was Arch's strongest attack spell. Even though it pierced the girl, the smile did not vanish from her face. Arch was sure of it.
This was a being on par with Ainz, which meant that there was no way Arch could defeat her. The girl cheerfully spoke to Arch, who was eager to flee. Familiars. An enormous pair of wings extended from behind the girl's back.
They were like a bat's in shape, but far, far larger.
An enormous bat flew out from behind her, like it had detached from her body. And of course, no bat with glowing crimson eyes like that could be a mere beast. The girl smiled from beside the giant bat, whose wings beat steadily through the air. It was a smile that froze Arch's body like ice, a smile that did not seem to belong on someone her age at all.
Well then, do continue to flee. Arch fled. She took flight with all her strength.
She flew into the forest to lose her pursuer, and the branches scratched her body as she fled. Since she had discarded her companions to escape, that meant she had to make it out of here no matter what. In her mind, she would do anything to make that happen.
Just how much had she flew?
She casted Fly multiple times, and when her magic was about to run out, Arch met despair.
It was a wall. An invisible wall stood in front of her.
The world went on beyond it, but Arch's body was blocked by that wall.
Arch was now 200 meters above ground level, and the invisible wall had reached this high. This is... Arch muttered to herself as despair seeped into her heart. She flew and felt around with her hands. But... wall, 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 still a wall. No matter where she flew, her hands told her there was something hard in her way. What is this? A wall, of course. Her muttered words that should not have an answer was replied to. Guessing her identity, Arch made an exhausted face. The one who stood there was the one she expected. The earlier girl.
And 3 giant bats that were flying around her.
Though it seems you've gotten the wrong impression. This is the 6th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. That is to say, you're underground.
This?
Arch pointed at the world.
The heavens had a starry night sky, the wind blew, and the ground had a forest spread upon it.
Thinking that such things were impossible to have underground, she was hit by the thought that if it was them, it was possible. The 41 supreme beings. Long ago they ruled this land, and they created us.
It is a system that even their creations, us, cannot understand.
They made a world? That is the work of gods.
Yes.
They are our gods.
The existences that Ein Summer stands at the head of.
Arch looked around. She already accepted it. As expected, if one was shown this much then they would understand. That she would not return alive. Now, are you not running?
I can?
Of course not. We had no intention of letting you go anyway. I see.
Arch grabbed her staff with both hands, and flew towards the girl.
She had no more magic power and so could not use magic.
However, she would try her best to escape. It was what she, as the last member of Foresight, had to do.
Yes, good work. In response to the frenzied Arch, the girl spoke in a casual manner. Then, this is the end of your escape. It was a waste that you did not break down and cry in the end.
Easily stopping the staff Arch swung, the girl pulled her towards herself.
The postures of Arch and the girl crumbled. The two embraced in midair.
The girl then moved her face to Arch's neck.
Arch tried to break free, but the girl's body was like glue, and she could not separate. With a warm breath on her neck, Arch's body trembled. The smell of sweat.
As a worker in the middle of work, Arch was unable to take a bath. This was a natural thing for workers, adventurers and travelers. It was a matter of fact for those who went on journeys, and so if they were told that they were dirty, they would simply laugh as say so. However, being told that from a younger and an extremely gorgeous girl, it could not be helped that she felt ashamed. The girl moved her face away from Arch's neck. The moment she saw those crimson eyes, Arch was attacked by a bad feeling. The girl was in heat, and she gazed of the feeling of a man doused in lust.
When we return, shall we first use the bath? Arch was shocked when she was about to respond. She could not move her body.
It was like she was sucked in by those crimson eyes.
It was then that Arch realized the girl's true form. She was not human, but a vampire. Then.
The girl moved her face close to Arch's, opened her lips and licked Arch's cheek.
Salty.
The girl laughed, but Arch's heart was screaming in fear.
The girl's laugh deepened.
The girl's lips were like a crack and reached her ears. Her eyes changed from rainbow to crimson.
It would be suitable to say that while her mouth opened, it made a cracking sound.
Her beautiful set of white teeth now formed rows of canines like a shark. Her pink lips glistened, and her clear drool dripped from the corner of her mouth. A fear from the bottom of her heart surrounded Arch. Ha 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 ha. Yes, until your head goes crazy with pleasure, I'll do a lot for you. Until you admit it yourself, how much time will it take ye? In front of the laughing monster that gave off the smell of blood, Arch felt her heart leave her body.
While the image of her two sisters waiting at home flashed in her head.
Did you find? Thin, look forward to when you waki you up.
This is the information Neuronist collected.
While in his private chambers, Ainz looked at the documents passed to him by Shaltir.
On it was recorded the information by the invaders from 3 days ago. The name of the requester. The true forms of the invaders. It was a document that held such information.
Apart from those, Shaltir was handling the items the invaders held, managing it on the 2nd floor. Dead things that Ainz would use for experiments later were also recorded.
Scanning through the document, Ines tilted his head.
He had no doubts of Neuronist's skill, but what he needed was reliable information. I see, however, while pain is a good method, all of this was ascertained by torture, right? Just how reliable is this information?
In response to Shaltir's surprised reaction, Ines made a strange sound.
I believe that this was collected through the magic Dominate, though.
The two looked at each other.
Dominate was a stronger magic than Charm Person, and could manipulate a person according to the caster's will. With this, any information could be easily coughed up.
What did he not realize it? It was a magic Ines could use. Thinking of an excuse to escape Shaltir's gaze, Ines racked his brain. No.
Shaltir. In a heartbeat, Ines came to an answer. Does this paper have the method of how the information was gained written on it?
It is not, but it is so. How was this knowledge gained? And how reliable is it? If that much is not written, misunderstandings can come about.
Here, Shaltir made a face as if she had just noticed something. My apologies.
I did not pay attention to that. It was a forced excuse, and a pretty much one-sided conversation, but he managed to get past it.
Filled with a guilty feeling for the apologizing Shaltir, Ines calmly nodded. I do not mind, but pay attention to this from now on. Yes, understood. By the way, what happened to the priest in the end? Ines immediately understood that she was speaking of Roberdijk and answered.
He is being experimented on in the place Aura made. What sort of experiment?
Proof of God's existence. No, it is not a philosophical or religious problem, but to see if such an existence is possible. Meaning? No, magic exists.
It is not strange for there to be a God.
Should a God exist due to humans, how would it react to an existence that kills its believers?
If the balance of the world it is managing should crumble, what would it do? If it were me, I would directly attack.
What
problems would a God bring?
Ines made a wry smile at Shaltir's reaction. If God exists, then it would be good to investigate how to kill it. I see, if we do not remove it completely it will be troublesome.
In the game Yggdrasil, gods were fine to defeat, and he had defeated them before in events. However, is it possible in this world? Ines was far stronger than humans.
Then if existences know as gods did exist, how strong were they compared to him? Well, our goal was to change his memory, but he could still use magic. Basically the four great gods do not exist, and I assume that it is a large existence of power.
Depending on how the existence is directed, it changes into the various powers of gods.
After explaining that much, Ines once again made a wry smile. Well, any more and it would dangerous, and so we stopped.
It is dangerous to play with an unknown energy.
Well, if I say that, then magic might be a problem, but it would be the best for our nerves to understand it is useless to dwell on it. And if gods are the physical expression of the direction of that power, if we can control that direction, we can control gods. Shaltir sent a gaze of respect to Ines, who said that they could control even gods. She was an NPC that recognized her master, the 41 supreme beings, were gods. She felt a happiness as if that was being recognized.
As expected of Ines Summer. Well, that method will be improbable though. Ines threw his hands in the air.
However, Shaltir was not the least bit disappointed.
It did not come to him now, but she believed in him. In the not far future, she believed that her master could control even gods.
Oh yes, I shall ask Demiurge about that. Now, how is that woman doing?
I made a promise to not hurt her if possible. That woman, Arch-chan, right? I have made it such that she has a tail now.
A tail? Did you turn her into a lycanthrope? There were methods that allowed one to change into a lycanthrope, a beast man. Ines believed it was something along that line and asked Shaltir.
No, it is Anna. It's fine.
Ines interrupted Shaltir's words.
But, Ines Summer, may I ask something? What? He had a bad feeling, but he had to ask. Listening to a subordinate is the mark of a good master. Ain's summer has ordered me to not harm her.
But, can I steal her virginity?
Peraronkino. Ain's shouted out the name of a past comrade. Shiltir panicked as her creator's name was called out. Ain's irritation was then retrieved, and he cooled down. Sorry. I got a bit agitated, oh yes. He passed it down.
I'm sorry, well, I'll stop.
What should I do when she begs me to take it? Or will Ain's summer take it?
He thought of that, or perhaps that it was the fault of the invaders into Nazarick, and lots of other things popped up in his mind.
In the end, he believed that it was fine as long as the two agreed.
If you did not use magic or force, and she wants you to, it's fine?
Understood. Then when she is as such, I shall take my time to enjoy her.
I
see, I am happy that you will have fun. Waving his hand, Ain's thought to end the talk.
He recalled the leather bag, but Shiltir did not say anything, so he decided that it was not important, and closed his mouth.
Silence ruled the wide room. The maids that were originally standing behind him had left.
Shiltir opened her mouth to end the silence. However, what made you think of investigating gods?
It was one of my original goals.
Ain's heaved a sigh of relief at the fact that it was now a serious conversation.
My plan is split into two parts.
One is to make the story of the hero Ain's Gown.
And when I do, the next thing is to turn into a god. This was the general situation. If one read human history, the chance of that happening was high.
However, should gods truly exist in this world, turning into one is difficult. This is why I wanted to confirm what sort of existences were gods. Well, we still do not understand everything about gods though. If gods did exist, the path to become a god was probably non-existent. However, recognizing the existence of gods and spreading the seeds to godhood was the intent of the experiment. Ain's felt embarrassed seeing the gaping Shiltir, and spoke quickly as if making an excuse.
It will be difficult.
Surpassing the realm of heroes and reaching the rank of god.
But the Lizardman village was a lucky find. Ain's was a god to the Lizardman, or the head of the gods. Basically he turned himself into a god in that small world. And so he gained confidence, and took the experiment one step further. I see. Shall I talk of the next one? Ain's hesitated. If there is something you cannot say. There is no such thing but, don't laugh. I did not say this to anyone.
Ain's kept silent, and Shiltir was filled with happiness when Ain's said that he did not say it to anyone.
Ain's hesitated for a while. In a way it was a dream.
It was something a normal person would never think of, the ravings of a madman. Even Ain's never seriously thought of it.
However, ruling the Lizardman village let him believe that it was not impossible.
That was why he asked Shiltir.
He was trying to motivate himself. It is like a dream. Ain's made his final excuse. His final goal was impossible, the aims of a madman. It was world domination. A silence filled the room again.
Ain's Gown ruled the top 10 guilds with just 41 people.
It is an existence that should become a legend.
Taking that step is repaying my past comrades.
However, I myself am wishing for it. Ain's cut his words, and stared into space. All the while, Shiltir listened to him without moving a step. My past comrades made it up to here, so I want to do this out of pride.
Shiltir, is there anything better than world domination?
There is none, Ain's summer.
Shiltir slowly lowered her head.
Her face was red, and filled with happiness.
Shiltir's body was embraced by the feeling that suited a subordinate given a royal command. After Shiltir left, Ain's, who was looking at the information, hugged his head.
However, if this is the approach of the Empire's side, then is the kingdom not coming? Ain's thought that his expectations had been wrong.
Ignoring the short amount of time that passed, the fact that there was no reaction, was it because they decided that Ain's was not important? However, based on the information he collected up to now, Ain's ability was absolute.
The kingdom will definitely not think lightly of it, but I will be troubled if they move in ways I cannot imagine. He evaluated himself to not be all-knowing. There were a lot of holes in the plan, and information could leak. On the point that the people of the kingdom and empire had a plan, and so the possibility of them going behind his back was high. They could not loosen their guard.
Ainz slowly leaned back on his chair, and looked at the ceiling. He tried his best to ignore the 8-edge assassins that entered his vision, but he thought that he became better at doing it by now.
I said it to Shiltir. World domination. Ainz did not seriously believe it was possible. There were many things he did not know, and there was the possibility of other Yggdrasil players existing. With that, it was nothing but a dream, the aims of a madman. Just how should he take over the world? It could not be accomplished with pure violence.
However, the reason why he took over the Lizardman village was for this purpose.
To see if other methods apart from violence were viable.
In the Lizardman village, Ainz was already recognized as the absolute ruler.
Basically, there were tribes where strength was everything. It was not as if humans had the highest population, and so he had to rule them. If the Lizardman had the highest, it would be great. But we do not know much.
If he told the Guardians to act to take over the world, everyone apart from Demiurge would start a war. And if Yggdrasil players exist, or if anyone could rival Ainz and the others, this would be an extremely dangerous action.
And so, it is necessary for a loyal person with wisdom to exist by his side to take action without using this method. And after it was taken over, unifying the government would be impossible given the current state.
However, having Shiltir suck their blood and turn into her servant was not a good method, as their loyalty to Ainz was low.
I want a loyal advisor-type person.
He tried to change the memories of the captured adventurers, workers to pledge loyalty to him, but it ended in failure.
Ainz was not a psychologist, and so could not test to what level should it be adjusted. Since he could not save and load, in the end it ended when they successfully had one person's memories mostly turned into lies. Shall I think of other things? Ainz whispered and leaned back on his chair. Since none of the invaders could return, they would approach him. It would be fine to act in response to that.
However, world domination, thinking of it seriously is embarrassing. Well then, here are the 100 gold coins as promised.
And this is the contract.
After taking a quick peek at the contents of the bag, Archie's father nodded his head in satisfaction. Without any hesitation, he quickly signed his name on the parchment and then stamped it with their family seal.
His fluid actions revealed that this wasn't the first time that he had done this.
Now there shouldn't be any problems, right?
Eyeing the parchment that was handed to him, the man nodded. If Hecarim and Imina were here, they would definitely reveal their displeasure. This man was the same man that had visited them previously at the inn. The man glanced at the parchment a few more times while he waited. After verifying that the ink had finished drying, the man carefully rolled up the parchment and stored it. Yes, most certainly. Pointing towards the bag of coins in front of Archie's father, the man asked, "By the way, are you not going to check?" I'm fine with it even if it's 1 or 2 coins short. Is that so? Towards the generous yet foolish response made by Archie's father, the man nodded once more. The amount of coins had already been verified before, so there shouldn't be any problems. But it was definitely not a good sign seeing a family that was nearly at the end of their rope to still be acting this way. No, perhaps their house was fated to end the moment that man became its master. However, it was exactly people like these that made the best customers. Well then, you're fine with the usual interest rate and loan term, I presume? It was written on the document, but he asked for formality's sake. He did not want to bring in the knights over some problem. There were those among the nobles, who had high levels of authority, that wanted everything to go their way. Most were eradicated by the Blood Emperor, but there was still a group of troublemakers. The man himself was not that clean. Any problems, even when solved, would have a fee. And so he asked. In response to the question of the details, as expected, the father, without hesitation, and with a naturally pompous behavior, nodded. The man nodded in understanding.
Now that it is complete, I shall hope that you repay it promptly. By the way, is your daughter still well and healthy? The man suddenly remembered that there were 3 daughters in the family.
I'm talking about Arch-san. Ah, Arch-ha? Right now she's out making money.
Is that so? While your daughter is out and about earning money, what are you doing instead?
As the man thought as such, he hid the disgust in his eyes well.
Humans with high levels of authority like nobles were sensitive to others' faces and atmosphere.
Even the worst were better than merchants. Of course it was fine even if it was noticed, but the man did not want things to become troublesome. Especially when the other man was very well versed in it. He started to pity the girl with this kind of a father. The man wasn't without emotions.
However, it was more important for him to recover the amount of coins that had been lent previously, including the interest on top, and to ensure this cycle of loan and repayment continued. He couldn't care less about meddling in other families' businesses. Just because she was able to make a bit of money, she started to act arrogantly.
The man frowned when he heard the unpleasant mumblings made by Arch's father.
After all, if a troublesome situation was to happen, it might cause a delay in the interest payment.
If possible, the man would like the current situation to continue as long as possible.
For that, he couldn't help but ask.
Did something happen? No, nothing big.
It's just that my foolish daughter seemed to have forgotten about her obligations to her parents for raising her from birth and is starting to become disrespectful.
If it's just that, then
honestly,
it's about time to let her understand her insolence. I need to teach her what being an aristocrat is all about. The man swallowed the rest of what he wanted to say. However, he couldn't help but let out a final remark. It must have been really troublesome.
Of course.
Such a foolish daughter.
The man had purposely omitted who it was that he was talking about and allowed Arch's father to mistakenly believe that it was said for him, which resulted in more and more muttering.
100 gold coins was an incredible sum.
However, at the rate that Arch's father was spending, he would soon be out of money again.
If that happened, he would most likely come back to borrow more. The man had already decided not to lend any more until the money previously lent had been repaid. The man glanced around the room. What he saw was a room filled with luxurious furniture and decorations. Should the worst happen, he should still be able to recover what was originally lent, even if he had to sell them. The man lowered his head in order to hide his thoughts.
In the end, isn't it weird for the daughter of the Furt family to be doing that kind of dirty work? The friends that she associates with all seem to be of common birth too, they probably share the same vulgar character. Is that so? The man recalled the 2-person whom he met at the inn and started to open his mouth to retort. Sensing the man's opinion on this matter, the father quickly stringed up a set of excuse. I am not directing my words at those commoners, but those group of people known as adventurers. Is that so? So it seems, they could be the reason for my daughter being so rebellious.
I must teach her a well-deserved lesson. As a daughter, it is natural for her to obey her father. It is 1 decade too early for her to speak her mind.
After taking a last look at the displeased father, the man stood up from his chair.
I shall be taking my leave now, for my next household appointment. I'll be leaving it to you to return the borrowed money when the time comes.
Oni-sama, when will she return?
Do we have to wait a little longer? In the room, there were 2 little girls. Both of them were sitting on their bed side by side. Their facial features were almost identical.
Patches of rosy red adorned their white faces, causing anyone to think they had the faces of little angels.
Their looks resembled that of their elder sister. One could imagine how beautiful those 2 will grow up to be in the future.
The 2 of them were wearing a pair of identical spotless, pure white dresses. One could hear the sounds patter-patter as the girls kicked their alabaster legs about.
Is it true? It is true. Is that right? That's right. Once Oni-sama comes back, we will be moving out?
Yes.
The two laughed happily. They did not understand what it meant to move away from home, nor did they give the matter further thought. All they knew was their favorite sister will not be going out on trips anymore. That alone was enough to make them happy.
On many occasions, their sister, Arch, had to go out. Although they did not know what exactly was their big sister doing, the two knew that it was something important.
Hence, they decided not to behave selfishly, yet they could not suppress their desire to play with their sister. That's right, the two loved Arch the most. The most gentle, intelligent, warm sister. Only summer, she had not returned yet? Not yet? I'm looking forward to it, Kudalika.
I'm looking forward to it, Eureka.
I want to read together. I want to sleep together.
Kudalika is being mischievous.
Eureka is being mischievous too. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled.
Their laughter was as charming as a gentle ring of a bell. Then, Kudalika will be together, with Oni Summer. Eureka will be together as well, with Oni Summer. The twins smiled happily as they imagined the happy moments that would visit them in their dreams.
Chapter 60, Settings.
The great underground tomb of Nazarick, the home base of the infamous Yggdrasil guild Ainz ul Gaun. Its impregnability was to the level where a mere 41 people repelled a mass of 1,500 people. It has 10 floors, but attackers had at most made it only to the 8th. Ainz ul Gaun, Momonga, the protagonist, should be, TL, Maruyama used no Hazu. Peroronkino, Bukubuku Shagama, Lucy Fur, Hero Hero, Blue Planet, Nishikinrai, Touch Me, Albert Alan Odal, Yameko, Tabula Smaragdina, Ancora Moki Mochi, past comrades of Ainz ul Gaun. Sebastian, the land steward of Nazarick. Shaltir Bloodfallen, true vampire, the guardian of the 1st to 3rd floors. Gargantua, tactical siege golem.
The guardian of the 4th floor.
He is not a guardian but is so. Cocytus, bug type, appearance-wise, monster.
The guardian of the 5th floor. Aura de Fura, dark elf, the guardian of the 6th floor.
Demiurge, demon-type monster, guardian of the 7th floor. Pandora's actor, the guardian of the treasury.
Technically not a guardian.
Huku, a mysterious existence. He is not a guardian but protects an area.
He has the ability to infinitely summon his kin, and has a villainous fighting method. However, his level is not high, around level 30.
Neuronist Painkill, Special Information Officer of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick, Torturer. Favorite food is brain miso, brain paste.
The owner of a well-rounded body, she will immediately go to Ainz's bed if called. Ainz Harem Plan Number 1.
TL, ha 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 vomit. Master Musician. Secret, TL, capitalized in raw.
Pestania Wanko, Headmaid, Dog. Priest with a level 2nd to the Guardians. One of the 2 leaders of kindness in Nazarick.
Titus Anius Secundus, Head Librarian. Skeleton Mage.
Yuri Alpha, Dullahan, Monk, Battlemaid, French Role, 1.
An Oni-san character, Tomboy. Lupus Regina Beta, Secret, Priest, Battlemaid, Braids, 2. Tanned skin and a character who gives in to her desires. Nabril Gamma, Doppelganger, Magic Caster, working as an adventurer named Momen. Battlemaid, Sidetail, 3. CZ 21128, CZ, Delta, Automaton, Gunner, Battlemaid, Ponytail, 4.
Solution Epsilon, Predatory Slime, Assassin.
Battlemaid, Shinyon, 5. Entoma Vasilisa Zeta, Secret, Magic Warrior, Battlemaid, Side Up, 6.
Normal maids, Homunculi. They have no battle power.
Pinison Polperlia, Dryad, Spirit of Trees, lives in the 6th floor after she was scouted by Aura in the Great Forest of Tob.
She is together with several of her friends.
Baharuth Empire, Imperial capital Arwinter, used to be a country that practiced feudalism, but since the Blood Emperor rooted out the influential nobles and took their authority, it has become a dictatorship. Behind the scenes of these actions is a plan to maintain and strengthen the direct army of the Emperor, the current knights, in the place of the Blood Emperor's grandfather. Jerkniv Rune Farlord El Nix, the Blood Emperor.
The owner of the highest specs in this world.
Charisma Max.
Fluda Paradine, the chairman magic caster of the Empire.
Age is 268.
He can use quite a high level of magic, and has power at the class of the 13 heroes. Lightning, Baziwud Peshmal, the head of the 4 strongest knights of the Empire, heavy explosion, immovable, lighting, fear scale. By the way, the name Lightning comes from his weapon.
He has a mithril full-body armor that was lightened, and adamantium weapons. The 4 knights all have the basic equipment shown below. Gauntlet of Strength, increase of muscle strength, Amulet of Health, a bonus to resistance to poisons and illness, Belt of Constitution, increase to endurance, Ring of Resistance, bonus to magical resistance, Ring of Protection, increase to defense, Greaves of Quickness, increase of movement speed, Mantle of Elemental Protection, lowering of elemental damage, Shirt of Cure Wounds, low-ranked healing magic that can be used once per day, Helm of Mindguard, bonus to resistance to spiritual attacks. And they have at least 1,000 gold pieces worth of potion. Workers are known as people who do dirty work, and the dropouts of adventurers.
Foresight.
Hecaran Termite, the warrior team leader who uses 2-sword style, Nitoyu. Roberdike Goltron, priest. Archie Baral Furt, a young magic caster.
Owner of a special ability. Imina, half-elf thief.
Greenham, the team leader of the worker team, Heavy Masher. Palpatera, a warrior known as the Iron Wall. Iria Uzruth, the team leader of the worker team, Tunbu.
A genius of the sword.
Riastai's Kingdom, a feudal country where the king holds 30% of the country's territory.
The major nobles hold another 30% of the country, while the remaining 40% are held by the lesser nobles.
The country is currently split into 2 factions, the royal faction and the nobility faction.
Both factions are currently locked in a power struggle. Many hold the opinion that the country would have crumbled if not for the annual war against the Empire. Due to this, the current king choose not to abdicate the throne.
Ranposa III, the king of Riastai's Kingdom. The Golden, Rena Tayer Shardelan Ralve Self, politics cheat.
Extremely beautiful. Climb, a soldier under Rena. An extreme hard worker. Virgin. Gazif Stranov, the strongest warrior of the kingdom. Of low birth, but climbed up only by virtue of his sword.
Tare, quite the common character, bubbly and sweet. She is a bit above 20, real name is Zar. The older sister of Nina, she was taken by a noble when she was 13 for 6 years, the noble then grew bored of her and sold her, causing her to experience hell for 4 months.
Or so it should be.
Blue Rose, the strongest female adventurer group of the kingdom. Currently the A+ adventurer party in the kingdom. Lakeuse Alvain Fia Aindra, a beautiful priest warrior with blonde drill hair. She has one of the weapons used by the 13 heroes and is wicked. Evil Eye, a mystery magic caster whose face is hidden by a mask.
Wicked in a lot of ways.
Author's annotation, originally in this world's setting, the name Evil Eye is weird but I could not come up with anything better, and so I ignored it.
There is not much of a meaning to it, so please do not pay attention to it. Gagran, a warrior famous for various reasons.
She like a wicked bad, TL, what is, commenter Kuyufinv, apparently is a feeling of shame after a bad joke. Tina, past Ijania.
One of triplets. She is wickedly lesbian.
Tia, past Ijania.
One of triplets. She is wickedly shotaken. The 8 Fingers. An underground organization. 0, second in command of the 8 Fingers.
He is second, but his battle ability is high to the point that no one can command him, and is the strongest man in the 8 Fingers. He looks like a ball giant with tattoos all over his body. The name Zero came about as he believed no one surpassed him, and in fact, in a battle of fists only he would be the strongest in the kingdom.
He can fight evenly with Gazif.
What if it is a monk that we have encountered, Zanbaru, Zero can crush him. He has a monk-type class called Shamanic Adept, and the tattoos on his body are due to that class ability and a spell tattoo, Cursed Rune, from a special magic item.
The spirits of animals live in his tattoos, and he can summon their bodies to strengthen his own as a Shamanic Adept.
He has the ability to activate 3 of his tattoos at the same time, the legs of the panther, the back of the falcon, and the arms of the rhinoceros, to create the move, Single Strike Kill, that has an amazing destructive power.
I plan for his heroic appearance to appear in the kingdom.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Lubalina, the third in command of the 8 Fingers.
The person with the next highest battle strength after Zero.
She is a person with an androgynous beauty. However, she wears men's clothing. She always has a kind smile on her face, but she is broken inside. She has a fetish for watching the suffering faces of people.
For that reason she is in charge of cleanup in the brothel, and Lubalina has the highest kill count within the 8 Fingers.
By the way, she is female, but there is no one that talks about this within the 8 Fingers.
There were in the past, but ever since Lubalina killed one in a terrible way with a bright smile on her face, those people have since disappeared. Lubalina possessed a magical rapier that was known as Heart Penetrate. Since she possesses the duelist class, her fighting ability will be fully demonstrated when her opponent is alone. Lubalina received training that enhanced her evasion and striking capabilities, further improving her lethality.
As a trump card, she can use the first rank of magic.
Heart Penetrate is a powerful magic sword that rapidly increases the piercing power and the amount of damage on strike. Most armor can be easily cut through like paper by this sword. I plan for her heroic appearance to appear in the kingdom. Keep your eyes peeled. Fortress City Rantel, a city under the direct control of the monarchy of Riastais. A fortress city that sits at the border of the empire and the theocracy and is protected by its walls. This city has never been attacked, but since the war with the empire occurs nearby, it is used as a supply depot. And so there are many mercenaries, and the atmosphere that they are going to war is strong. Panasolii Gruz de Retinmire, Mayor of Rantel. Pluton Einsack, Adventurer's Guildmaster. Early 40s.
Theo Ruksha, Magician's Guildmaster. Last 30s.
Gignal Elshi, High Priest of the Earth God.
In terms of an adventurer, he would be A-class. Late 30s.
Lizzie Bayer, a magic caster that works in Rantel as a pharmacist.
An old woman.
Faye Bayer, Lizzie's granddaughter.
She herself is a pharmacist.
Bardo Rofleur, a great merchant who works in the food industry.
Has quite the authority in Rantel.
Baniara, a low-ranked adventurer.
Fighter.
Ishban Rumble, a receptionist of the guild.
Views Moman as her rival. Winner Harshia, a receptionist of the guild, a person with normal sensitivity. Her bottom is on the large side, big. Axe of Cyclone, E-class adventurers. Peter Mork, warrior.
Lucrut Volve, ranger. Nina, the spellcaster, wizard.
Dine Woodwonder, druid.
Bandits. Zack, a simple bandit.
Solution ate him, and found him delicious, literally. Brain Unglaeus, a man who fought Gazif in the deciding battle in the past.
A katana user who has a heavenly talent.
Kani Village.
Enri Emmett, a simple village girl.
16 years old. Older sister.
Nemu Emmett, a simple village girl.
Younger sister. Goblin Troop, 19 subordinates loyal to Enri.
Comprised of 12 level 8 goblins, 2 level 10 goblin archers, 1 level 10 goblin mage, 1 level 10 goblin cleric, 2 level 10 goblin riders and wolves, and 1 level 12 goblin leader.
Lizardman Tribes.
Zaresu Shasha, a lizardman traveler.
Wields one of the 4 treasures, Frost Pain.
Crush Lulu, representative chief of the Red-Eye tribe, an albino lizardman skilled in druid's magic.
Zanbaru Gugu, Dragon Tusk tribe chief, monk. One arm is huge.
Shajariu Shasha, Green Claw tribe chief.
Zarasu's older brother.
Rororo, a four-headed hydra. Ardland Council State, a city-state that is located northwest of Riastai's kingdom and surrounded by mountains.
The city was made by multiple races of demi-humans and currently they live together harmoniously.
The management is handled by a few select members from each race to form a council, and the ones to pay attention to are the 5 permanent dragons of the council.
The adventurers are mostly demi-human. Their relationship with the slain theocracy is bad, and both hate each other. Humans are low in number.
The surrounding marine races like the sea lizardmen and mermen are also part of Ardland Council State. Sundrux Vation, Sewer, Saindor Kusu Vation, Platinum Dragon Lord.
The strongest dragon amongst the 5 permanent members of the council.
User of Wild Magic. Svelia Mernchik, Suvaraya Myronshiraku, Blue Sky Dragon Lord, of course he or she will not appear. Omnadsens I Krublus, Omunado Sensu Akura Burusu, Diamond Dragon Lord, of course he or she will not appear. Kessen Blut Ukralilith, Kessen Boto Uokore Irisu, Obsidian Dragon, of course he or she will not appear. Zariel Kalia Nyant, Zario Karia Nyantu, Worm Dragon, of course he or she will not appear. Roble Kingdom, located towards the southwest of the kingdom and west of the slain theocracy.
Boys that reach the age where they are allowed to carry weapons would be conscripted by the country. The border of the Holy Kingdom is protected a line of fortification.
Abelian Hill, a large hill in between Roble Kingdom and the slain theocracy. There used to be a kingdom of the small hill people, but it was destroyed by heteromorphs like goblins, ogres, and orcs. It is currently a lawless area contested day and night by countless groups of heteromorphs. Others include dark dwarves, and in exchange for goblin, ogre and orc slaves, they provide metal arms for the war. The slain theocracy has sent forces out several times, but they only ended in temporary success. The Great Forest of Ivasha, the forest south of Abelian Hill.
Secret.
The slain theocracy, a nation centered on the teachings of the 6 great gods. The neighboring countries do not enjoy a good working relation with them as they are mostly centered on the teachings of 4 major gods. Amongst the human nations, the theocracy possesses the strongest national power due to its strong military. Their religious ideology was mainly that of humans are the race chosen by God. They conducted military operations within the nations surrounding the theocracy with the intention of the suppression of demi-humans and other races.
However, it seems their actions serve a bigger agenda. The 6 High Priests, secret. Highest Priest, TL, let's call him the Pontiff, secret. The 3 Department Heads, secret.
The 6 Princess Mikos, Princess Miko of Water, Princess Miko of Fire, Princess Miko of Wind, Princess Miko of Earth, Princess Miko of Light and Princess Miko of Darkness.
All of them are users of priest-type rank 5 magic, but this is a secret. Others.
The 13 Heroes, a group of mythological heroes.
They consisted of people that existed 200 years ago.
The members consisted of Necromancer Rigritz Burz Korau, the Dark Cultist, the Magic Swordsman, the Great Priest, the Holy Magician, the Magic Smith, Dwarf, one of the royal family of the High Elves. Air Giant Warrior Chief, the Dark Knight, Platinum,
etc.
Demon Gods, beings that were sealed by the 13 Heroes.
Existence that could be known as the Demon Kings?
The deities that once served the 6 great god fell and became the demon gods. Country Destroyer, a vampire lord, destroyed by the 13 Heroes.
She is called as such as she made a country her capital, and filled it with the dead. She can use up to the 5th rank of magic. 8 Greed Kings, top secret.
God Dragon, the existence that was the last fight of the 13 Heroes. Their battle marked the end of the 13 Heroes' adventurers.
It is said that they were defeated.
After returning, the 13 kept silent, and the truth remains in darkness.
Below is a weird section of hidden setting.
One might enjoy Overlord better if they did not read this.
I made this to feel satisfied.
The number of magic items that adventurers have, a pricing guide, and others.
World item.
Only one of each can exist at a time and are the best items in Yggdrasil with special abilities.
totaling 200, taken from the developers. The ones recorded on the wiki number 50.
This is as attempts to steal will occur, and so owners of such items will desperately conceal the fact.
Even the information of the 50 was gained by dishonorable means, such as spies, information-type magic, leaks from players who left guilds.
The guild who used such various methods to collect information to make the wiki, Burning Three Eyes, was destroyed by a coalition of top guilds.
A famous world item would be the Ouroboros ring.
This is a strengthened version of the overrank magic, Wish Upon a Star. Its effect would be to have the Yggdrasil developers and company fulfill one wish. The first time this was used was to block off one of the 9 worlds for a month, preventing anyone but those from the guild that used it from entering. This was as a certain DQN guild had monopolized a vein of rare metals, and this was used for the purpose of stealing it. After a month of investigation, the vein was found. And since it was mined, rare metals had finally made its way into the market for the first time. After a month, a war broke out between the DQN guild who wanted it back and the guild that was using it. The guild that had used it gained the support of other guilds and killed, most of the members of the DQN guild, and won. And due to this, a small amount of rare metals always found its way into the market. On the homepage of 2CH were the frustrated words of the DQN guildmaster.
It is frustrating that it was stolen, but we had extra, so it is not too bad. We were using the extra to make golems. But 72 of them, can we do it?
The meaning of his words is still unknown. TL, so it was their fault the golems are half done.
There are others.
Spear that kills the holy, TL, let's call this Longinus.
A dangerous world item.
In exchange for the user's character data being deleted, it activates its ability.
The developers went mad.
Holy Grail, healing?
Type. Gai, owned by World Searchers. Yggdrasil Leaf, protection type.
Gyala Horn, Gyarurun, a higher level version, the overrank magic less than written, summoning of an avatar of God, call avatar. Founder, Faundar, the management went mad.
A dove brings an olive branch, what is this?
TL, Nanny Core. Avarice and Generous, owned by Eins Ul Gaun.
Planned for Eins to use it in the last chapter of the first half. World Champion.
A class that one needs to clear special conditions to use.
The strongest warrior class in Yggdrasil, an official cheat.
There are 9 world champions, 1 for each world: Asgard, Alfheim, Vanaheim, Nioavella, Midgard, Jotunheim, Niflheim, Helheim and Muspelheim.
They could defend themselves absolutely with dimensional gap, and could deal massive damage with dimensional slash.
TL, points to those who get this meme. Hint, Genji and Spidercrabs, it was a class that also had the feature to be slightly stronger when in their world. This class has extremely high fighting ability. Against the upper high players they can take on 3, the upper middle players, 4, upper low, 5, and so on. However, it is unclear who would win if they are up against someone with a trump card or a world item. By the way, the special condition, TL, may be the only one or one of the many, unclear, was to win in an official tournament. In a battle between the world champions, the champion of the overall tournament was the Jotunheim champion, second was Alfheim and third was Helheim, but in the battle between the second and third, the third won. TL, logic.
An opinion formed where there should be a guild of only world champions, but 3 refused, and so it was at an impasse.
I'm digressing, I never thought about this, but the upper high players should have at least 500 people, right?
The difficulty is high, but it is not an impassable wall. Everyone has the possibility.
It is a wall one can pass by doing a full nerd mode, TL, a wrong translation, but what is commenter Kurjufinv, isn't it full nerd mode? When you pay for character leveling with your own life after 60 plus hours of EXP grinding, developing a character with detailed planning, finding the one that suits you amongst the enormous amount of data, recycling, having a heart for the exploration of the unknown, and having good guild members.
And the warriors need to have a good body in real life. Addicts are existences that can do all that. If they are useless, then RMT, real money trade.
Since it is a game where a huge number play, it is impossible for anyone to be unparalleled, absolute strongest. However, a world champion with a world item that turned into a boss via a curse would be in an unparalleled state. Actually, the world champion Muspelm, who turned into one of the 7 deadly sins, fought evenly against 30 players, then chased until destruction, then failed. TL, so much Chayuni. After this, the Muspelm festival began, and the character was deleted by the developers. A new tournament began, and the second Muspelm was the first female, appearance-wise, world champion.
Dragon Lord. Dragon Lords are strong dragons, but they are called that when other dragons treat them with respect. Or they just call themselves that, and the names change depending on their development. Names when they are growing include Ancient Dragon, Old Dragon, Young Dragon.
Would it be easy to understand if you think about it as the recognized names of the 5 dragons who are permanent members of the council are nicknames? By the way, dragons that are in the last stage of development have a strength that cannot be defeated by the race of humans, as expected of the race who ruled this world in the past.
Level.
The game Yggdrasil has 2 types of levels, and in total 100 can be gained. The 2 types are the racial and class levels. Ainz is a skeleton mage, race, 15 LV, Lich, race, 10 LV, Demolic, race, 5 LV, Overlord, race, 10 LV, True Necromancer, class, 10 LV, Chosen of Undead, class, 10 LV, etc. Shiltir is a vampire, race, 10 LV, True Vampire, race, 10 LV, Priestess, class, 10 LV, Cursed Caster, class, 10 LV, etc. Country Destroyer, TL, I think this is Landfall, but not sure if the translation changed, is a vampire, race, 10 levels, True Vampire, a vampire princess which is not in Yggdrasil, race. Levels, Magic Caster.
Levels. So the total levels may be higher. Monsters are different. Monsters are not counted with racial and class levels, instead monster levels are used. This is added to class levels, if they have. In the case of Brain Unglaeus,
he was turned into a vampire by Shiltir. However, would a vampire's levels, same as Shiltir, be added to his warrior levels? No. He is a monster with vampire, monster levels, added to his warrior
levels.
This is what happened after Shiltir sucked his blood and turned into a monster. And so there is a difference when a Dragon Lord reaches hero class and a human reaches hero class. The difference in monster level opens a gap between them.
Normal humans do not have a racial level, their first level is their class level.
However, for a dragon to reach a level 1 warrior class and a human reaching a level 1 warrior class, in game terms, the experience needed is vastly different.
I believe you can roughly understand. Skill points.
Skill points increase with the racial and class levels. The growth rate is in this order: heteromorphs, demi-humans. For a random skill point, a human race, would be 1, a goblin, demi-human, would be 2, and a skeleton mage, heteromorph, would be 3. This is only in the case of comparing their best stats, but it should be fine to think of this as the general case.
For the first level, a human has no racial level, and so it would go to his class.
A fighter's skill point would raise by 2. For a first level of human, his skill point would be 3, 2 plus 1, class level and race, a goblin 4, 2 plus 2, racial level and race, a skeleton mage 6, 3 plus 3, racial level and race. In relation to the raising of racial skill points, a human and skeleton mage would have a ratio of 1 to 3.
At level 100 it would be 100 to 300, this is a rough estimate. Basically in this way, heteromorphs are strong. However, after taking a new racial class, the rate of skill point increase would favor the one with more, and so the skill points would also increase. However, heteromorphs have penalties.
They cannot have certain classes, cannot enter certain cities, is fined to park, penalties depending on race, and cannot equip certain equipment. Even if they take only 1 level, the penalty activates. Jobs that have difficult requirements would have a higher rate of skill point increase.
And there is the case of only humans being able to have that class. And rather than increasing racial class, characters that take various classes would be stronger. This is as skills are better than skill points.
There is a theory that if one wants to make a strong character, they should not raise their racial level.
And that is why humans and not heteromorphs are popular in Yggdrasil.
However, the final racial class of the heteromorphs have very high skill points. Due to the raw high skill points, strong skills will be even stronger.
Crazily stronger.
Shall I increase the number of classes?
I feel that it was not enough as I thought it was. Ranks of magic.
First rank of magic, adventurers of F class, the basics of being a magic caster, the first steps.
However, there are many who stay at this rank for life.
Popular ones include magic to improve the milk of livestock in villages, magic to make delicious stew, magic to make spices like salt. Second rank of magic, adventurers of D class, the realm where hard-working magic casters reach.
If a talentless person works hard, this is his limit.
Third rank of magic, adventurers of B class, if one can reach here, he is celebrated as a great magic caster.
This is the realm where those hard-working of average talent reach the end of their line.
Fourth rank of magic, adventurers of A+, the realm where humans with talent work extremely hard can reach.
Basically those who live side by side with danger, like adventurers. Top level in a country, 5 are sufficient.
Fifth rank of magic, adventurers of hero class, this and further levels are hero class.
It is the realm where even those with talent cannot reach. At a level of 1 in a country. It is not strange for bards to sing of them.
Famous ones include, Blue Sky Dragonlord, Pontiff of the Slain Theocracy, and She May Be Dead But, Country Destroyer. Sixth rank of magic, adventurers of, there are none, at a level where there is only 1 in the surrounding countries.
At a level where 1 would be engraved in the annals of history, and it would be strange for even those not in the same field to not know of him.
Known ones are, Fluda Paradine, and, the 13 Heroes.
There are several in the shadows. The demon gods seem to use the 7th rank.
10th rank of magic? Rumors of it exist. But there is no way someone who can actually use it exists, right?
No, it seems that the legendary 8 Greed Kings used it, but it is nothing more than a rumor. A children's story. Above that? Stupid. There is no way that exists, right?
There is a way to use the 8th rank of magic with a large ritual, but in the center of it is a human who can use the 5th rank of magic and can improve it.
It is also necessary for a large number of those who can use the 3rd rank of magic.
Even with this, it can only be improved up to 2 ranks, and it is believed that there is some form of device.
Normally a country is needed to support this.
As Fluda does not have a skill to amplify magic, he cannot conduct a large ritual. Guilds.
The maximum number of people in guild in Yggdrasil is 100.
Amongst them are the high-ranked guilds, and there is a top 10 ranking based on points. These points include the average level of the members, world exploration points, number of world items, production points, home base points, shifting of points during park, unlimited accumulation of points during guild wars. According to rumor, the amount of money one spends is also a factor. First place, Trinity, aim to attack the 2CH Alliance, TL, OMG I love this name ha ha ha, Roful, it is an alliance of 3 guilds.
It includes the guilds of first, the Father, second, the Son, and third, the Holy Spirit.
The guild that lead the battle against the 2CH Alliance. Second place, World Searchers, an adventure guild that aims solely for new discoveries. Its base is very poor, and does not own many world items, but there is no guild that comes close to rivaling them in world exploration.
It is said that it is the guild that best expresses how the company wanted people to enjoy the game.
Third place, the 2CH Alliance, actual name is different, a giant guild that, if you included associated guilds, it would have over 1,000 people.
In its golden age it had 3,000.
Since it is huge, problems easily occur and it faced hostility from more than half of the top guilds. Its base was destroyed in the past war, since they had large numbers they could not decide their direction, and they were weak as this was the first time this occurred, and they had the experience of all their world items being taken. From then on, their numbers dropped, weakening them. However, as expected of them that they maintained the honor of the highest number of members. 9th place, Eins ul Gaun, the guild with the base of the great underground tomb of Nazarick that is known for being impregnable. They left a legend where only 41 members exterminated a task force. The top guilds did not participate at all. Of 1,500 people, actual number of players were less.
By the way, all humans that saw the movie of what happened at the 8th floor screamed that it was impossible, and the official mail was burst with questions of whether it was an illegal construction. Others.
Overseas Guild, a pro-Japanese guild that is made of people who can read or speak Japanese. They mostly just enjoy the game, but ever since the 2CH Alliance stole the world item they finally got their hands on, they changed. They are mostly from Korea, China, and Taiwan, but not necessarily. Seiyuu Guild, a guild comprised solely of Seiyuu. Their numbers are low, and so are their abilities, but they have countless vanguard guilds, though they don't admit it, and their ability to move people is number 1 in Yggdrasil. Mercenary Magicians Guild, a guild that has 100 level 100 magic casters with over 50 world disaster players.
This destructive power is absurd, and it is said that victory favors the side with them on it.
However, this guild is extremely weak in close quarters, and so the movie of them being divided and decimated by a dream team of 6 world champions is still a legend up to now.
Others like these exist.
By the way, guild weapons are a necessary simple when making a guild, and it can store a huge amount of data. And so if done badly, it will still be an unparalleled weapon, but if broken, it means the guild is broken. When broken, all members of the guild will have the title, Symbol of Failure, floating over their heads.
It does not have any special effects, but it is the proof of shame. To remove this symbol of failure, the same members must once again remake their guild.
Of course, there are classes that cannot have the symbol of failure, and there are also classes that can be nothing except to be the one that breaks the guild weapon.